But for the fact that, this person was just not an ordinary member. You know how expensive that particular parish is. You know how expensive and grandeur their projects are. So it's not small money that whoever it is that is considered a pillar in the church would be, I mean, the least you could have done would have been what? Let me come to you, Glory.
I share the same sentiment with you. Like you said, when I saw that video, it's not even just the fact that she celebrated the birthday, it's just how extravagant it was. So that's what, spread the buzz and people picked it up, And like you said, you have a valuable member of the church. He was not just his wife, his son, he died, and 2 other people. No matter how much you want to celebrate, how could you not even feel like this person, just to give that person that respect, just even if you must do it, just have a low-key celebration. But it's like rubbing it in their faces. So I'm not surprised that the family had to make such a decision, because any person, I'll come back to myself, in the course of I'm going to share my own personal experience, because I lost my mom last year, and I know how I felt, right? So I also feel like that was very insensitive for the pastor's wife throwing such an extravagant birthday party, really.
And you're speaking to death, and I'll come to you, NJ. Speaking about death, right? It's one thing for somebody to die. It's another thing for the circumstances around that death. Do you understand what I'm saying? This was what you would call, by all classification, a very tragic loss.
Yeah.
You did not just die, it was in a helicopter crash. You died with your wife, your son, your only son. And and 2 other people in the plane. So, I mean, when you heard about the family boycotting RCCG, do you think they did? I mean, it was the right thing to do?
Right thing? Okay. So, it's not a right or wrong thing. I think, is a question of how they felt. They didn't feel okay with the way the whole event happened, and it was their personal decision based on conversation that they must have had. I think it's natural for someone to feel that type of way, to get that, for you to have that kind of reaction, because you have invested, the late Herbert Mwigwe had invested so much into the church, and I think as individuals there was just that expectation for there to be some concession, in some of the activities, and how, usually, at an event they would do a 1-minute silence, they would do something, there would be some level of, how will I put it? It's not like the celebration shouldn't go on, but there would be some reverence, in honor of this person or something like that. So it's not unnatural. Like, I'm not surprised that they will boycott them from something as big as this, because they felt hurt, and the whole family is currently grieving and hurting. So they are very delicate when it comes to emotions. So, and this tends to happen even when, I'm sure, Glory, I have also experienced grief. In short, late last year, I also lost my aunt, my mom's sister, elder sister, and as much as she has lived a long life, it was unexpected. Like, we were rather, it was unexpected. Let me just put it that way. She was very full of life, very, very energetic, very vibrant. And then the next minute we just heard, she was ill. She got to the hospital. She got into a coma, and that was it. So most of the time you have to pass through the various stages of grief. First of all, you're in shock. I'm still in shock till now, because most of the time when I see it on our group chat, I'm just like, wow, my aunt is really gone. So it would take a while, and most of the time it never really hits until maybe the burial day. Once the grave hits the casket hits the casket. Yeah. Like, once that drop happens, that's the realization, and it brings you back to reality. So people have different ways of dealing with grief. I guess at the end of the day, it's just how you personally deal with it.
It's interesting that you said that. You know what? We're going to take a very short break, right? When we come back from that break, I'd like to bring some scriptural references that I feel like a lot of times churches always use, you know. I'll bring those references and we'll open our phone lines. Hopefully we'll be able to get a call. If you have any opinion on this conversation, and like just literally weighing in your 2 cents on it, right? Because at this point you can't really tell the family if it's the right or the wrong decision to make. But stay with us, we'll be right back.
They're really skirting. Obviously, a female will dress how best, they want to feel.
Okay.
And if I'm putting on an outfit, obviously, I'm not thinking in my head, oh yeah, like I'm dressing for you to come and judge me. Like, no, I'm dressing for myself. I'm wearing what I know I'm going to feel good in, look good in, and act good in. It shouldn't be a case of, oh, because I'm dressing in some type of way that it gives you the audacity or the rights to even approach me or have such thoughts in your head. I mean, do you even know me? Do you know anything about me, bro? Like you don't even know me. Like, why is that the first thing that comes up to your head? I get you have your thoughts, yeah, but keep that to yourself, quite frankly. Literally keep that to yourself.
So if you just tuned in, we're discussing handling grief, right? And of course, we are referencing Herbert Wigwe's family boycott of the RCCG City of David Church. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also call our line. Our phone line will be open. It's 070-2500-7749. That's the number to call. Leave a message or, call us, whatever it is. But I was going to say that, so I saw, you know how scripture sometimes is kind of like turned towards, you want to like make scriptural reference to just kind of justify some of your actions, right? And, someone was saying something. I said, no. Because, again, there's this scripture that says heaven rejoices, right? When a believer dies, right? Because they believe that, when the believer dies, the believer goes to heaven and the believer is reunited. And when you also die as a believer, you then reunite in heaven. So these are some of the scriptures that I've seen some religious, houses, kind of capitalize on why they do not mourn, right? Why they do not mourn. And it's the same scripture that still says that, you have to go and rejoice with those that rejoice, right? And also mourn with those that mourn. This particular scripture actually, emphasizes the importance of empathy and compassion towards those that are grieving, right? Encouraging believers to share in their sorrows and provide support. Do you get what I'm saying? So in sharing in your sorrow and providing support, sometimes it means that I have to kind of step back a bit on some of the things. We all have our excesses. Like literally we all have our excesses. But I have had to send a dog that I had to Kaduna State. I've said this thing several times. I've had to send that dog. The puppy they just gave me the puppy when I had my first son. I sent the puppy to Kaduna State. Why? My neighbor said her daughter could not sleep because it was a puppy. And sometimes at night the puppy was crying. So as the puppy was crying, it was affecting another baby somewhere else. I would have as well said, please deal with it or go and get her earplugs or something. It is the ability to be able to consider that there are other people that are in this party. And in this case, right, I feel like it was the height of insensitivity. I don't know how people run away from these things, how they shy away from it, right? We actually tried to get, a guest, like a pastor, because I really wanted to hear from their own opinion. From their own perspective. It was in no way right. But now I want to come back to the family, right? I don't think you can solve a problem with another problem, right? There's already a pain that you feel. But, sometimes I feel like you need to show the higher road and tell people this is how things are supposed to be done. Because boycotting them is just, it was expected. I would have taken a different turn. I don't know. It would have been painful, right? It would have really been painful. But I would have taken a different turn. Maybe just somehow, I don't know, in that midst, maybe they would realize that, no, we really, really messed up this time. But let me hear your thought, Glory, because you wanted to share your personal opinion.
Yeah.
Experience.
If I was the one, right, recalling how I felt, I think I would have still reacted. I don't know the entire circumstances that led to them making that decision. But just if I have to draw my own decision based on what is out there, I would have reacted the same way. Because if I have my father or mother invested in an organization or a church or whatsoever it is, and it's still the same thing with you having, even in my case, right, we had a cousin. My dad literally trained him through school. He wasn't in Nigeria. He did not attend my mom's burial. I know how hurtful I felt because we grew up with him. I know the role my dad played. I know the role my mom played. So that's the reason why I think I will still react the same way the family of Wigwe reacted. So coming to how people handle grief in different ways, But the problem I usually have is how currently it's like we're trying to make everything into a ceremony. We're trying to celebrate everything, undermining people's feeling. Because in the process of trying to celebrate, some people undermine other people's feeling. Let me come back to myself. When I lost my mom, it was 2 weeks ago, I still thought about my mom, and I got teary because this is my mom. She's impacted in me so much that it's not easy for me. Sometimes, no matter how strong I get, sometimes in my quiet time, when I recall the kind of relationship I had with my mom and knowing that she's no longer there, I can't talk to her, I can't call her for advice, I can't, the normal sort of interaction I want to have with a mom, I now know I can't have it. I break down, right? So, when my mom passed on, we had people that were let's celebrate. Mama has lived a good life. Let's just celebrate. I'm like, what are we celebrating? She was young. She wasn't 90. What are you celebrating? I had some people tell me, we'll come and spray you money on that day. I'm like, really? Really? I had to cut the call because I wasn't just having it. So we've turned to, we consider everything as sort of celebration, and people just easily move on. I had someone tell me, don't bother, you get over it in a day. Even the next day, I had people call me and just be strong. It has happened. I don't know, maybe that's their own way of consolation, but it wasn't comforting to me. So people have different way of grieving. I feel like when people are grieving, you don't really need to totally understand how that person is feeling at that point. You just have to be there. Just be supportive. No, even if you just have to keep quiet, hold the person's hand, right? Just say you can cry, feel free. But when you start making statements like, you're crying too much now, the person is gone already, no amount of tears will bring the person back, just be fine, you'll be strong. Are you a baby? I had people tell me, you're crying too much now, are you a baby? Really? My own mom? I'm going to cry. I'm not going to see her again. So the earlier people understand that people have different ways of grieving, and it's not in your place to really understand how that person is feeling. Just try to support that person the best way you can.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, let me come to you, Angie, because there's another comforting scripture. It says one comforting scripture often cited in the times of loss is Revelation 21:4, which says, He will wipe every tears from their eyes. There will be no more death, or mourning, or crying, or pain, for the old order of things has passed away. This verse often gives hope, right, of a future where all suffering will cease, providing comfort to those who mourn the loss of a believer. So I'm bringing some of all the scriptures together because, again, these are scriptures I feel like religious bodies use to then say, we don't mourn here. We're just celebrating life. Let us celebrate and all of those things, right? So, there is there is pain and there is pain. Just hearing Glory speak, I remember when my grandfather passed. I've not had like an immediate family, like my mom and my dad, they're still both alive, praise the Lord. But I'm just saying to you that when my grandfather passed, because of the closeness I had with my grandfather, literally, right, I can recall that even up until the 5th year of his passing, sometimes I'll just be by myself and I would just cry, right? Because I really, really grew fond of him, right? And it was something that really touched me because it was a blessing that I was able to see him. He was old and gray. It's not like, okay, he was particularly a young person, but I still feel, even thinking about it sometimes. I've had a sister-in-law to pass. Thinking about her sometimes, I feel the pain. Like, I wish you were here. So many things, would have been so different, right? Now somebody then comes up and there is a loss. And you're not even intentional about solving the person's challenge. Instead, your insensitivity blocks your mind completely. And this is not just throwing a shade at just the pastors of this late family. It happens to every single one of us. Even I remember that passing, what's the name? AFCON was playing football. Everybody paused on the death and everybody focused. Even me, I even did a video on social media saying, I know that there's a loss right now, it's painful, but Super Eagles are playing finals and all of that, and I'm wishing them well. I'm saying to you that it's an unconscious thing that we do. So having said all of that, right, what would have been the best approach as a church? What do you think the church should have done, differently? And how do we really start to understand that there is grief and grief needs proper handling?
Okay, well,
it's a lot.
It's a lot, and I don't know if I'm in the best position to speak on behalf of the church. But to the best of my knowledge, what I would say is that at least there should have been some, would I call it I won't call it a press briefing or anything, but the church should have come out to say something, especially the church in question. I don't think between the time that it happened, with all the comments on social media that I ever saw, a member of the church or the church come out to say something. So I believe that there should have been some, I won't call it an apology, but someone speak up on behalf of the church to express how strongly they feel about what happened. Do you understand? Sympathize with the family based on what happened, as a ripple effect. This has already happened, and this is how they feel, because that they're hurt at the moment. So, try and get some closure, close up that gap between the church and the family. Let the family understand that you're grieving with them and that the church is in full support. Just reaffirm that relationship and that commitment to the wellness and well-being of the family in this grieving time. I think that's one of the things that I expected. Now, when it comes to how people grieve, everybody grieves differently, like we can all see. And at that point in time, everyone is a bit low on emotions. So people react differently while grieving from what they would naturally, how they will naturally react. So I think it's very important for us to understand how everyone grieves. Or even if you don't understand, like Glory said, be there for them. Let them show your support in the best way possible. Let them know that you are there for them. Some people have gone ahead to their gestures of, some people bring food because they know that you're not mentally okay to cook. Some people just come, they want to wash your clothes, they want to help you do some house cleaning. Just be around you and help out the best way they can, help you run errands. Just letting you know that at this point in time that you are grieving and you're going through this entire hurt and process, I'm here for you. I might not be able to do much, but the much I can do, here it is. This is me serving as a friend, as, depending on how you're coming, but as a church and what have you. So I think it's very, very important for us to pay attention to some of these things. Previous shows we've spoken about how our mentality as Nigerians has totally changed, and a lot of things have been thrown to the back and eradicated like as if they don't exist. You know, human emotions and human empathy is very far-fetched and far from reach. And I think this is one of the things that we should pay attention to, because we start to act like we don't care what people say about how we do things, but we care when it's done to us. So, you know, give what you want to receive. And I think it's very, very important. This has just shone light on this. And I think that, you know, the church should be at the forefront of something like this. You know, the church should be at the forefront of something like this.
Especially because we are a highly religious society, right? I was saying to a pastor friend of mine, I said, this is why we have a lot of these Gen Z buddies. Nobody wants to go to church, right? Nobody wants to be, because the church is supposed to be a place of comfort, a place of solace, a place of, so these days it just seems like, Well, I think we have a WhatsApp message. We have a WhatsApp message from Uche. It says, good evening, beautiful ladies. So great to have you back on my screen. We're happy to be here. Your topic, grieving, is as dynamic as human beings. It differs in all. Throwing an extravagant party as a church is totally uncalled for. Thank you so much, Uche. Yeah. So, like, literally, right? And this is because it was really tough having this conversation. You see the argument we even had in the group, you know, the WhatsApp group. Because every time people want to talk about these things, because these are like two sensitive issues. There's the issue of the church. There's the issue of death, right? So this is like combining two sensitive conversations, right? And having it. It is actually very sensitive. And there's absolutely no justification. I kid you not. I can literally stop. It's just like cases of where a couple is about to get married. We've heard those stories, right? Somebody was journeying to the wedding venue and they had an accident and died. The wedding went on. The wedding went on. I've heard that story several times. I don't know if, because maybe you might call me over whatever, but literally, there's some things I can't even take.
No, that's empathy, and that's how it's supposed. I think that's how it's supposed to be, because that's what makes us human.
Because this party would have easily been moved. Do you understand?
We're just thinking about all the rice that they had cooked.
No, it's not about rice. No, I'm talking about
right. Yeah.
If it is so for the wedding, right? Even if you've cooked rice, it's a wedding day. People have died. You understand? You can excuse yourselves. You can just do the joining and excuse yourself and leave. I've heard those kinds of stories, and it happens all the time. And I'm just wondering that, you know, when things like this happen, the conversation is not really to throw shades at anyone. If things like this happen and you were in that situation, you understand, how do we start to understand that we have to do better? Right? So that it's no longer a thing of, no, let us just put certain kinds of like blanket to say, this is a no-no. You understand? These are the boundaries. These are things you needed to do. We would have as well gone ahead with our hangout or whatever in December. We didn't need to do that. And I don't even think you were aware of any of all of those things. I'm just telling you now. She was not aware. So it was not a thing that I was doing it to so that I can show that I am caring about this person. No. Whether the person is aware of it or not, that empathy would account somewhere. It doesn't have to be directly to the party that is involved. Now, all of these things, yes. There is death. I have said this thing before, and there's tragic death. Mm-hmm. So you need to even understand that your mom was ill for a while. We were monitoring and all of those things. Yet it was as painful. Even though I can bet you that at some point at the back of your mind, because same with my grandfather, he was ill for a while. So we were kind of like prepped. Yeah. Somehow, when illness happens like that, it preps you, whether subconsciously or consciously. Yeah. But this is a sudden blah. Mm-hmm. Like you literally sleep and you wake up. So there was no sign, there was no sickness, it was just an accident. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the amount of shock that comes with such death is much more. Mm-hmm. You understand? Than when someone maybe had you, because when somebody is ill, whether you like it or not, the person gives you time to just familiarize yourself with the idea that I might not be here tomorrow. But when somebody just sudden like that, a death, do you understand?
Yeah.
It's different. It's completely different. And that's why I feel like, you know, there are some things that we have normalized that we need to start going back. There are some things we have over-normalized, you know.
I think mostly, most people just see death like, or maybe, will I say they are just used to seeing tragic things that they've just become so accustomed, because that's the probably possible reason I want to give myself, like, tell myself that maybe some people are just so familiar with tragic occurrences that it's just one of those things,
norm,
yes,
right?
for them. Because I really cannot, because that's what makes us human, for you to have empathy, for you to feel, to consider, like you use the right word, be considerate, right? Even if you've never had that experience before, but sometimes just imagine what this person might be going through, or even if you don't want to, just respect that person, give that person time, just do something to show that this person is being seen, you know, you're being considerate and you understand what's going on. I think it goes a long way. And also another thing is also the fact that we currently, like, burial has just become an opportunity to, like, celebrate and showcase
let's
and
even
show
go
off
there.
and all of that. So, like,
I was hoping you would not go there.
No, I will go there because it happened to, you know, there were people
Because
coming
your
from my
culture,
mom's
yes.
burial to come and eat. It's just the food. Like, there are people that are literally ready to go to burial because they know they are just going to eat. It was, or is it like the rites and everything? God, during my mom's burial, I was so dumbfounded, for real.
So it's the same thing. Chinelo lost her grandma, our makeup artist, right? It's the same thing. They were asking. In fact, what was even shocking, she said, I think somebody that had died before, because the brother was not old enough, he was still a young boy. They told them that time it was some people that paid for the cow on his behalf, that he has to repay for that cow, then repay. So, I mean, like, literally in handling grief, that was a can of worm I was hoping you will not open, right? Some cultures are in fact, I think it's almost all the cultures. And I want anybody that cares to listen. I am grieving, I am grieving. Don't bring that crap to me. Because literally I don't understand how we have turned burial into full-blown ceremony. You know, I've said it several times that I can never accept the idea of a full-faced makeup. Do you understand? You're wearing full-face makeup, you're going for a burial, you're wearing a corseted dress, you're dressed up as if you were heading for a wedding. I can never accept it. No way, celebration of life. Please don't bring that to me. No!
Yeah, you're right.
Don't bring it. I was hoping you would not let me raise my voice this evening, because that is the conversation.
That's the truth, yeah.
Because
we need to put it out
grieving,
there.
right?
We need to put it out there.
And you think it is okay for you to carry that kind of, you know, extravagant behavior. It is too much.
Yeah, that's a bit exaggerated.
It's too much. You see full-fledged makeup as if they are going for a wedding. Like, face beat, everything on point, and they tell me it's a celebration of life. Please don't bring that to me. Don't bring that to me. I think we've gone overboard. Burials till tomorrow, I still respect the northern culture, because it's never meant to be a celebration of jamboree. You do party, throw this and all of that. My people in Edo State, come on, it is party.
I think the party part of it is everywhere. It's a celebration, but this also still goes back to what we've been saying about where our mindset is as people. Yeah, for you to have people that consider empathy as something that should be a norm in times of grief, they have to even know what it is. Like those things are slowly have eroded. Like you find people that have it, that are able to empathize and tell you how you see how people react to it. They start to ask you, what is it? Why are you looking for me? Did they send you to me? Just even when you care, because people are not used to that feeling. People are not used to, you know, people asking, oh, are you okay? Let me do this for you since you're grieving, you know. People are always very, like, what is it? Are you monitoring me?
No,
So
we have to stop it. And that's why I say, I've said it to anybody that
yeah.
cares to listen. God will keep my parents to old age.
Amen.
My father has already said it, that anywhere, all these things that you're carrying cups from one place to another, don't try it with me. So God will just keep them to ripe old age. Nobody should bring that with me. Honestly, I will leave you and the dead body. Because the person that is there is already gone. I will leave you and leave the dead body. Don't come with me to that thing. Because all that thing, somebody is grieving, and that is that time, come with all those your overbearing demands. It's too much. But we have another WhatsApp message. It says, Uwa, this is my problem with churches. You're only valued when they have something to get from you. The moment you don't bring money again, you become invaluable to them. Even if Herbert Wigwe was not a big donor in the church, as a member, right? Courtesy at least demands you show some respect to the grieving family. The church needs to be intentional and do better when it comes to caring for people, not just their members. Preaching Christmas is not enough. They should start acting Christ. Jay from Lekki. Thank you so much, Jay. All right, so I think on that note, my darling friends and sisters, I just was hoping that we will not scream today, but glory went there. Glory went there. But hey, thank you so much. We've had a fantastic conversation, and we really send our deepest sympathies, and condolence messages to the family of the Wigwe. They will be burying them this weekend. When I saw the vision that man had, it's not something that, me that I've never met him in my life. I'm feeling it, not to somebody not to talk of someone that you had a very close relationship with him. Please, let's do better and let's be more sensitive, to the plight of the people, especially for those that are grieving, around us. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow, but in case you missed our quote for today, let me bring it back again. It says, grief is not a disorder. That is in the state of mourning. Hold their hands and just give them some level of comfort. We'll see you guys Monday as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Ciao.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. It's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you make sure that you go and apply honestly, your life will not remain the same again.
And now, let's join ace broadcaster Mamode Akuga as he takes us inside the Niger Delta.
Hello out there and welcome to the program. It's Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region. I'm your regular host, Mamode Akuga. Constrained by the long-range bureaucracies associated with the processes of the Treasury single account in carrying out its mandate of ensuring sustainable peace and development in the Niger Delta region, the management of NDDC is appealing to the federal government to consider as a matter of urgency the exemption of the intervention agency from the framework to meet the yearnings of the people, as well as remedy the widespread infrastructure deficit across the region. The managing director, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, who made the appeal recently, stated that the TSA has made it impossible for the Commission to partner with financial and development institutions to deliver high-impact projects in the region.
Treasury Single Account TSA, first proposed in 2012, came into full swing in 2015 under President Muhammadu Buhari. The policy advocates for a single purse or a set of linked accounts to ensure adequate monitoring of government revenue and expenditures, as well as block leakages. This came with some bottlenecks that have rather been a clog in the wheels of effective service delivery of special agencies like the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC. The special purpose vehicle established in 2000 to tackle the paradox of widespread poverty, youth unemployment and restiveness, as well as environmental despoilation that characterize the region, producing 95% of Nigeria's income. Like its predecessors such as the Niger Delta Basin Development Authority, NDBDA, and Oil Mineral Producing Development Areas Commission, OMPADEC, that could not achieve much due to funding and other systemic issues, the NDDC is faced with a huge hurdle with the introduction of TSA that now militates against its optimal performance.
It is very, very difficult under the Procurement Act for you to publish contracts to award without you having the cash backing. In the pre-TSA era, NDDC achieved a lot because there was flexibility for NDDC to partner with banks. There was flexibility for even contractors to even get APGs.
Resulting from this government and procedural bottleneck is the over 13,000 abandoned projects that, instead of meeting the yearnings of the people, serve as a bitter reminder of the critical infrastructure deficit and woes of the people, ironically blessed with black gold. It is against this backdrop that the Managing Director of the Niger Delta Development Commission, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, conveys this all-important appeal to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to exempt the interventionist agency from the TSA, given its peculiarity and the development needs of the people of the region.
If the government can review the stance of NDDC under the TSA by taking the NDDC out of TSA so that the NDDC can have flexibility. NDDC is self-funded. With the self-funding monies expected from the IOCs, with the self-funding monies expected from the statutory allocation, NDDC can actually tie some of these funds to specific projects using financial institutions to develop the Niger Delta aggressively.
Following on the tracks of the Federal Capital Territory that was exempted from the framework in October by President Tinubu to allow for unrestrained service delivery in the capital city, former MD of the Commission, Timi Alaibe, observes that the Commission should as well be given the same considerations. Alaibe noted that during his time at the commission, he was able to partner with banks to finance legacy projects while submitting that the current management should be extended that opportunity.
NDDC is very important in the interventionist projects or programs in the Niger Delta, such that it needs to be freed of bureaucracy. Unnecessary bureaucracy and red tapeism will not work. And it's so important if we want to get sustainable peace and development in the Niger Delta.
The exemption of the NDDC from the TSA will avail the current board the much awaited opportunity to embark on major legacy projects, among which is the construction of specialist hospitals, hundreds of kilometers of roads and bridges connecting coastal villages and towns with city centers, among many other critical needs of the people, through partnership with banks and other development stakeholders, while also defraying the humongous debt owed contractors over the years.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Over 15 years after it was first awarded, the Ughelli-Asaba Highway is finally receiving the attention it deserves. The 162-kilometer highway was awarded for construction by the government of Governor Emmanuel Udwaga. It was given little attention by the Governor Ifeanyi Okowa administration, and finally, it is now being reconstructed by the administration of Governor Sheriff Oborevwori. The Isoko axis, which was the worst part of the road, is already wearing a new look, courtesy of Governor Oborevwori's commitment to the construction of the all-important road, which is the single road for the Jaws, Ishekiris, Urobos, and Isokos to get to the state capital, Asaba. I am standing in the Isoko end of the Ughelli-Asaba Highway. It's a critical and very, very important road. However, as you can see behind me, that the road, obviously, one side of it is still under construction, not to talk of the other side. I can hazard a guess that it's going to be practically impossible for Governor Ifeanyi Okowa to complete this road before he leaves office.
That was in 2022 when we focused on the very bad situation of the Isoko axis of the Ughelli-Asaba road. However, from the minute he took over the reins of government in Delta State, Right Honorable Sheriff Oborevwori commenced the reconstruction of the Ughelli-Asaba road. It was his very first official visit to any project in the state when he directed its speedy completion.
This road is very key to all of us in Delta State, not only to the Isoko people, but to Deltans. This is the only road we can use to access the capital. So it's very key to us, and we want it to be completed as soon as possible.
To ensure compliance with his directives, Governor Oborevwori ensured regular monthly payment for the contractor handling the project.
Every time I pass through the only roundabout, check the IDs, I put spikes, I always come and go. I know some few months ago, it wasn't like that. But now it has changed. I'm getting message. And the contractor is on IFCO, so we don't delay his payment.
During their recent visit to congratulate Governor Oborevwori over his scored victories in the cases arising from the gubernatorial election, leaders of Isoko Nation led by the President General of Isoko Development Union, Professor Chris Akpotu, confirmed the spate of work on the Isoko axis of the highway and thanked the governor for keeping to his promise.
You gave us one promise, and as a man of integrity, you've been able to live up to that promise. And what is it? The Ughelli-Isoko-Asaba road, the level of work that is ongoing there, I tell you that Isoko people are very, very happy.
Several Isoko indigents and users of the road commend Governor Oborevwori for attending to the long-neglected road.
We are rejoicing about the road now because we really suffered about the road for a very long time.
So governor go come, they go do a halfway, they go come out. And as they do ourselves, go they spoil. But this is our governor, Sheriff, is trying his best. We see a hand, the way he take the handle things in this state, things has changed, especially this road matter.
Also receiving attention is the Emevo of Rogbo Orogun Road. This road, which was a major issue of confrontation between Emevo youth and immediate past government in the state, is finally receiving the attention it deserves. Professor Akpotu, who described Governor Oboriowori as a worthy in-law, says he is not surprised at the attention the governor is giving to the Isoko nation, while requesting for more projects like the construction of the Igbide Olomoro Road. Professor Akpotu further drew the attention of the governor to recent information about the relocation of Faculty of Management Sciences of the Delta State University of Science and Technology from Ozoro to Orerokpe.
As that wonderful in-law that you have always been to us, we must bring matters like this to your table. We hear Faculty of Management Science is about to be moved out of that place.
In his response, Governor Oboriowori says as his in-laws, he cannot take any decision that will be detrimental to the Isoko nation. The governor informed the Isoko leaders that the state government has secured the approval of the National University Commission (NUC) for the operation of 3 more faculties at the university. The faculties are Basic Medical Sciences, Pharmacy and Health Sciences. Former chairman of the Social Democratic Party (SDP) in Delta State and an Isoko indigene, Dr. Oke Idawene, says the relocation of the faculty should not be viewed as a minus by his kinsmen.
Some time ago, Africa gave Isoko nation 2 faculties, engineering and law. What you're seeing is even distribution of infrastructural development in the states. The governor has also given the university in Ozoro 12 additional courses. He's only taking that as the more agenda mantra to also develop particular local government that is not having a state presence to get the university there.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Igbide Kingdom in Isoko South local government area of Delta State was last week thrown into utter confusion as 2 kings were installed for the kingdom within a spate of 3 days. Prince Ozade Obukeni, son of the immediate past monarch of the kingdom, and Prince Patrick Agre of the royal family are both laying claim to the kingship stool, which has been vacant since 2021, when His Royal Majesty Edward Obukeni I joined his ancestors after ruling the kingdom for an unprecedented 47 years. He was the longest reigning monarch in the whole of Isoko Kingdom and the second longest in Delta State. What is, however, rather curious about the crowning of the 2 kings is that both coronations were performed by the regent, otherwise known as the Oyoroba of Igbide Kingdom, His Royal Highness Michael of Ade. About 3 years ago, chiefs and people of Igbide Kingdom formally announced the passing of their monarch, His Royal Majesty Edward Obukeni I, the Ovi of Igbide Kingdom. The announcement threw the kingdom into a period of mourning. As tradition demands, Igbide Kingdom had to wait for 3 years before the installation of another king. In the meantime, His Royal Highness Michael of Ade was appointed regent for the kingdom, otherwise known as Oyoroba. By January this year, the 3-year waiting period had lapsed, and the general expectation was that a new king was going to be crowned. He is also expected to be presented by the Royal Esaba ruling house of Igbide Kingdom. However, the ruling house, which consists of 4 sub-families, could not come to a consensus and present an heir apparent. According to Chief Gospawa Okporo, the Ojon Olugbo of Igbide Kingdom, the Esaba ruling house had conducted an election in which Prince Ozade Obukeni emerged as the winner.
146 members, eligible members of the family voted. The man who was selected had 126. The one who contested with him had 20.
However, members of 3 sub-families within the 4 families ruling house insisted that the Obukeni sub-family, which had presented the last king, cannot present the next king. As a result, Prince Ozade Obukeni cannot mount the throne, as he is the son of the immediate past monarch, a situation that is traditionally unacceptable in Igbide Kingdom, as his kingship is not hereditary. In spite of this protest, Prince Ozade Obukeni was presented to the kingmakers, otherwise known as Ogbedio, last year for approval. In the letter dated July 1st, 2023, the Ogbedio Council rejected Prince Ozade Obukoni and asked the royal family to present another candidate. Despite Prince Ozade Obukoni's rejection by the kingmakers, some members of the royal family proceeded to the Ole High Court in Delta State seeking a judicial pronouncement that Prince Ozade Obukoni cannot be king of Igbide Kingdom. The court, presided over by Justice C.O. Emifoniye, however, on the 21st of February 2024, struck out the matter for lacking in jurisdiction. Within 24 hours of the release of the court judgment, Prince Ozade Obukoni was crowned King of Igbide Kingdom by the regent, His Royal Highness Michael of Ade. This was immediately greeted by protests across the town by placard-carrying indigents. According to Gospel Akporo, the claim of the protesters is misplaced, as the edict guiding the succession to the throne of Igbide Kingdom does not specify that a son of a king cannot succeed the king.
All male members, whether patrilineal or matrilineal, can be king.
Though it is not stipulated in the edict, it is, however, an age-long practice that a king cannot be succeeded by his son in Igbide Kingdom. As former traditional Prime Minister and Otota of Igbide Kingdom, the late Chief Dennis Etaluku revealed in a television program, Heritage, some years ago.
When an Ovie exits, it is not hereditary, but there is a family. They rotate it within that house.
While people in the kingdom were still trying to come to terms with the installation of Prince Ozade Obukoni as King of Igbide Kingdom, another coronation was performed as Prince Patrick Agre was crowned by the same regent, His Royal Highness Michael of Ade. According to the regent who performed the two coronations, his crowning of Prince Ozade Obukoni was done under duress as he was threatened.
I was forced to do something other duress. But now I have come to my causes.
In a letter to the Deputy Governor of Delta State, Sir Monde Oyeme, signed by some of the kingmakers, otherwise known as the Ogbedio, they have disassociated themselves from the coronation of Prince Ozade Obukoni and insisting that the kingmakers are yet to agree on any candidate as Ovie of Igbide. While the kingdom engages in different strategies to resolve this dilemma, the Delta State government must step into the matter to prevent a possible breakdown of law and order within the community.
Inside the Niger Delta, Azikil Group, oil and gas, dredging, power and air transportation. Azikil Group, petroleum product sufficiency, energy sustainability and infrastructure development.
The Niger Delta Development Commission NDDC has expressed satisfaction with the quality of work on the recently completed Amanku and the Amuvi-Atani Road and street lights in Arochukwu, Abia State. During the inspection of the uncompleted 8-kilometer Atani Phase 2 road, the Executive Director of Projects, Victor Antai, said the Commission will explore ways of linking states and communities and local governments together, as it will form part of its legacy for the Niger Delta region.
Arochukwu local government area of Abia State shares boundaries with two other states of the region, which are Akwa Ibom and Cross River states. Despite this proximity, it is difficult to commute between communities along this axis due to bad or non-existent link roads. It is therefore against this backdrop that Mr. Antai made known the current board and management's commitment to ensuring it bequeaths a legacy of an interconnected Niger Delta region.
Trying to link the three states together, Abia, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom State, is going to be one of the legacy projects of Dr. Samuel Uboku in the Niger Delta region.
The Ezeogo of Atani Village, His Royal Highness Dr. Charles Kanu Okoro, expressed joy over the new state of the road while recalling how difficult it was to use the road before its rehabilitation.
This road used to be a track road. No vehicle applied this road, but today it's a motorable place. So we thank NDDC.
Residents of Atani and other surrounding communities also expressed their profound gratitude to the intervention agency for the repairs that have made commuting smooth and easy.
I'm happy too much that I'm trying in this road without any problem, without any poto.
NDDC is wonderful for remembering us in this way.
Arochukwu local government area is home to the famous and revered Igbo kingdom, known the world over for its rich cultural heritage and long-standing monarchy. The recent intervention of NDDC within its corridors will go on to meet the yearnings of the people for social and physical infrastructures that have slowed the growth and development of their communities in time past.
Inside the Niger Delta.
While reflecting on the conclusion of their tenure in office, Bayelsa State Governor Senator Doyediri congratulated all outgoing cabinet members for the gains of their meritorious service to Bayelsa State in the last 4 years of his administration. At a valedictory session held at the executive chambers of the government house, the governor acknowledged their dedication and sacrifice to the state since their inaugural meeting in August 2020 and hinted that as his administration transcends some of the outgoing cabinet members will be reappointed to serve in his second term to continue the vision of a prosperous Bayelsa State.
Governor Doyediri's first term in office officially ended on the 14th of February 2024 in a glamorous oath-taking ceremony for his second-term administration held in Bayelsa State. Senator Diri and his deputy Lawrence Ewurujakpo will be taking the saddle of affairs in Bayelsa State after winning 6 of the 8 local government areas of Bayelsa State in the November 2023 gubernatorial election in the state. The governor, who by taking his oath for a second term dissolved the cabinet, appreciated the efforts and contributions of all the 26 members who have done well in their service to the state. Former cabinet members from the 3 senatorial districts of the state appreciated the governor for the opportunity to serve, while some political appointees say their capacity and experiences have been greatly enriched over the course of their service to the state.
Excellency, I want to also thank you for putting all of us together, the bond we have in this ESCO.
For his part, the deputy governor of the state, Senator Ewurujakpo, who is in charge of chieftaincy, community development and local government affairs, showered encomiums on the governor for a good working relationship and his goodwill towards the cabinet members as he appreciated the members for the good time they shared.
I want to turn to His Excellency for this unprecedented benevolence. What you have done now, you may not know, but those of us who are the recipients knows.
Senator Diri, in his response, recalled his legacy of peace, security and unity that has come to define the equality of the people of Bayelsa State. The governor said, together as a team, the state has made giant strides by building legacy projects and initiating life-changing programs and policies which he believes are the reason why they voted him for a second term, which commenced on the 14th of February 2024.
Together, we have seen the fruits of our labor as we have worked to uplift communities, address systemic issues, and bring about meaningful change in our dear state.
In the coming weeks, Bayelsa State government will inaugurate a new executive council, and the governor has reiterated that some members of the previous council could be reappointed and reassigned to other equally important offices with a solemn responsibility to make meaningful and lasting impacts in the life of the people of Bayelsa State.
Inside the Niger Delta.
About 8 months into President Bola Tinubu's administration, the unprecedented rise in the cost of goods and services has sparked agitation and panic among many Nigerians who can no longer bear the harsh prevailing economic situation that has made it near impossible to have 3 square meals, as it were, in the beginning. Nigerians are urging the government to immediately initiate policies that will be more impactful in addressing the state of the nation. Our correspondent, Leji Dagus, reports on the condition in the oil-rich Niger Delta and also brings to you details from the recent hunger protests in Edo State.
Most recently, the country has been plunged into an unprecedented food crisis, with food inflation hitting over 33%. In a bid to tackle this rather troubling economic situation, President Tinubu set up a federal government committee on emergency food intervention to unlock grain reserves, an initiative that has been of little or no effect at all. The complaints and suffering of ordinary Nigerians have been greeted with protests in Niger, Kano, Ondo, Oyo, and most recently Edo State, where their demands is the same.
We are tired of the government of the Nigerian state as a result of hunger and starvation in our lands.
Still grappling with the multiplier effect of the removal of petrol subsidy and the wobbling price of fuel with no respite in sight, which has led to the return of queues in filling stations across the country. Commercial bus drivers in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, are calling on the federal government to urgently address the issue.
What I have from them is that little subsidy they pay for me to enable me to see little food and my children at home.
Right now we are buying fuel a liter. Some are saying 900, some are saying 850, some are saying selling 950, as the case may be. If government will go back to subsidy, it will help us a lot.
Without a doubt, the Central Bank of Nigeria's Naira floating policy and its attendant devastating impact on the value of the Naira has impacted so much on businesses and households due to the country's import-dependent economy that has led to the current pressure on the Naira.
If you import goods now, the landing cost, when you pay for import duty, you cannot even sell the money that you used to.
This dollar of a thing, everybody shouting, it's because of dollar, because of dollar. Please, government should come in.
Poor and vulnerable Nigerians whose purchasing power can no longer afford the ever-increasing prices of goods and services due to inflationary forces in play are calling on the government to step in to ensure they survive.
The way things is high, you sell something, it's not gain. And that makes some women, because of they could not avoid the price of things, they steals in the market. You see a woman dressed very well will come and carry somebody's bag.
If they continue like this now, people will die. People will perish because of expensive of things.
The Tinubu-led government has come under heavy backlash recently for reasons bordering on the biting economic realities of the day, as citizens with decent income can no longer support and provide for their families.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Well, that's the size of our package on the program for today. Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region, will be back same time, same station next week. Until then, you can follow us on our social media handles showing right now on your screens. And please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel at NDNTV Nigeria. Until next week, I am Mahmoud Akuga thanking you for staying tuned. Bye for now.
Share it to everyone.
This Ramadan on Plus TV. Join us for Salam Plus.
Share it to everyone.
Featuring Tea Talk at Sahur, anchored by 3 lively, passionate and energetic young ladies. They cover all topics relevant to today's Muslim Ummah.
How then would you advise our sisters out there in ensuring that they keep their homes safe?
If you are not healthy mentally, physically, your marriage will not work. Only a thriving woman will catch her husband's fancy.
There's more coming your way this Ramadan on Salam Plus on Plus TV.
and makes you smile. Share it to everyone.
On Plus TV News Now tonight, President Tinubu appoints members of the FGN Power Management Team. Constitution alteration first and final draft to be ready in August 2024 to 2025 respectively. New anti-LGBTQ law draws condemnations. Gunfire paralyzes Haiti as police powerful gang leader fight. Good evening, I am Destiny Momo. This is News Now. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of new members of the management team of the FGN Power Company Limited. This was disclosed in a statement signed by Chief Ajorin Gelare, Tinubu's special advisor on media and publicity. He says Tinubu anticipates that with the full constitution of the management team, the FGN Power Company Limited will work assiduously to realize the core objectives of the Presidential Power Initiative, PPI, in close collaboration with Siemens Energy through a holistic overall modernization and expansion of the national grid and other critical measures to ensure the growth of the Nigerian electricity supply industry, NESI. The new appointees are Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, CEO Kenny Osebi Anue, reappointed, and Company Secretary, Legal Advisor, Professor Maman Lawal, reappointed, Chief Technical Officer, CTO Ebenezer Olawale Fakporunda, Chief Commercial Officer, Babatunde Daramola Oniro, and the last person is Chief Financial Officer, CFO Julius Oyekola Olabi. And the House of Representatives has called on President Tinubu to review various reports, including the 2012 Orosanye report, Goniaji report, and white papers, and to develop policies to reposition the agricultural, solid mineral, and informal sectors, promoting economic growth and alternative employment options.
Worried that the full implementation of the report 30 years after it was first made, which ordinarily may be described as outdated, especially because of how dynamic the society, economy, policy, technology, and all facets of our national life has been. The House concerned that is contrary to the assumption that the full implementation of the report will reduce cost of governance with the current realities. The full implementation of the report will not substantially reduce the cost of governance, as it does not reflect the current situation in the public worried that the full implementation of 2012 corruption report in 2024 will certainly throw up unintended consequences, implications, and outcomes.
The House of Representatives has passed a resolution extending registration for the 2024 UTME by 2 weeks following a motion by Honorable Bello Shinkafi. The House also mandates strict compliance by the Committee on Education and Legislative Compliance. The Green Chamber also urges mandatory drug testing for secondary school students.
Also worried, without extension of the restriction, many candidates will not be able to register and participate in the exercise. And that means there will not be a wider coverage and participation in this year's UTME examination in Nigeria. Convinced that your quick response to the extension of time by 2 weeks will encourage the parents of this candidate to persistently register their children. Importantly, this will reassure the public on the confidence of this current administration in Nigeria.
According to studies, which showed a notable prevalence of drugs and substance abuse across secondary schools in Nigeria, 1 in every 4 students between 15 to 19 years abuse substances. Syrup containing codeine and tramadol top the list of drugs, ranking higher than cannabis. Aware that random student drug testing, RSDT, is a drug prevention program whereby students are tested for recent use of illegal substance, and is aimed at deterring drug use and identifying students who need help with staying drug-free. Cognizant that a mandatory routine and random drug testing for students is for preventive, not punitive purposes.
The National Orientation Agency and the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency are being urged to boost awareness about substance abuse among secondary school students nationwide. And Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu, has requested memorandum from Nigerians as the Committee on Constitution Review begins work. He assured that the first draft report on the 1999 Constitution and the final draft for President's Assent will be ready in August 2024 and 2025, respectively.
Many have asked the question, why did we set 24 months as the target to wind up this activity? And we have answered that over and over again. One of the reasons being that we want to finish it before the timetable for elections steps in, so that our actions on the issues that we attend to will not be seen with the spectacle of politics and will not be seen with the coloration of one political party or the other. But it's one thing to set the target of 24 months, and it's another thing to set the roadmap towards achieving that.
Kalu outlined key topics for discussions at hearings, including federal structure, power devolution, local government autonomy, public revenue, fiscal federation, gender, MDA oversight, and state police. He also requested memoranda for good governance.
And permit me to start by announcing to Nigerians that we have selected consultants of no mean persons across the 6 geopolitical zones of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to lead this work from the corners of their experience and expertise. We have also, in the course of doing this, respected gender inclusion. So among the list of consultants that we mentioned now, we insisted that the women must be represented.
The House of Representatives Joint Committee on Special Duties and Public Assets has requested all federal government agencies to suspend concession processes until its ongoing investigation is concluded. The directive was given during the inaugural investigative hearing at the National Assembly Complex in Abuja. The hearing aims to examine the impact of public-private partnerships, PPPs, and concession agreement on public infrastructure and services. Honorable Saidu Abdullahi on February 27, 2024, submitted a motion of national public importance urging the investigation of all government concession processes in the country.
It's our responsibility and indeed our mandate to ascertain the extent to which these programs have honored their promises, followed due processes, followed laid out terms of operation, and charts a course for their optimization. The deliberations today are a cornerstone of the democratic process, reflecting our collective commitment to ensuring that public assets and public-private partnership operate within the framework of integrity, delivering value to every Nigerian. We are here to dissect complex agreements, to hear testimonies and ask probing questions, and to demand detailed accounts.
Members of the First Estate of the Rim, thank you for all that you keep doing. You've never failed us in the National Assembly. For everything that we do, you're always present. Thank you. I want to assure all of us that this committee or joint committee will do everything within its power to ensure probity, to ensure accountability, and to ensure that we deliver on the mandate of this joint committee. Inshallah, we shall do our best to make sure that Nigerians get the best.
Hence, I encourage active involvement, constructive discourse, and a mutual commitment to transparency and accountability. It is going to be more of jaw, not war. Because it's all about one nation that we all are proud of. We have no other nation. We should not take it personal. It's a public service. I promise our invited stakeholders that there will be great amount of respect for the offices and the roles you play, flowing from the National Assembly. So be relaxed. This is your house. This is the people's house. Nobody's going to harass you. Nobody's going to intimidate you. Nobody's going to make you afraid of delivering what is the truth and nothing but the truth.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on Friday urged political parties to work within the timeline for the nomination of candidates ahead of the Edo State governorship poll. Reports say the Edo governorship is expected to hold on September 21, 2024. The INEC National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee, Sam Olumekun, in a statement, noted that as provided by the timetable and schedule of activities for the Edo governorship election, the deadline for the conduct of primaries by political parties expired on February 24, 2024. He noted that the next activity was the submission of nomination forms by political parties. And Governor of Ondo State, Lucky Aiyedatiwa, on Friday charged newly sworn-in commissioners and special advisors to see their appointment as a call to service. He also urged the new head of service, Mr. Bayo Philip, and cabinet members to be good ambassadors and to hold their offices in public trust in the delivery of good governance to the people of the state. The governor, who spoke at the swearing-in of 6 commissioners and 8 special advisors in Akure, urged the appointees to provide the required leadership for the entire public service and see their appointment as a call to service. The new head of service was also inaugurated at the ceremony. And the Abia state government has dismissed a fake report that Government Alex Oti sued Nigeria and President Bola Tinubu at the International Criminal Court, ICC. The fake news claimed OT sued the Nigerian government and President Tinubu for refusing to grant OT's request for a seaport and international airport in Abia. The Abia state government also denied imposing a ban on businesses operated by northern Nigerians in Abia state until approval for the seaport and airport was granted. The government has advised the public to ignore the fake report. A Labour Party National Chairman Julius Abure has pledged to take over Nigeria's government and provide quality leadership. He emphasized the need for a change in leadership to address the country's current economic struggles, including high oil prices, inflation, unemployment, and food insecurity. Abure emphasized the need for a leadership that can fight poverty, hunger, and empathize with the people, ultimately liberating them from the APC government. Meanwhile, Delta State Governor Right Honorable Sharif Oborowori supports financial autonomy for local governments and the separation of powers. He stated that since his inauguration 9 months ago, he has not interfered with local government projects and has seen successful harvests. Oborowori believes that if local governments do their own at the state level and the federal government does its own, the hardships felt today will be reduced. Honorable Victor Ebonka, Algon chairman, expressed gratitude to the governor for approving 40 new teachers and over 3,000 primary school staff in Patani local government areas.
I'm in support of financial autonomy to local governments. I have never interfered with what people are doing at the local government. Give people that freedom, and you came out with projects. You're going to manage the funds in your local government. So they will see harvest of projects in all the local government. If the local government chairman is what they have done, I will also do our own at the state. I will federal also do their own and federal do their own. You can see that hardship of our friends will reduce. The hardship. And I believe that there's time of season. And I believe that this phase of this hardship that we are facing in this country, this phase is to phase out. The employment of 40 more teachers in the Patani was not only to guarantee but to accept parents go out of your way to ensure that you facilitate our obtaining of the facility through which we are paying our pensioners. More than 30,000 pensioners have been paid, and the payment is ongoing each week.
And traditional rulers in southwestern Nigeria have been urged to collaborate on local security approaches to combat rising killings, maiming, and kidnappings. The region's security outfit, Amotekun, was also urged to strengthen its training and provision of state-of-the-art weapons. The 2024 Yoruba Security Summit, titled Kidnapping and Banditry, Overcoming the Twin Menace, emphasized the importance of preserving cultural values and fortifying against external threats. The summit also called for the government to recognize the roles of traditional rulers and incorporate them into national security architecture.
The Security Summit called on Yoruba traditional rulers to return to the pristine Yoruba traditional, spiritual, and cultural values. At all times, traditional rulers should recognize that in spite of whatever the nature of religion they practice, they must recognize that the stool they preside over is traditional. The summit called on traditional rulers to take on full possession of their forests, homelands, and farmlands. The summit called on local, state, and federal government to employ the use of drones and other appropriate technology for the effective surveillance of Yoruba forests and roads.
I'm calling all the traditional rulers to set up community security network that the number will reach from 50 each local government that will be sponsored by the local government chairman in the basis of stipends. And I suggested that a conference like this, the Ooni of Ife should call it twice in a year to bring all the Obas together and the stakeholders in Yoruba land. It will give room for unity, cohesion, and strategy. How Yoruba people can have a successful region within Nigeria.
The bushes have been overtaken by the bandits. I had opportunity to go into the bush, and I saw that they have taken over the bushes, especially in my part of the state, which is Ekiti North. It's very porous because it's a savanna forest. They can move for about 20, 25 or 50, even 50 kilos in the bush. So we need a lot of nowadays technology to avert by the soldiers, the police and the Amotekos and our local hunters are combing the bushes.
The Kwara State Police Command has paraded 28 criminal suspects over allegations of armed robbery, kidnappings and cultism with weapons and a sum of 6.4 million naira cash recovered from members of the criminal gangs. The State Commissioner of Police, Victor Olaya, who could disclose these while parading the suspects at the State Police Command headquarters, said the development is worrisome.
20th February 2024 at about 11:50 hours, eagle-eyed police operatives on stop and search duty along Bode Sadu Road intercepted 3 young individuals who were occupants of a commercial vehicle. These individuals have been identified as Umar Usman, Mustafa Mohammed and Abubakar Kugu. During a thorough search conducted on the suspects, the operatives recovered a cash sum of 6.4 million naira, 7 assorted types of mobile phones and 2 wristwatches. The suspects could not provide a satisfactory account of the items found in their possession. In the course of investigation, the suspects confessed to the crime of kidnapping. Umar Usman admitted that he belongs to a gang of kidnappers operating in Yauri area of Kebbi State. He further stated that the money recovered from him was his own share of their recent operation, wherein the gang received a ransom of 10 million naira from a victim named Alhaji Abdullahi Mohammed.
The commissioner, however, frowned at the challenges associated with the prosecution of criminal suspects in court, which he described as technical hindrances.
You know, there are always technical issues involved when you come to prosecution, and that's the truth. You and I will agree that when it comes to violent crimes like armed robbery and kidnappings, most of the time the victims are always very reluctant to come to court to give evidence.
The Nigerian Legion Council of Ex-Servicemen, Benue State Council, and 4 others have been warned by the Federal High Court's Makurdi Judicial Division, led by Justice R.J. Egbe, not to interfere in the affairs of the Nigerian Legion Corps of Commissioners, Benue State. The council, through their counsel, Barrister Ondova Izwa, has approached the courts to prevent unlawful interference in the Corps' management, control and administration, as they are not members of the security outfit.
Told the defendants not to interfere with the substance of the case. What it simply means is that they should not obstruct the current administration of the Nigerian Legion Corps Commissioners in Benue State. The current chairman, the person of Mr. Adoga, is supposed to, which is the 3rd defendant in the suit. They should not interfere. That's the 1st and 2nd and 4th and 5th defendants. That is Mr. Adawa Yusuf and Mr. Micah Echan, and the Nigerian Legion should not interfere when this matter is still in court. that the current commandant of the Nigerian Legion Corps Commissioners, Benue State, remains Mr. Adoga. That is what the court warned them not to interfere, and also not to interfere with the membership of those who have come to court to seek clarification. What we are simply in court is for the court to interpret and tell us whether it is right to bring people who are not members of the Nigerian Legion Corps Commissioners at all, who have refused to be members, refused to even apply, to be just made commandant and the deputy commandant. It's our opinion and it's our view, and in line with the traditions of the core of the Nigerian Legion Corps Commissioners, that is completely wrong. It's unlawful. It's against the principles and the ethics of the Nigerian Legion Corps Commissioners.
The Northeast Development Commission, NEDC, has executed 134 projects across Taraba, according to Managing Director Mohammed Alkali. And some of these projects are expected to be completed by the end of the year and handed over to the Taraba State Government. Alkali assured Governor Agbukefas of the Commission's readiness to positively contribute to the state's development during a courtesy call at Government House, Jalingo.
And for our 2024 work plan, we are also choosing some critical projects in infrastructure, socio-economic development, and so on and so forth, which we'll further discuss with the states so that we can take action in 2024.
Governor Kefas praised the Commission and pledged full state government support, urging it to focus more on the state. The NEDC has been working on reducing unemployed youth through empowerment programs aiming to rebuild communities damaged by Boko Haram and resettle IDPs.
I want to assure you that the government of Taraba State is fully committed to working with the Northeast Development Commission to identify and prioritize the key areas where intervention is needed the most. We will provide all the necessary support and cooperation to ensure the successful implementation of development projects in our states through your commission.
And all boys of Methodist High School Lagos have vowed to resist any move by the Methodist Church of Nigeria to further encroach and convert the school land into commercial or residential uses other than educational. Addressing newsmen in Lagos, the Old Boys, led by the President, Engineer Bolaji Akinsoya, disclosed that the registered trustees of the Methodist Church have begun sale of Victoria Island land belonging to the school, just the same way they did to the ones in Broad Street, Lagos Island. Engineer Akinsoya, while narrating how the church obtained a second certificate of occupancy, C of O, threatened to bring down the structures currently being built on land.
When to advertise, even online, if you Google it, it says sales at thewesley.com.ng. That was the advert that was placed on this thing. So if you go before a governor and you say you want to set up a residential building, maybe for the staff, clandestinely, and then you are now advertising that you want to use it for commercial purpose. Governor Jide Sanwo-Olu, please, we beg you, revoke this use to educational purpose. Emancipate poverty in Lagos State. Please, we beg of you.
Today we have Dr. Oliver Adib Abba as the prelate. And I want to let him know, if truly he's serving a living God, and he knows that he will stand before God for judgment, and he also remember that we will all be remembered for what we have done here on earth, he should put an end to all these things that men of God should never be involved with.
For reasons that don't concern us, the Methodist Church finds itself in financial crisis. And it has always tried to then look at assets that were on ground before many of them took up positions in the church hierarchy to sell them.
The church needs to step up its act, because what we have seen here is a situation where the assets of the school are being stripped without any commensurate development. In fact, one of our old boys was saying that he was saddened when the school came, a school that is 146 years old, came to do an advert in his radio station. I mean, a good product sells itself.
The immediate past president of NBHS Old Boys Association, Kolakpo Shogbetun, and other members condemned the transfer of 2 acres of land belonging to the school into private use by the registered trustees. They call on the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to please come to their aid and revoke parallel CFO of the church. They recalled how thugs attacked unarmed old boys led by 81-year-old Chief Tunde Fanimokun and 85-year-old Reverend Peter Omole when they visited the site last on January 29, 2024.
This is what they are planning to put. They want to sell on school land some clique in Methodist Church Nigeria, not all of them. Some clique that wants to stain the good name of the church. And we are going to resist it with the legal instruments of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Oh, right now, they have gone to change the use, to residential as against commercial, as against educational. Meanwhile, Methodist Boys High School still has a subsisting COGO, for educational purpose. So where does that correlate? Those are parallel certificates of occupancies that they can never meet, because in law the first in time prevails, is second to none, and that it is on that basis that we can conclude that the certificate of occupancy in the name of Methodist Boys High School is the authentic.
They maintain that the cause they are fighting is for the students and generations yet unborn. And Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka, professor, has said Nigeria needs reconstruction and reconfiguration and also decentralization to maximize its development. The renowned playwright stated this at a lecture to mark the 50th anniversary of a media house in Lagos. The professor, who was the main speaker at the event, said most leaders in Nigeria were only comfortable with the word reconstruction before they got to their office, and they soon forgot about it after they resumed power. Our correspondent Paul George reports.
Labor on our heroes past shall never be in vain.
Gathered in this hall for this public lecture are giants in different strata to celebrate the golden jubilee of Punch newspaper's pedigree, prestige, and promise. Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka is here to give a lecture. He says most conferences on decentralization only brought people together for a charade, and warned that it was time that people stopped taking the nation for granted. Drawing from different narratives in Nigeria, the Nobel laureate asks rhetorically whether the Nigerian civil war has really ended and what's wrong with the plebiscite.
Is the civil war really over? And civil wars will continue as long as civil society, governance especially, gives cause to place people under such strain that they begin to question whether they can claim national belonging. What's wrong with the plebiscite? What's wrong with determining the will of a people at any given time? I prefer the expressions like reconfiguration, decentralization.
In his remarks, Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris Malagi, commends Punch newspaper for its contribution for being among the few newsprint that has helped the country to reshape its narrative.
Punch has been here for 50 years. And what that tells you is that it is a story of resilience, trust, hard work, and commitment to the Nigerian project.
Speaking, Chairman, Punch, and daughter of the founder of the Newsprint, Angela Emua, says her family was able to sustain the organization through proper accountability and discipline as they look forward to a new height.
This is a new 50 years. You can expect that we will be more innovative. We will come up with new strategies to make sure that we're ahead of our game.
Dignitaries, including former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, praised the Punch newspaper for their doggedness and forthrightness in championing democracy. They spoke alongside Dame Taiwo Ajayi Lycett.
When the time, the Abacha period, Punch was on the lead, like other papers, other journalists who fought for democracy. I think just as everybody is celebrating their success will include the fact that the Nigerian democracy that everybody is enjoying for now, even though there are challenges, extreme challenges, were part of the achievements of Nigerian journalists and Nigerian newspapers like Punch that led it.
The first generation, if I call them, of the media was the private press in the country. The private press died. Punch reinvented the private press. When it came back, there was the predominance of government press. Now, as we speak today, it is the private press that is thriving, and government newspapers are dead. So we're here to celebrate the longevity of life, not only of the Punch, but also the survival of the private press in the country.
The Nigerian media is not aware that it's the fourth estate of the realm. The media here has not entirely recognized that it's as powerful as the president. When they mention media, the president should be pissing in his pants, because he should be very careful what he does, because he knows that the media will dissect his every action.
As the occasion winds down, the guests and Nigerians present hope for improved and unadulterated news reportage from Nigerian journalists. Paul George, Plus TV News.
It is no secret that the economy of the country is in dire straits, as Nigerians are speaking on how they have been coping with the economic hardship and what the government can do to assist the people. That's on Street Views. Take a listen.
It's really sad, actually, because the cost of things are very crazy. You buy something for a particular amount on Monday, you go back to the market on Tuesday, just barely 24 hours after, and it's almost triple the price. And some people can barely afford that kind of lifestyle. So really the hardship presently is difficult. The country is almost impossible and unbearable for people to live.
It has not been easy, the way things are expensive, it has warranted us to be trekking. Like you see the way I'm sweating, because the cost of transportation is high. So I have to trek down here so that the cheap need to be cheap for me. Going to the market and things are expensive, cost of transportation, cost of living is high and all that. They are supposed to know what to do. They can improve on it. They should step up their game in their administration.
Governments have a lot of things to do, and we personally as Nigerians, we have a lot of things to do. We know that governments are making policies that are not economically favorable for Nigerians, especially people at grassroots. That one, number one. Then number two is that we ourselves, we are doing ourselves. In what sense is that there are some commodities that we purchase in this country that are not dollar monetary value, but once we hear there is a rise in dollar, sure you understand, everybody thanks to even local made products. People thanks to even what you are not buying with dollar, people tends to base the price on dollar.
It's about time for them to wake up, because this is not what they promised us. We suffer, we're in the sun, in the rain, voting for them. At the end of the day, this is what they are giving us. We don't like it. We don't like it. They should see to it. The hardship everywhere. Even yesterday, I saw it at the social media where a father shot his son because the son did not give him permission before he cooked the last meal. And the guy died. You understand? This is not good. The government, they are really treating us bad. Nigeria government. Baba Jagaban, this is not what you promised us. What is happening?
Government has to do a lot of things. The migration issue is another thing, because the economy is biting. And I think the government should look at it, look at the economic performance of people, the purchasing power of individuals, that it is actually low. They have to do something on it. One, they should bring down prices of goods, open up the borders. Since our agricultural sector is zero, we are not farming as a result of Boko Haram, terrorism, and kidnapping. So I think they have to open up the border and allow people and allow the inflow of food. Let people eat first. When we eat, we can have the strength to do the next thing. But the basic things of life, food, shelter, and clothing. Food is lacking, shelter is even lacking. Is it clothing? Everything is very expensive. So they should open up the border. For now, that's one of the economic advices and advisories I will give the government. Forget about every other thing you're doing. Open the border and allow people to feed.
Still ahead, Navalny Moscow funeral takes place under shadow of repression. Details when we return. Stay with us.
Sometimes it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
You're welcome back to News Now, and now moving on to other parts of Africa. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, says bill to broaden the scope of criminal sanctions against lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual, and queer people simply for being who they are, and threatens criminal penalties against perceived allies of LGBTQ plus people in the streets of Accra. Some Ghanaians think the bill goes too far. According to local media outlets, the CDD and the Human Rights Coalition have petitioned the Supreme Court, and the United Nations has urged for the bill not to become law, as it is now on President Nana Akufo-Addo's desk. President Nana Akufo-Addo did not sign the bill into law.
I think it's a bit harsh to sentence someone because of his own decision. I think the whole thing about the bill need to change people, okay, so that they can take good decisions for themselves.
It's an absolute non-necessity. There's no reason why we need a bill that criminalizes people who are queer in this country. I think that it is our duty as civil society organizations to go to court and test the provisions of this bill against our Constitution, because it is our contention that the Constitution is the supreme court law of the land, and any bill from Parliament has to conform to the Constitution, and we don't think that this bill does.
Paramilitary forces and their allied militias fighting for power in Sudan have carried out large-scale ethnic killings and rapes as they take control of much of West Darfur, which could amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity, United Nations experts said in a new report. The report of the United Nations Security Council obtained Thursday says that a terrifying picture of the brutality of Arab-dominated rapid support forces against Africans in Darfur. It also explains how rapid support forces managed to take control of 4 of Darfur's 5 states, in part through complex financial networks involving dozens of companies. Zambian President Hakainde Hichilema declared a national disaster and emergency due to a severe drought caused by El Nino affecting food production and power generation. The drought has destroyed 2.2 million hectares of corn, and the country plans to increase food imports and mobilize the United Nations agencies and local businesses. The El Nino phenomenon is causing severe rainfall shortages in parts of Zambia, Zimbabwe and Botswana, and also affecting 20 million people in Africa and Australia. And for news outside Africa, the funeral of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny took place in Moscow on Friday, 2 weeks after his death in an Arctic prison. Navalny's team accuses Russian President Vladimir Putin of murdering his top critic. The funeral will take place at the Mother of God Quench Mysoros Church in Marino, and burial will take place at Borisovo Cemetery. Navalny's widow, Yulia Navalnaya, fears the funeral could be disrupted by further arrest. Authorities have not commented on handling the event, which could turn into an embarrassing show of support for Navalny. And heavy gunfire paralyzed Haiti's capital Thursday, and at least 4 people and officers were slain as a powerful gang leader announced that he will try to capture the country's police chief and government ministers. The move came during the absence of Prime Minister Ariel Henry, who is in Kenya trying to finalize details for the deployment of a foreign armed force to Haiti to help combat gangs. Gunmen shot at Haiti's main international airport and other targets in a wave of violence that caught many people by surprise, forcing businesses, government agencies, and schools to close early as parents and young children fled through the streets in panic. The government of Haiti said in a statement that Henry arrived in Kenya on Thursday, as it did not say when he would return to Haiti. And the European Union is increasing its military aid from 28 billion euros, which is about $30 billion, to 21 billion euros, which is $23 billion this year. But it is not enough to replace the United States military aid stalled in Congress. And U.S. officials have urged Ukraine to play defense in 2024 and conserve strength for a counteroffensive next year. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky hinted at a summit in Switzerland to thrash out a peace proposal, but emphasized the importance of getting stronger on the battlefield. Experts believe that Ukraine is heading towards a war of attrition, which plays into Russia's hands. Ukraine has hinted at launching a military offensive, and Russia's 2022 invasion is also predicted. Up next, Forex cracks as CBN revokes operational licenses of 4,173 BDCs. That's some business news after the short break. Stay with us.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste spin. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
You're welcome back to News Now, and now moving on to business news. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has revoked licenses of 4,173 Bureau of Exchange operators, according to the Apex Bank. The affected institutions failed to observe regulatory provisions. These, according to the bank, include payment of all necessary fees, including license renewal, within the stipulated period in line with guidelines, rendition of returns in line with the guidelines, and compliance with guidelines, directives, and circulars of the CBN, particularly anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism, and counter-proliferation financing regulations. And this was made known in a statement by Sidi Ali Hakama, the Acting Director, Corporate Communications. The CBN further said it is revising the regulatory and supervisory guidelines for Bureau de Change operations in Nigeria, adding that compliance with the new requirements will be mandatory for all stakeholders in the sector. And now for more business news, Emmanuel Olubabakon will give us.
A very good evening and warm welcome to the Business Desk. The federal government has now imposed a $10 billion fine on crypto trading platform Binance for allegations of influencing the country's forex crisis. Now, the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu, Bayo Onanuga, claimed Binance profited from illegal transactions in Nigeria, leading to significant losses. Onanuga alleged that Binance used the platform to arbitrarily fix dollar-naira rates, negatively impacting the local currency's value. He noted that Binance is not registered in Nigeria and has also already suspended naira-related transactions. Onanuga argued that Binance's involvement in fixing exchange rate was illegal and negatively impacted the country's economy. Now, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has formed a 10-man committee to investigate foreign airlines' skyrocketing fares. The committee, chaired by Horatius Igwe on the NCAA, aims to ensure foreign airlines comply with government directives to unblock low inventory tickets and recommend appropriate pricing in Nigeria compared to similar markets in the West African sub-region. The committee has now demanded an immediate reversal of the trend, with international airlines like Lufthansa, KLM, and also Ethiopian Airlines reportedly releasing all low inventory tickets. Still in business, the House of Representatives has decided to investigate the Central Bank of Nigeria's National Mass Metering Program loans to licensed electricity distribution companies. The program aims to reach 6 million households and businesses with meters by 2021. However, reports of discrepancies, mismanagement and non-compliance with loan terms have now led to inefficiencies and failure to achieve the program's objectives. The House has urged the Central Bank to provide a detailed report on the program's implementation. The Central Bank of Nigeria plans to sell 1.64 trillion naira worth of treasury bills in the second quarter of 2024 as part of its Nigeria Treasury Bills issue program. The program, which begins on March 7th and ends on May the 23rd, will issue treasury bills worth 414.24 billion naira on 91 days, 43.74 billion naira on 182 days, and 1.18 trillion naira on 364 days. The CBN plans to sell 660.62 billion naira in March, 292.17 billion naira in April, and 688.3 billion naira in May. Treasury bills are short-term debt instruments used by the Central Bank of Nigeria to borrow money from the public on behalf of the federal government. And that's much can take on the business desk. I am Emmanuel Olubobokun. The news continues shortly.
And next is entertainment news. Please stay with us.
British-Nigerian superstar Skepta has partnered with Portable for an exciting Afrobeats record, Tony Montana, as he gears up for the release of his new album. The single, produced by the award-winning ace producer J5, sees Skepta explore Afrobeats as he taps into his Nigerian heritage. The single has generated excitement on social media, where fans were impressed by Portable's contributions as he delivered a coherent and musical chorus, which is a far cry from his usual hoarse street music. Tony Montana comes off the back of Skepta's Jangrova, on which he featured Nigerian rap sensation Odumodu Black and Idris Elba. Moving on, American actor Jussie Smollett has completed a 5-month stint in rehab for substance abuse. The former Empire star finished the outpatient program earlier this month, according to reports. While in rehab, the actor is said to have focused on his health and been consistent with his workouts. Jussie checked himself into an outpatient treatment facility back in October after what his reps called an extremely difficult past few years. Smollett is currently trying to get his December 2021 conviction for faking an anti-gay racist attack on himself, and then lying to Chicago police about it, overturned again. A source also told the publication that Jussie's new management team is working hard as they gear him up for the release of his new film and other projects. Speaking about actors from the Empire cast, a federal judge in Philadelphia has ordered Empire actor Terrence Howard to pay nearly $1 million in back taxes, interest, and penalties after he allegedly threatened a Justice Department lawyer and maintained that it was immoral for the United States government to charge taxes to the descendants of slaves. Terrence reportedly avoided efforts by the IRS to collect $578,000 in income taxes they say he failed to pay between 2010 and 2019. The Justice Department sued him in 2022. Despite a months-long efforts to engage Howard in court after the Justice Department sued him in 2022, the actor's only response was a voicemail he allegedly left on the phone of the case's lead tax attorney in November. Despite that vow, Howard never formally responded to the lawsuit, and after a court hearing last week in Philadelphia, U.S. District Judge John F. Murphy granted the government's request to enter a $903,115 default judgment against the actor, a ruling that was first reported by the Legal News Service.
And now let's join our sports desk for some sports news. Stay with us.
Portuguese coach José Peseiro has resigned from his position as the head coach of the Super Eagles after guiding the three-time African champion to the final of the 2023 African Cup of Nations. The 63-year-old contract with the Nigerian Football Federation ended yesterday, and there have been reports that the NFF was negotiating a new contract with the former Venezuela manager, but he opted to quit. The former Portuguese coach confirmed his exit in a post on his ex-handle that it was an honor to coach the Super Eagles and thanked the former NFF president for hiring him. Former world heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua has said that he is ready to fight Francis Ngannou, stating that the former UFC champion had a good outing with current WBC champion Tyson Fury. Ngannou shocked the world when he dropped undefeated boxer Fury in the third round of the last bout in October, but he eventually lost the bout in a split decision. The clash between Joshua and Ngannou is due to take place in Saudi Arabia on the 8th of March.
And the main news again. President Tinubu brings new appointments, and the Constitution amendment has been done. And that's the end of news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and all other social media platforms. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching.
Hi, from Berlin, Germany. There seems to be a conversation going on around within young people, and there's an entire group that think young people need to review bride price payment. What are the gender roles for women in a family unit? What does religion say? How should society respond to these conversations, especially as it concerns women? You have to listen to our debaters and hear what they have to say, the for and the against.
Hello there from Berlin, Germany. My name is Mercy Abba. Welcome to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We will be talking about gender roles as it affects young people in Nigeria. What does it mean to be female in Nigeria? In 2015, if I recall, women in Nigeria used the hashtag on Twitter to share their experiences of everyday gender discrimination. Across the world, women juggle work with family and care for responsibilities, and Nigeria is no exception. On today's episode, I have guests in the studio. I am not physically present with them there because I got in close proximity with someone who contacted positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I I'm staying away for the safety of everyone there. I'd like to introduce my guests. I'll start with Pius Ibrahim Onoja, who is a PhD student in Germany. Hello, Pius.
Hello.
Pleased to see you.
Same here.
And there's Kola Akintola. He's also an MBA student in Berlin. Hello, Kola.
Hi, Messi.
Thank you for coming. I have Abubakar Bello Ismail. He is a Nigerian student as well in Germany.
Hi, Messi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi. And we have Victoria Esen. She's also an MBA student in Berlin.
Hi, Messi.
Before we introduce our colleagues, we're going to start with the conversation with our guests in the studio. Let's talk about patriarchy. This is an issue that concerns women, but more often than not, it comes off as though it's a conversation that sees the other gender being on the defensive. I am excited that we have more men in the studio to talk about this. Perhaps I'll start with Kola. Why is it, can you just, in your own assertion, explain what it means to be female in Nigeria? I know you're a man, but I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, Messi. Based on my experience back in Nigeria, to be precise, I was living in the southwest part of Nigeria, Lagos and Ibadan. So to be a female in Nigeria, though the role is evolving, traditionally females are known to be having a supporting role in the society in Nigeria. So like husband and wife, so you are meant to support your husband. The husband is the head of the house. But due to westernization and how the influence of social media, we started seeing what is coming, because Nigeria, we are largely being influenced by what is going on in America. So we started shifting the roles. So women are taking their place in the society, in the corporate world. We started seeing women into leadership position in Nigeria. But those are educated women, but in terms of those are not educated, that are not in the middle class. So the role is still largely based in terms of male are still largely domineering in terms of what they expect, because there are some things that are expected of women in Nigeria to do, like support your husband, or look after your children, and so on and so forth. So largely they are like second fiddle in terms of how people see them in the society back then in Nigeria.
Thank you, Kola. Pius, I listened to Kola's talk and he kept saying, see them. Like it's a gender that is them. Interesting. But I'll take it up with you. Do you think a woman is a second fiddle?
No, I don't think so. I think basically the issue with Nigeria and the relationship between the man and the woman are placed in the society in Nigeria is based on education. The educational system of Nigeria, one, education, two, I would attribute it to religion. Because of the dynamic nature of the religion aspect in Nigeria, some religion accept the role of human showing herself, coming forward to speak the truth, to say the truth whenever she pleases, while others or other religion believe that no, this should not be. Woman is not supposed to talk when the man is talk. While traditionally, again, the woman is not expected to talk when the man is talk. So based on these three factors, the women found themselves in that position whereby they have to fight to get their place in the society in Nigeria. And the major issue there now is how they place themselves in that level that the society will appreciate them, we see them in the light, not being, because right now, so religion will tell you that, no, she's trying to overrule me, she's trying to dominate me, she's trying to take my place as a man, she's trying to take my place as a father, she's trying to take my place as a manager. But all this is based on education. education, civilization. If the educational system in Nigeria is balanced and people are well educated, then people, each person will know his place in the society.
Victoria, does a woman need education for her rights to be respected and for her to, for her not to contend with issues like gender-based violence?
No, I disagree. Even if you are not educated, you are not supposed to be seen as a weaker vessel, because let me say 30% of Nigerians now, they still see the women as weaker vessels.
Now, if I may chip in, Mercy, Victoria, I will tell you that in that point I will say, if you are not educated, how will you know what is right and what is wrong? You must be educated to be able to say, yes, this is my right as a woman, this is my right as a lady, I need it, this is my right, give it to me.
It is not
because if you do not fight for your right, nobody will give it to you.
But excuse me? In addition to what they're saying, I think woman doesn't need education before her right.
Thank you.
Before she express or practice her right.
Exactly.
The society should preserve or make a room for their rights.
Education. Where does she know that?
She needs.
her right.
Her rights needs to be reserved for her.
I think the bone of contention here is we have to go back to the fundamentals.
Now let's take it to the north, to Nigeria. In the north, you find out that if you go to the north in Nigeria, you find out that the female they are oppressed. They are oppressed in this sense. I will tell you.
Excuse me, how do you define oppression?
Oppression can be in diverse
forms. See, in terms of education, let me say something. Yes. I have someone, she's well educated. Yes. She did her master's. She was doing so well. Do you know her husband told her to stop working, to just take care of the house, just cook and clean? And she's educated. Why? Because she still has the influence.
She can fight for her rights.
Let me just make this point. In Nigeria, we are 90% of Nigeria, I would say we are religious. Yeah. So if you look at culturally and religious wise, so that we are being largely influenced by that. But if you if you want to look at it, we have to look at it based on region. So if you're in Lagos, you can still say, okay, in Lagos, more people are more liberal. But if you go back to...
Why is it that so in Lagos? Because
can I just chip in something?
Yeah.
I heard an argument that suggests that in some parts of the country, or perhaps in the north, the rights of women aren't as respected as it were. Yeah. But across the country, not a northern problem, a Nigerian problem, you can also see that the issue of gender-based violence is still top in almost all the states of the Federation, even in states where the law has been passed. When it comes to implementation, when a problem that concerns a woman, even if it is violence within the home, the priority isn't placed as a human rights issue. This is where I'll probably have to ask Victoria this question. Okay. Are you, as a Nigerian woman, and if you are in Nigeria, are you scared about your life?
Not really. Because for example, based on my education, I like doing certificate programs and all that. Yet somebody told me, Vicky, all this education, you have to stop and get married and take care of your home. And what if your husband doesn't even want you to work? That's most of the mentality in Nigeria. That's why I said 30% of Nigerian men are still thinking that way. They believe as a woman, your role is in the kitchen. Your role is just to take care of the children, not to be in the society, not to take up higher positions. So it is still existing in Nigeria, education or no education.
Yeah. I agree with her, and we still have to go back to based on region.
All is still based on education and religion. The three factors I mentioned in the first place. I mentioned religion, I mentioned education, and I mentioned the other, I will now call it society factor as well.
Talking of the education part of it,
yes,
I think, education is an added advantage for the woman to know her right.
Thank you.
But she doesn't need education before her right is respected.
Thank you.
All religion provides, how women should be respected, how man should take care of his...
Education is not per se for the woman alone. It's for the both.
That is what I am saying.
It's for the both
an added advantage for her to know her right.
The man is well educated, what is good and what the lady should get, because they said if you train up a woman, you've trained a nation. Why is it so? Because they believe that she has the tendency of grooming the children to the expected stage in the society.
Okay, let me ask a question.
Yes?
Okay, there's this a friend of mine. He was doing so well. Before he got married, the wife was also working in an oil company. And you know, people that work in oil company, they believe, you know, they are influential and all that. And the moment the first child came in, just told the woman, you have to quit. You have to stop working. You have to choose either me or your job. And of course, because she's a woman, she chose her husband and stopped working. And when she stopped working, there was complaint in the house. Oh, all she does is just to watch movies, to do this one. She's not productive and all that. But you told this woman to stop working.
I understand what you're saying. I understand you can be oppressed after marriage, but you have the right to choose the person you want to marry. I know you can't know everything about the man before marriage, but you should know the person you are getting married to.
Can I have Uthman Tochukwu join this conversation?
Thank you very much, Mercy, for having me. I will approach it from two perspectives. From the perspective of religion, which is Islam, which happens to be my religion, and the other second one is from the point of African and Nigeria stereotype. First of all, when you come to Islamic religion, woman is not placed as a second gender in any way. In fact, Islam encourages that you should train women as much as you give priority to men, because when you train a woman, it is as if you have trained the whole nation. And there is no anywhere it is provided in Islam that if you train a man, you have trained a nation. It means that Islam gave priority to women. But I think it is even the women themselves that is getting it all wrong, probably because our society here in Nigeria and Africa has given them that second position. And that is why it seems like when you are not educated as a woman, your rights should not be enforced. And I think this is where I would differ from what is happening in the studio. A woman does not have to be educated before her right should be respected. Her right is a follow-come right. Her right is bet with her, and she does not require education to recognize such right and be respected for it. Because I just noticed that in Nigeria, every enlightened woman in Nigeria is a feminist. What do I mean? If you look at most of the women that are canvassing the support for feminism in Nigeria, they are enlightened women. They are people who go to school. They are people who understand what the world is talking about in terms of education and rights. But those who are really suffering this issue, those women whom those enlightened women are fighting for, calling themselves feminists and feminism concept, they did not go to school. They don't understand what is called right. And then it becomes like a burden for them that because they did not go to school, they do not understand what their right means. And then again, that is on the other side. On one part again is that women, it is time people should understand that women are the future of everything that engender national development and advancement in nation building. Whatever you are doing and you do not carry women along, to my mind, that thing will certainly not have a headway positively. So what am I trying to say? I think it is important that we should begin to rewrite the narrative of all the injustices that have been done against women gender in Nigeria. And I think the scholars of Islam should be hitting on this issue for them to really understand that there is nothing wrong in a woman holding a political position. There's nothing wrong in a woman, leading the men if that man does not have what
Tochukwu, can I take you up on something? Tochukwu, can I take you up on something? You're from the south of Nigeria. You're from an area where bride price is, the conversations around bride price tops the charts. Do you think the culture of bride price is good in terms of how it has gone over the years? Do you think it protects the sanctity of a woman?
Well, I think differently, but if you ask me to speak on this, I may have a kind of biased perspective in the sense that I am a Muslim. If I want to marry today, they will not bring it from the culture of what is obtainable in the Southeast as a whole, Igbo tradition. Igbo tradition may not likely to apply fully when I want to marry. They want to look at it from the Islamic perspective. And under Islam, we have a standard of marriage rights. And I'm bound by such standard because I'm a Muslim, despite the fact that I come from the South. So I may not, it may not be too fair for me.
But in Islam, do you pay bride price when you want to marry a woman?
In fact, that the bride price in Islam is compulsory because that is what gives you a legal access to a woman as a wife to copulate with her. If you don't pay such bride price, whatever you do with her is against the Sharia.
But there are women that are advocating against bride price, the culture of bride price, as it sort of sells of a woman.
Probably because it is exorbitant. On the argument of the fact that it exhausts the woman, you are selling off the woman. I do not think they are correct. I would differ because in Islam, Allah recognizes the payment of bride price, and Allah made it in a way that it is exclusively from that of a woman. Let me make this point. It is important to note that bride price does not necessarily have to be money. Bride price is something that has value. And it must be requested by the woman, by the bride, to the husband. It's not to the bride's guardian or parents. It's the wife that will request it from the husband.
Can I say something? You said please. It's supposed to be requested by the woman, but that's not the case. As a matter of fact, the woman is never there when it's negotiated.
I mean, this is why I say that. You see, in Nigeria, we are ungodly religious. Ungodly religious, in quote, in the sense that we claim to be religious by being too godly to worship God, but we are playing insincerity in our worship. That is the practice. The practice is wrong. But in the letters, what it provides is that a woman who is going to be married is the person that is going to sit with the husband and say, guy, this is what you are going to pay me for my bride price. Really? During the time of the prophet Messi, some people married with the recitation of some portions from the Holy Quran. The wife will say, he should just come and recite so portion of the Quran or Bible for me, if you are for the Christians, so that you can understand the idea. You just recite it and bride price has been paid. It doesn't have to be money.
Uthman, I would really love to tell a man how much he has to pay without my
I mean, yes, I'm telling you that is your right. In addition to what he said,
let's go back to the studio.
In addition to what he said,
thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. Fali will come to you. I know that you're itching to talk. Let's go to the studio. Can you guys react to what Uthman has said? Perhaps Victoria, you want to say something?
Okay.
I wish I can actually say that maybe my husband should pay so amount because it's never done. Where I'm from, I don't even know how much they are going to pay. It depends on my family and the husband's family. So what the amount that they pay, I have no idea. I don't even know how much they pay. So it's actually different, very different from my own side. I don't know if it applies to your own side too.
Do you think the culture of dowry and bride price needs to be abolished?
Why would it be abolished? No. Because definitely if you want it to be abolished, that means they are giving the woman free of charge.
What do you mean?
No, it's not like that. Excuse me, no, it's not like that. See, talking of this bride price, it's not as if you are paying for the woman.
Okay.
You are not paying for the woman.
No, it's just appreciating. Oh, thank you for this beautiful woman that you are giving to me on a platter of gold. Just it's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. I don't think it's supposed to be abolished.
I think in my culture, it's changing gradually. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm from the Southwest. So now if the issue of bride price, so the parents usually they might say, okay, bring 2,000 naira. So once you give them 2,000 naira, and they will hand over the money back to you that we are not selling our daughter. What we are asking from you is just to take care of her. Once you take care of her, you've taken care of us. So we are not asking for bride price. So it's waning gradually in my area from where I come from, because the only thing they just collect from you is just maybe the yam and the oranges and all that, just to share it amongst the family, because we believe that it's not just your parents that take care of you since when they get back to you and all that, so they have to share it. And those bride price thing is not just the parent that will take it alone, it's just the family. It's the whole of the family that will share it amongst themselves.
So what's the difference between the money and the yam and all that? Is it not the same thing?
They are all valid. Okay, from the Islamic perspective of it, you can pay with money or something valuable.
But it's the same thing. Money or no money.
Yeah, that's it. And relating it to the women's rights, in Islam, as you are handing the money, the father of the bride is here to state what they are expected of you to take care of the woman, starting from her clothing, feeding, all has,
Do you know it's based even in the Bible. Mm-hmm. Now I will tell you this. Mm-hmm. Nigeria, we are so carried away by religion and some of the practices we overtaking them to extreme. Now what is it? What does I mean by that? Now look at it now. A lady wants to marry. Mm-hmm. The family are looking at it as a means of livelihood. They say this guy is going now. They will even decide, okay, who she wants to marry. Is that man rich? Well, I'm telling you, not only it happens in all culture. No. They decide. I'm ready somewhere.
No, family don't decide.
They have to check even. Some culture, they even tell you the bride price based on the person.
Where are you from?
But do you know that sometimes the reason why they ask if the man is wealthy or not, because they don't want their child to suffer. Imagine me taking care of my daughter, Imagine me taking care of my daughter, give her everything, only to give her to a man that doesn't have anything. Come on, no, I won't let that happen. No, I won't let that happen.
Very important.
That is the problem we have in Nigeria. I still believe, I disagree with
some parents are capitalists.
The other calling that he said, it does not, education does not, you don't need education to respect the right of a woman. Yes, you don't need education to respect the right of a woman, but you need education to know what is the right of the woman, and the woman also needs education to know what is her right. What is education? Education can mean anything. As I tell you, this is it. It's education. I'm teaching you what it means. Mm-hmm. So now, if you don't tell the lady, or the lady doesn't know a place in the society, how does she claim a place? She cannot claim a place. We are from Nigeria. We know our problem in Nigeria. Our problem in Nigeria is education and the religion.
The religion and education.
Because we are far behind in education. And we are
talking of education.
We carry the religion to become our school. We carry the religion to become our code. While we leave the necessary thing that we are supposed to handle in life. We left to do marriage.
Going by what you said, it depends on what you call education.
Now, if you
talking about education like qualification, like let's say
NCE,
about education is normal. As you grow up in the society, you must know your rights. Going by religion and tradition, you have to know your rights.
A lady is being brought up in the north. I was born and brought up in the north.
The point is, you don't need education before you.
I have been to all the 36 states of Nigeria. I have stayed in all the old states not more than 6 months in any of the states in Nigeria. I can tell you fully what is happening in Zamfara as a female lady.
That is what you are getting. I think.
Now I will tell you what is even happening in the east. Now let me tell you, a lady can only claim as a place in the society when she is ready to stand on her own, whether be it on the man or on the woman. If a lady can stand on her own, whether you feed me, why do most ladies get married? They get married, someone to have children, another one, someone to have, they want to have as a source of living, they want to bear feed. Because of what? The economy is bad, everything is poor in the society. That is why people are being frustrated, people are being left behind, and they use the religion to oppress people, use the education. They refuse to make people to get educated so that they will know their right in the society. They oppress them.
Excuse me,
that is my problem with them.
Who is refusing ladies education? Who is refusing ladies education because of their rights?
We cry for the ladies.
Who is refusing ladies education because of their rights? Who is refusing women education because of their rights?
Why would I leave you?
Who is refusing women education because of their rights?
To take care of the home.
Who is refusing women education because of their rights? Answer that question. question. Who is refusing them because of their rights?
With 6, 7 children. Can we go? Guys.
No way. Nobody is refusing women education because of their rights. Yes, nobody is refusing them because of their rights. Yes, nobody is refusing them because of their rights. It might be for another reason, but not for their rights.
Nigerians,
yes.
I know, I am privileged to know, and I'd like her to look at the law and what it says about the place of a woman in Nigeria, and I need her to perhaps also talk on gender-based violence and how it affects women in Nigeria.
Yes, Mercy, thank you so much, and what an insightful conversation. Specifically to answer your question, I think Nigeria as a society, or within our legal framework, women have equal rights in terms of the salaries we earn, amongst other things, as compared to other international societies. The challenges women face legally, there isn't that barrier. However, in some societies, there were situations where women were not able to inherit certain landed properties because the customary laws do not allow that. And luckily, the Supreme Court of Nigeria has been able to deem that law unequitable. And in a society where there is natural justice, that custom is not able to stand or be sustained. However, having the law is one thing, but what are the customs and norms that govern each and every society, whether you're in the north, whether you're in the south, wherever you are? And we have critical challenges, and it's not because of our laws, it's because of entrenched cultures we have lived with for so long. So more often than not, the challenges you see women face in Nigeria are usually culturally ingrained, not necessarily provided for in law or provided for in religious doctrines, or perhaps even we would even say it's not to the extent that the society or the country as a nation does not recognize the value of women. But being that as it may, a critical challenge for women in this our time is sexual and gender-based violence. 1 in 3 girls every day is a victim of sexual and gender-based violence. Women in their homes are victims of sexual and gender-based violence. And the challenge we have within the legal framework is because not many states have been able to pass the Violence Against Persons Act. And what that act does is, if for any reason, as a woman or as a human being, someone has meted out some sort of violence against me, I'm able to take action in court as a criminal case. And specifically when it comes to issue of rape and when it comes to young girls, the challenge we're having is there is a dichotomy when it comes to the age of marriage in Nigeria. And this dichotomy comes because there is a disparity between what happens as stated in the penal code in usually the northern countries and what happens in the southern countries. So in the northern states that are usually governed by the penal code and the sayings of the Quran, I think a girl is of age after her first menstrual period, which is an Islamic argument that is consistently going on. But legally, no one can cohabit or have unlawful carnal knowledge of any young girl below the age of 18. And because of the prevalence of this incident, not only in our homes, but even in our schools, where we take a number of girls to go and learn, and the teachers are found harassing these young girls, and the girls fall victims of this harassment, a number of states have passed the Violence Against Persons Act. And in addition, some states have even passed a law that will cause incarceration for young men who are found guilty of raping young girls and even their wives, amongst other things. But passing the law also is, again, one thing. How do we implement this, and how do we make people within the society understand that women basically have an equal footing with you in society? And it begins with a cultural shift that we have, and we as educated people have a responsibility, not only to just tell people, oh, women should be educated before they understand their rights, but we have a responsibility to create a rethink in society, because we cannot claim to be educated, we cannot claim to be advanced or aware and proclaim that until you have education, you will not understand your rights. Because this is all about morality.
Yeah. I just want to ask a different question, and I like the input you've given and what the law says and what not. can I just, can I want to get married now and tell my father, I don't want you to, to negotiate that bride price thing for me? The conversations that they were having in the studio. Can you just talk more on that?
Okay, so specifically on the bride price, I think the point was made in terms of two perspectives, right? One, when it comes to bride price, it's a completely customary and religious circumstance. And I will speak to the religion that I'm aware of, which is Islam. And in Islam, as I think Tochukwu has beautifully highlighted, the bride price is just anything of value. And anything of value can equally be negotiated between you and your husband as a Muslim or a northern girl if you happen to be practicing Muslim and you're from the north. However, the process of let's say execution of your marriage, which is more or less a contract if you think about it, are usually handled by your representatives, by your legal representatives. And in that case, it will be your father, your uncles, or whoever is appointed to take care of you. But it doesn't mean that you or me as single girls are not able to negotiate with whoever we are marrying what we deem appropriate to be our bride price. And the money is not even given to our fathers or our uncles or whoever those representatives are. The money, it's for us to do what we feel we want to do with it. This is already stated in the Quran. However, more often than not, there is a misunderstanding and misinterpretation of what the religion says and what happens culturally. Because we're an overly religious society, our culture and our religious doctrines have intertwined in such a way that the lines are even almost invincible.
Thank you, Fali.
So this has created this notion of you can't negotiate amongst other things.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to go back to the studio. Fali talked about sexual and gender-based violence, and I feel like that's a point we're here to really talk about in the studio. More often than not, people do not, the community and the society does not see sexual and gender-based violence as a human rights issue. On a daily basis, a woman, at most 3 girls, out of 5 in Nigeria have been raped or molested or sexually abused at different times. That number is high up there. Perhaps I should throw this to the guys. Why do you think sexual and gender-based violence is not so much, amidst the concerns, the fact that some states are already implementing the VAP Act, but making a law is different, is away from implementation, as it were. We currently have, I think, a sex offenders register that was recently launched. Why is it that when a woman is raped, it doesn't carry the kind of weight it should carry? A police officer might even ask me what I was wearing before I was raped. Perhaps anybody that wants to react to it, please.
I would like to talk about that. I mean, even though dressing is not an excuse for you to be raped, even though your dressing, how you dress doesn't matter. If somebody wants to rape you, I mean, he doesn't look after your way of dressing. But at the same time, I think there's a kind of lack of orientation to the young girls, which we need to. We need to enlighten them on how to, we need to enlighten them on how this thing works. If a man looks at you in this way, this is how you should do. And if a man is looking at you or is trying to approach you in this way, this is how you should do. And you enlighten them. Dressing is not an excuse, but we need to enlighten these young ladies about it.
Why must the body be on the lady? That it has to be educated, it has to be enlightened. Why must the body be on the lady, not on the men that are raping?
This rape thing almost happened to me when I was younger. When I was in, I think, primary 4, I was just a young girl. My parents were not home. I had a neighbor. He's always calling me, my wife. As a child, you just smile. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. And this day, I finished doing my assignment, and my mom was like, you just told me when you're done, go to Big Mommy's house, which wasn't far away. So I finished with everything, and I was just a young girl wearing a t-shirt and a shorts. I wasn't indecently dressed because I was a young child. And I was leaving, and this uncle came, my wife, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Big Mommy's house. He said, I like your hair, thank you. Before you know it, they're showing your favorite cartoon. And I was like, really? I went, and before you know it, I like your hair, I like this, and my grandma has already told me as a child, if a man touches you, you get pregnant.
That is one of the enlightenment I'm talking about.
Hold on.
One.
He said, if a man touches me, I'll get pregnant. So I had this issue that, oh, no, I don't want to get pregnant when I'm still a teenager. I want to do this. I want to achieve this. So when it was coming close, I was thinking, my grandma said, if a man touches you, you get pregnant. And this man tried to rape me. And what saved me was because I was still in school then, so they taught us all these rape things that in case anything happened, even if it means breaking the person's head, do anything to survive. And he pinned me down. Luckily, I did exactly what I was taught. I was not indecently dressed. What if I was not able to escape? I won't stand here and be telling this kind of story. So I think we need, not the girls, they need to teach these young men when they are growing up all these things. How to behave.
Apart from that,
not dressing, not being.
Let me tell you, the society matters a lot in Hamburg, because I stayed in Hamburg. When there was complete lockdown, a case of rape was reported in Hamburg. Now, and when they find out, they say, it was because the what do they call, prostitute station, that is, we call the sex center, commercial sex center, was locked. So then I said, okay, it may be as a result of the sex center being locked, that is why guys are now raping ladies, because they have wear. So immediately what the Hamburg government did, they now said, okay, let them open the sex center. But the ladies must wear masks, because I read some of the law. The ladies must wear masks. The guy going there for sex must wear masks. Now, this is in Nigeria.
Can I just ask you a question?
Yes.
The analogy you're sharing is that because there's a lockdown,
yes,
the commercial hotels are locked as well.
Yes.
A woman, women are now
they're not prone. Yes, they're not prone to rape.
She's to be raped. Is
no,
that what you're
she's
saying?
not supposed to be raped. But these guys now, they find out that may be because if, for instance, there is an avenue, that place is open, maybe that person might not have done it. So it must have gone. So the government, in our wisdom, decided to say, okay, let's open. Now look at Nigeria now. If you check out some of the Nigeria cases that have been dropped, some of them will tell you they committed the act under drugs. They were under drugs when they committed the act. Why some? I have seen 90 years, 80 years. All these are problems of the society. The society, you can never take away crime from a society as far as we're on this planet Earth.
But you can mitigate it. Society. It is an individual person. You have to
look at it.
No, you can't say
it is the society. The society, because of what? We are lag behind in everything.
Okay.
Now,
what if I was almost raped? Will I say that guy is society?
No, what I mean by the society, I mean by the society in terms of living.
Now, listen. So, like I said earlier,
there is no excuse for it.
In Nigeria, yes, we are religious. So I think the solution to all this problem is government still need to work with our religious leader. Because in church, they hardly talk about rape and they hardly talk about all the social advices.
They hardly talk about
so
sex.
What we talk about is money,
in the public.
money, and
to discuss about
give your life to Christ.
And that is
so are you saying that it is the church or the government that has to teach these young men not to rape people?
No, society in general.
Even though I said there is no excuse for rape, there is no excuse for rape, even though maybe the enlightenment I was talking about in the first place was this, we need to educate the young ladies and even the society in general.
Is it just young ladies?
Not young ladies, the society in general.
It does not apply to ladies alone.
There is no excuse for rape. There is no excuse for rape.
2 ladies attempted to rape me. But I came out of it. So if such
a guy that has been raped,
things like that are happening in the society,
there is no excuse for rape. There is no excuse for rape.
Give them the liberty. You find out that they say no commercial sex. That there should not be a state will tell you that there is nothing like commercial sex. No lady is permitted. People are doing it underground. And guys, it's a feelings that you cannot hide from. And some can control these feelings. Some cannot control these feelings. So when such a thing comes up, it depends if they are well taught, well groomed, and say this thing will come. All no borders on education. If Nigeria is well groomed in education, people will learn, people will know how to even address. Ladies will be equipped in defending themselves. The guys will also be equipped in how to distance themselves from such feelings once it comes around. Because sometimes it's a feelings that come. Some people don't have controls. Before you know, they fall into it.
Listen, feeling and whatever is not an excuse to rape somebody.
Yes.
It's not an excuse to rape somebody.
Yeah.
Raping is rape. You could be raped as a man. Yeah. And women are raped like multiple times. Like we have reports of women being raped. So there's no excuse for raping. Whether you are in the feeling or not in the feeling, you have no excuse to rape somebody.
There is no excuse that must be a reason
no excuse
to
for somebody.
There is no excuse
that is
that
the enlightenment I was talking about in the first place.
You must be able to address that reason and what causes it. If you are able to address it, you may be able to reduce it, but you cannot eliminate it completely. What I'm trying to say here is that if Nigeria educational system is functioning in the appropriate order, there will be a reduction in crime. Now there is surplus of crime because of what? Lack of unemployment rate. Even the ladies. What are you saying?
There are a lot of educated men that were caught raping young ladies. So education is not part of it.
I can tell
it could contribute, but not part of it.
In Niger State.
Education is not. There are a lot of educated people that were caught raping.
Your education. What do you mean by education?
Education. You are confusing education. I think
telling people how to what they need to know before time. You teach them. Yes.
The same professor. I mean, lecturers from university harassing young ladies.
Yes.
You know, so education is not an excuse.
The same imams, the same ladies.
The point I was making is you have no excuse to rape somebody. There's no excuse for raping. If you rape somebody, you must there's no excuse. You can't hide behind someone and hide yourself.
Thank you for your input. Can we have Sadautu has been itching to speak. Can we have comments from Fali, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy, for bringing me in. First of all, I want to clarify that when you discuss issues of rape, it has nothing to do with education. We have to get that out of this conversation. It's an issue of morality and how we think as individuals. And it's critical to recognize that some of these rapists are sick. They are actually sick, mentally sick, and they also need help. So the perspective or the conversation that it is a feeling and we should take care of it does not even arise. And you can't comfortably say that the ladies need to be trained. Ladies need to be trained in what exactly? So this goes back to what I was referencing earlier. It's a conversation of the values and morality that we have as individuals, irrespective of the education that we have. Education is just a pathway. It's not a solution to all of our challenges, of all of our problems as human beings. So it will be irresponsible for us, and I think even unfair on our society and our ladies to focus on saying ladies should be educated or should be better focused on how to dress amongst other things and men have feelings. And specifically to mention, I think our target should be now, how do we ensure all of these rape cases, now that we have the legal framework to challenge it, do not end up as hashtags or just mere conversations? Because this conversation line about, they are mere feelings that men have, of course, would almost make the issues seem irrelevant not only to society, but even more irrelevant to the prosecuting officers who have a responsibility to ensure that our rights and safety in the society is protected.
Thank you so much, Fali, for that. Thank you.
I think she mentioned
Uthman, you perhaps want to say something so we can wrap solutions from you.
Yeah. Solutions. So I think she mentioned something about men.
Hold on. Uthman wanted to say something.
Okay.
I think one of the solutions in the first place to combat the issue of rape in our society is for us to go back to the religious institution, and then again to the family specifically. Like one of the sisters in the studio had rightly pointed out how her mom or parent used to tell her that when a woman is touched, she gets pregnant. That culture of orientation, even though it's not the right thing, like it's not the real fact, but then it will build that consciousness in her to know that this is issues that has to deal with her sensitivity and future. The family has a long road to play, as well as the religious institution, we need to have a rethink on the mindset about rape. Rape culture is a mindset. Rape culture, we are what we think. A PhD holder can rape a girl of 6, 7, and to me, that is madness. So you must be psychologically imbalanced for you to do that. So to hold an argument that education has to be given priority in order to combat rape, I think the society and the whole world had gotten enough education, if education is really something that is going to help us in curbing the issue of rape in the society. The society is enough. Because if you look at our society right now, the society are even facing more ills than before when education was not that well known. And everybody can agree with that. So what we should be looking at is the religious institution, because these guys have a lot of activities in shaping public opinions. They have a lot of followers who believes in them, whether true or false, they believe in them. The family also has a lot. Your child will most likely to believe you when you are lying. So whatever you tell her, she's going to believe you. So that orientation must have to start from the family and the religious institution.
Thank you so much. Kola, your final take, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to corroborate what they were, both of them said, because I mentioned it earlier. Our religious leaders, they hold so much power in Nigeria, both Christian and Muslim. And if government can work with them in terms of orientating the society in terms of morally what is acceptable in the society, what is not, another. But if you look at Nigeria now, I'm a Christian, so what an average church preaches is prosperity, prosperity, prosperity, because that is our number one problem in Nigeria. We are so poor. So that's that about religious side. And the other side about mental health. Mental health is when I was in Nigeria, I've never thought about mental health, but during this COVID, I knew what was mental health, or what is called mental health, because of when the COVID just started. But back in Nigeria, I wouldn't consider myself saying I'm mentally challenged because of COVID, because when the COVID started, the news just bombarded us like, am I going to have COVID? But if I'm in Nigeria, I'll still continue going about my business. I won't even consider myself like, let me go and check myself and see if I'm mentally balanced and all that. So I think culturally, as a society, we still need to go back to our religious leader, because those guys, they hold so much power, because when election is coming, politicians go to them and meet them because they can sway people's opinion, and Nigeria, we are like 95% religious country and all that.
The same thing again comes to what I mean by education. Even
final takes, please.
Even in schools, if they are well sensitized, the ladies are well sensitized from primary to secondary. The guys are well sensitized. Do you know that some schools don't even talk about sex education? Even in secondary school level, they don't talk about sex education. So how do you teach these people this thing? How do you make them to know? You go. I'm talking from first-hand information. That you go to some parts, they don't even want to hear that thing, sex education. They don't want to talk about it. A lady who finished the whole secondary school, she has not been taught on how to manage herself. So how do you expect such society to grow?
I mean, not in all religions.
So you have to teach them.
There is a provision for that in Islam.
You have to, excuse me, please. You have to teach them. You have to teach them in the religion. You have to teach them in school. You have to teach them even in the family. Let all this issue come up. Let the children be carried along, and everything will be okay. But one thing I must stand up: you must educate the ladies. You must educate Nigerians, and that will reduce the problem of Nigeria.
My final take, is not all about the education. Right from the family, right from where you are worshiping, these are already put in place. Like in my house, I have more of the boys. They've been teaching them all this sex thing, all this rape. In churches where I worship, they teach the male child against this rape. They do the same thing. for the female. So by the time all this thing continues, I think there will be minimal cases of rape, which is already happening, against what you were saying, that they don't teach that. They are already teaching it.
There's provision for that.
So it's a gradual thing. And again, when they teach those people, you know, it is an individual education.
Thank you.
When you teach those people, it is not left to them. Maybe when they are, I don't know, they are mentally, I don't know, they still go.
You need to be enlightened.
They are still enlightened.
Morality.
Yes.
Education itself.
It's a moral.
Not education, the moral, the morality, not education, the morality.
Can we have your final take, please?
Okay, mine. I think if we should go back to the religious belief, I'm a Muslim, and I keep saying it, we have a way we teach the upcoming generation, starting from, let's say, with each year, like from 5 years, 6 years, we have how we impart the knowledge of how to take care of self. Like, for example, the first time you experience your period as a lady, not even before that, we have a way where we educate them on how to take care of themselves. Not only the ladies, even the boys, like what you should do in this step. If you experience this, this is what you should do. So I think we have that in Islam.
Yes.
We need to carry the religion and the religious people.
We're talking about real life.
I'm telling you, we have that.
Thank you.
We have that. I'm telling you, we have.
You cannot tell us that this is it. When you go to the farm, no, people are being oppressed. Ladies are being oppressed. Ladies don't have the right. They
We have it in Islam. Is the truth. I am saying we have it in Islam.
The end product is marriage.
All I am saying is we have it in the religion.
And from the north, you have a system where you tell you that the lady product is marriage. So what do you expect? They will not want to.
You are just. Can we have your final thoughts, please? Final thoughts.
Thank you so much, Mercy, for convening this conversation. I think as we move forward as a nation and as young people, we must recognize that our education only gives us more access. It doesn't define who we are. It doesn't take us away from the challenges that are within our society. And specifically when it comes to issues on rape and sexual and gender-based violence, not just us, but I think our mindset need a radical shift. The mindset of the society needs a radical shift towards understanding that the issue of rape is a persistent problem within our society, and those who are responsible for this act within society must be held accountable. Otherwise, we will keep pushing it as a cultural issue, amongst other things. And then finally, when it comes to the status of women in our society, I think as a country, Nigeria can do better in terms of the engagement and inclusion of women, not only in the decision-making processes, but also in how the affairs of the home are run, because it is at that point that we'll begin to change the mindset and the moral values that of young men and the young people we're raising, for the girls to understand that they have an equal footing in society, and also for the men and boys to understand that the woman is not below you, but an equal member of the home and an equal member of the society with you, who based on her rights, her intelligence, is able to achieve anything equally with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sadatu. I want to say thank you to Pius Ibrahim Onoja, who came in all the way from Hamburg. Abubakar Mohammed, thank you so much.
Abubakar Bello.
Kola Akintola.
Thank you.
A big thank you to you for your insight and, of course, your argument as well. Victoria Essien, you are brilliant as well. Thank you so much. Mr. Uthman Tochukwu, are you in Abuja?
Abuja. I'm in Abuja.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Abuja. I'm in Abuja.
All the way from Abuja. Thank you so much. And Fali Hamo Saadatu.
Thank you.
All the way from Abuja as well. Thank you so much for joining us. And thanks to our viewers for tuning in. We'll see you again next time. My name is Mercy Abang from Berlin. We're wrapping this up now. Bye-bye.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youths, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows. And for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the Lapa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. It started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work. And the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially, it was just in patches. And then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray cost 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight. And I administered it for a year and a half. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted a solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed. And I became suicidal as well. So at some point, I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day, and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015, when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet. and I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition. Like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online, and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video. You get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like, I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her. And then we took the race together and we continued the race. Then some other members joined and we grew to about 13 members. And in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is, and they really need to know. Because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness. Because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig. And nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle though? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have 2 parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. Then the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, does not want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow, because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia, because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family, because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized, because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her, and the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, And another thing is it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least what I would say, some studies have shown that it's one of the top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if we talk in the general population, maybe no. But if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get. And some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam, or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. At every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
A very good morning to you. You're welcome to the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Rome Paulson. Well, happy new month. It's the first day in the month of March. So today is Friday, the 1st of March. Can you believe how the time has flown? I mean, January and February went fast so quickly. And now we're in the month of March. I hope that the first quarter of your year has been off to a great start. And well, anything that you haven't achieved in January and February, just believe that you will achieve it in March, right? All right, today we're going to be looking at, some hot topics. One of them is why Nigeria needs decentralization by Wole Soyinka. Another is Wole Soyinka questioning Nigerian government's failure to prosecute Deborah Samuel's killers. Yeah, we'll also be taking some global stories making headline in the national dailies as well as some top trending stories as well. Well, but first, let's set the tone with our quote of the day. Just keep taking chances and having fun. And that is by Garth Brooks. He's an American singer and songwriter. And he says this morning, just keep taking chances and having fun. And yes, I mean, you need to have fun. That's the reason why we're giving you this quote today. It's Friday, so it's the weekend. The weekend is here, and it's time to, just let out your hair down and have fun. Keep taking chances. Anything that you can do, spot the opportunities, take chances, do not limit yourself. And while you're taking those chances, have fun with it. A lot of times, we're so fixated on whatever we want to do, and there's some form of pressure that comes with it. And so you never really think of the fun aspect of it. But then when you're doing stuff and you're not having fun, it's a little bit, it gives some form of restraint to you. So you can't even just spread your tentacles as much as you want. You can't really, express yourself as you would love to. And so that's why we're telling you this morning that you should just express yourself, take chances, seize every opportunity that you can get, and make sure that you're having fun with it. All right, let's move over to some top trending stories. Our first one this morning says, Power Minister seeks states involvement, says Abia enjoys 24 hours supply. Well, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has called on states to be involved in the country's power distribution and supply. He stated this on Wednesday during a meeting with a forum of commissioners of energy made up of energy commissioners in the country. The minister explained in a statement by his media aide, Bolaji Tunji, that the involvement of states would create a healthy rivalry akin to the days of regional government. Adelabu drew attention to Abia State, where Geometrics Power Limited has established a 188 megawatts power generating plant supplying and distributing power to between 7 and 8 local government areas in the state. The minister also reiterated the federal government's commitment to tackling the nation's power challenges. Adelabu said efforts are being put in place to address the challenges in the sector, urging Nigerians to be patient with the federal government. It revealed that the government has acquired about 10 mobile power substations that could be moved to places where there are challenges or disruption due to the fault on substation. On the substation, advising the state governments to get involved in distribution networks in their states and to also bridge the meter gap. Also speaking, the chairman of the forum, who's also the Commissioner of Power and Energy, Cross River State, Prince Eka Williams, reaffirmed the unflinching support towards the outstanding vision, ideas, and the electricity reforms of the federal government. He said that the Electricity Act has given the states the responsibility of running the affairs of their electricity needs. Well, this is amazing. It's amazing that Abia, Aba, as we even, call it, which is one of the most promising hub for, our economy, is, having 24-hour power. Who could have thought that we can have 24 hours power in Nigeria? Well, Aba has, set the tone for other states, and I think it's a good thing. I really, really would love to see other states, honing their own way and just having to spring up different, power substations. It would be nice if I can get 24 hours power in my own house. So I'm hoping Lagos State will be up to the task, but I'm really, really happy for Aba. Kudos to their government, who has, done this 188 megawatts power station. So it's amazing, and I just hope that other states can do that, and one day, Nigeria can have 24 hours power. All right, another top trending story this morning says Southeast nominee rejects Tinubu's appointment. A nominee for membership of the Central Bank of Nigeria Board of Directors, Urom Kalu Eke, has declined the offer, stating that he was currently engaged in the World Bank. This came to the fore during the Thursday plenary when the Senate began the process for the confirmation of the nominees. President Bola Tinubu had on February 13 forwarded the names of Urom and 4 others for confirmation as members of the board for the CBN. However, during the confirmation, former governor of Abia State, Senator Orji Kalu, APC Abia North, told the Senate that the person who is in his constituent had called him on the phone to reject the offer, noting that it would conflict with his present job as a consultant with the World Bank. Meanwhile, the Senate has confirmed the appointment of 4 other board members, board of directors of the CBN, forwarded to it by the president. Those confirmed by the Senate on Thursday as directors are Robert Agbede, Ado Yakubu Wanka, Professor Motala Sabo Sagagi, and Mrs. Muslimat Olanike Aliyu. The confirmation was sequel to the consideration of a report of the screening of the nominee presented by the chairman, Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance, and Other Financial Institutions by the chairman, Senator Adetokunbo Abiru, APC Lagos East. According to Abiru, the committee did not clear Urom Kalu AK from Abia because he failed to appear before the committee for screening. I'm sure he has his reasons, because one of the reasons cited was the fact that it was going to conflict with his current job, which is a consultancy job with the World Bank. And I'm sure that hopefully that slot will be filled really soon, because, there are 4 people, but we still need 1 more person. And my question now is, I hope when they get there, they do what's right, because our economy is dwindling. So it's not just creating a board of directors for the CBN. We need economic reforms. So as you're being appointed for this, please, we need all of your expertise. We need the experience, everything that you've garnered over the years. We need that to be able to move Nigeria forward economically. So creating the board of directors is amazing, is good, is nice on paper. But what's the economy going to be like? That's the question. So we hope that they go there and they do what's necessary for the growth of Nigeria. All right, our final top trending story this morning says House of Reps wants mandatory drug tests for secondary school students. The House of Representatives has called on the Federal Ministry of Education and the Federal Ministry of Health to collaborate and develop a mandatory drug test program for secondary school students in Nigeria. The House also urged the National Orientation Agency and National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, to increase awareness about substance abuse among secondary school students nationwide. The committees on basic education and services and healthcare services were mandated to ensure compliance and report back within 4 weeks for further legislative action. The House resolutions followed the adoption of a motion titled Need to Introduce Mandatory Drug Testing for Secondary School Students in Nigeria, sponsored by Honorable Moshood Olarewaju Oshun during plenary on Thursday. The House noted that the adolescence is a critical period for drug abuse, influenced by factors such as experimental curiosity, peer pressure, poor socioeconomic conditions at home, and the need for extra energy for daily activities. It also noted that the youths are critical stakeholders in fostering socioeconomic development in the country, and their vulnerability to societal vices necessitates strategic government intervention to secure their well-being and enhance their contributions to national development. The House worried that substance abuse among young people was fast becoming a global public health concern, gradually leading to complications like personality disorders, drug dependence, and death. It also worried that according to studies which showed a notable prevalence of drug and substance abuse across secondary schools in Nigeria, 1 in every 4 students aged between 15 and 19 years abuse substances, and codeine containing syrup and tramadol topped the list of drugs, ranking higher than cannabis. The House said it was aware that Random Students Drug Testing, RSDT, is a drug prevention program whereby students are tested for recent use of illegal substances and is aimed at deterring drug use and identifying students who need help with staying drug-free. The House said it was cognizant that a mandatory routine and random drug testing for students is for preventive and not punitive measures or purposes, and early intervention is crucial for achieving success in tackling the menace of substance abuse. Well, this is one that I really, really love. I love to see this because there is a drug problem in Nigeria, and I've said that so many times. There is a drug problem in Nigeria. A lot of the young people are, hooked on substance abuse. A lot of people, if you go down your street, someone is taking some form of codeine or tramadol. Well, in the past, you would see, things like cannabis, marijuana. Those were the things people were taking, but now they've moved over that. It's something that they can easily buy, and then you don't get to smell on their hands. You're not, smelling that old fumes of the smoke and stuff. You don't get a whiff. And so they just quickly take this and they get high. And there is a serious problem that we need to tackle, which is, the use of substance abuse. And these are young kids, people from age 15, sometimes even younger than that. Sometimes, as early as 12 years old, they're already exposed to these things and they start to take them. And before you know, they're dependent on it, they're hooked on it. And, having to stop it is, quite difficult. And so I love the fact that, the legislature is looking at this. This is in fact, these are things I would love to see, reforms that I would love to see that would help, our society, that will help the children as well. A lot of schools have, gone into this. So some universities, they do this random drug testing, but that's university. But guess what? From 15 years old, they've already started this even before they get to the university. So having to cut all of that, it's better to start from the root cause of the matter and say, okay, before you even get there to the university where we have to start testing you, we might as well just start now to ensure that we can cut this off and, have a better citizen, have a better children, have better children for the society, raising up good, knowledgeable, eloquent, smart kids that are not dependent on drugs. So kudos to the House of Reps. I love this, and I hope that, this pushes through. So yes, that's it for our top trending stories. We'll go on a short break. We'll look at the weather, and when we return, we'll be looking at what the national dailies are saying this morning. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And right now it's time for Off the Press to look at what the national dailies are saying this morning. And joining me to discuss the papers is Jide Johnson, is a chief lecturer at Nigerian Institute of Journalism, and is joining us from here in Lagos State. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining.
Good morning to our viewers all over the world. Happy New Month.
Happy New Month to you. Yeah. Glad to have you. All right, today we'll be starting with the Business NG. And, the first headline I want to take is up here is a small headline at the top. It says, economic hardship, PDP, LP, NNPP, others failing. And that was being said by Pat Utomi. What do you think about this? Do you think PDP, NNPP, LP should be blamed at this time? Because if they're saying they're failing, APC is currently the ruling party at the moment. So why is Pat Utomi coming out to say that the PDP, the Labour Party, and the NNPP, others are failing?
Well, I think what he's saying is that you need to provide constructive opposition, providing alternatives to what the present administration is doing. And if it's about that, and I think that the presidential candidate of PDP and that of the Labour Party, they've offered alternatives to what the present administration is doing, giving their own view as regards what they intend to do if they are the one in power. So as far as I'm concerned, the opposition has provided an alternative policy viewpoint. So I don't know the standpoint from which Professor Pat Utomi is making his judgment or is coming from, and I don't know how he came to that conclusion. Other than, I don't know what yardstick he used to come to that assertion that the opposition party are failing. What else do you expect from the opposition party to do, particularly this is even a presidential system of government, not a parliamentary system of government, which invariably they have an opportunity in the parliament to hear their views, to share their opinions and their policy options as the alternate government. In presidential system of government, you can only ventilate from the outside, not even within the floor of the national of the parliament, or having your own alternate government, your own alternate cabinet. So I don't know the standpoint from which Professor Pat Utomi is coming from. Probably it's from a different planet from which we are in, and that's why he's blaming the opposition party for what is happening. If you want to blame anybody, I think the entire blame should go to the APC. APC has been in power for 9 years. So what has Labour got to do with that? And what has PDP got to do with that? I don't know.
So speaking about parliamentary system of government, there's been a debate that Nigeria should move to a parliamentary system of government. Currently, we run a presidential system of government, but people are saying that a parliamentary system of government might just be better because, like you've pointed out, other parties who have been elected can go there and air out their views. So do you think maybe that would just be a good way for Nigeria?
Well, whatever system of government you practice, it's just about the actors and the players in the system and their willingness to comply with the basic rules and tenets that govern that system of government. Whether parliamentary or presidential, it's people that will practice it, and it is guided by rules, norms, values, and the constitution, which is the grand norms of the practice. So if you are looking at parliamentary system of government, then you talk about the entire restructuring of the country. That means that we will not have governors at the state. That means that we might even be going back to regional government rather than have 36 state governors. Probably we might be having six premiers and then probably mayor for Lagos and Abuja. As far as I'm concerned, whichever system we think is the Nigerians in totality should have a say in it. We could probably have a referendum to ask Nigerians whether we want a parliamentary system of government or presidential system. The presidential system of government, it is not the system, it is the way you operate the system that really matters. However, parliamentary system of government will give the opposition an opportunity to have an alternate government, and you compare the complexity and the diversity of the Nigerian nation. I think that we're well suited to a parliamentary system of government, because in presidential system of government, it's a zero sum, it's a winner takes all. But in parliamentary system of government, you tend to have the opposition having their own presence and having their own stay. In government, for example, we had operated the parliamentary system of government. In the last election, you discover that all parties, at least we have a presence in the national, as we speak, all parties have presence in the National Assembly, which is the legislature, and then in the executive, they also have some semblance of presence, because the parliament, which is the bedrock of parliamentary system of government, where the minister is first and foremost the lawmaker before he becomes the prime minister, first among the equal, among those he is selected to be in his cabinet. Then the opposition too will have that opportunity to have their own alternate cabinet. So it's something we can look at, because we have tried this presidential system of government for close to a quarter of a decade now, and it seems that everything seems to be completely centralized. Power is almost concentrated in one individual, and that individual is becoming bigger and bigger than every other institution in the country, and that's the president. That's the presidency. So the presidency is becoming more and more overwhelming with tremendous power. Sovereignty tends to reside now with the presidency and not with the people, and power is concentrated in the presidency and not among the three organs of government: the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. Invariably, we have seen that in modern times, the legislature has become an appendage, an extension of the executive, and also the judiciary has also become an appendage and extension of the judiciary, a situation whereby you see the head of the judiciary bound before the chairman of the national party and kowtowing, attending events called by governors, called by the executive. Is an indication that, well, one of the organs is supreme than every other organ. So I think parliamentary system of government will be an option, but Nigerians have to decide whether this is what they want or what they don't want. I don't want a situation whereby some group of intellectuals or some group of elites to sit down and say, okay, this is what we want for Nigeria. Because what we are practicing today, we're just 12 wise men sitting down in one place, reviewing what was done in the confab of 1995 and coming up with the 1999 constitution, in which even Obasanjo, that was sworn in as the first president of that constitution, did not even see the constitution the day he was sworn in. It was much more later that he saw the constitution with which he came to power. So it's a conversation we must have.
Well, so one thing that you said is the actors and the players in this. So regardless of whatever system of government, it's the same makeup of the people that are being elected. So regardless, if we want to have a better system of government, even in the presidential system, we can. It's just the makeup of the actors and the players. Anyway, so staying on the fact that, you know, the opposition parties are supposed to have an alternative solution for Nigerians, especially with what's going on. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, had said that the CBN's 22.75% interest rate will worsen the economic situation. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't know how do you want to build the economy with double-digit interest rate. I don't know how you intend to build the economy with double-digit interest rate. I don't know how you want to provide credit to build the base. The backbone of your economy is the productive sector, is the industrial sector, the capacity to grow your gross domestic product, and then in such a way that you can favorably compete by exporting whatever you have produced in excess in your country to other countries in order to earn foreign exchange, and by focusing on your comparative advantage in international trade. So I don't understand, and I don't know why the central bank will come up with this double-digit 22.1%, almost 25% interest rate. So if I want to go and get credit in order to start a business or to inject into my business, if I get a credit of 2 billion, that means I'll be paying the interest rate of 225 million. Who are those that are going to bear the brunt of the interest rate which I'm going to pay? It is the ordinary people. Invariably, you are also contributing to the inflation, because what do I do when I invest that? Excuse me, please. When I inject that into my businesses, I want to make back that money, and I be able to pay back the loan of the bank, so that the state does not come after me, just like the state of New York went after Donald Trump.
Well, so one thing that is a little bit worrisome for me is for people who do businesses, they told you that your markup, your profit margin should be about 30% thereabout. So if my markup is going to be about 30% and I need to pay back a loan of 22.75%, then how much am I really making? Why am I in business? What am I going to make any profit at all? So those are like questions that burning questions that I have, because I'm like, why am I even going to do this business? Or why would I even want to take a loan? And I expect that you're here as a government to help me. But anyways, moving on from that, this still has to do with some economic situation. Nigeria imposes annual levy on companies employing foreigners. So what do you think about this one, the fact that Nigeria is imposing annual levies on these companies?
Well, I think what this administration is good at is about imposing levy, imposing taxation, and removing a subsidy, and looking for a way. It's very clear then if you look at the antecedent of the president, if you look at where it's coming from, and if you look at the template with which Lagos State has operated, where he is the godfather and the benefactor of those that have succeeded him since 1999, you understand that it's a template about taxation, it's a template about levies, and it's a template about increasing the revenue base of the country, and without having a recourse to study the consequence.
But is that a right way to increase revenue?
No. It's without looking at the consequent effect it has on the overall economy. I can tell you for a fact, because I have an understanding of this particular implication. What was the implication of the various double taxation levies imposed by Lagos State government on the business sector and industrial sector in Lagos State? Just take a trip to Ikeja Industrial Estate, take a trip to Ilupeju Industrial Estate, and look at those estates and look at where those companies are. And then you take a trip to Lagos Ibadan Expressway, you look at your left between Lagos and Shagam and see the kind of companies springing up, or you go to Agbara Industrial Estate, or you go where company left Lagos to go to, and some of them left to go to Ghana. So the implication of this is that if there's overtaxation, people will look out for better places where they could do businesses. And now it's a competition between the states. And I just want to use an example. In the United States of America, there's double taxation in California, in New York, and you see a lot of businesses moving to Florida, moving to Tennessee, moving from Delaware to states whereby they enjoy tax relief havens, and that's the beauty. What government does is you create an enabling environment. You provide tax relief for people that are running businesses. One, they provide employment opportunity for your citizenry. Government cannot employ how many people can government employ in government established ministries and department of agencies? It is this private individual that have invested their money in the economy that actually employ the largest chunk of the people. So what they are providing service for you, for your citizen, and at the same time helping government to create employment opportunity, relieving the burden on government with respect to meeting up with the demands of the citizenry with regards to government providing them with employment opportunities. So if you want to tax them to death, you don't muzzle the ox. I see taxation as muzzle the ox. When in other climes they are trying to reduce the taxes imposed on businesses operating in their country, and they are trying to get best hand to handle their business so that the business can grow tremendously and they have opportunity to grow the economy, grow their businesses, and employ as many people as possible, reduce poverty and unemployment in the country. You don't stifle such with levies and the rest of it. And then if you are saying that you want to encourage foreign investment, you can't be saying that you're imposing heavy levies on expatriates or foreigners that are coming to your country to work. If I'm coming from India and I'm coming to invest in Nigeria, I'm coming from China, I'm coming to invest in Nigeria, I think there will be some Chinese or Indians or Americans, regardless of which nationals are coming to come and work here. So on one hand, government is saying that we are traveling all over the world to encourage foreign investment. Presently, the president has gone to Qatar. Now, if Qatar wants to make investment in Nigeria now, just like Qatar has made serious investment in the real estate businesses in United Kingdom, and Qatar is coming to do that in Nigeria, and you now say, okay, you can't bring your nationals. If you are bringing your nationals, we are going to impose this burden. I don't know, this countervailing policies that government comes up with, I don't understand whether there is synergy among all the agencies of government when it comes to encouraging businesses to come to Nigeria.
Well, let's see how that turns out. I'm going to take another headline, which is now the major headline on the Business NG, and it says, hardship, Soyinka backs Nigeria's decentralization as hunger, poverty persists. Now, taking it over to the Punch, the major headline on the Punch, because he was speaking at the 50th anniversary of the Punch, and it says, past confirms deceitful, Nigeria must decentralize, says Soyinka. The writers here are past confirmed, organizers not serious. Nigerians must negotiate their unity, and that is being said by the Nobel laureate. So what do you think about this? In 2014, former President Goodluck Jonathan had a national conference, bringing people from all political affiliations and just talking about restructuring the country. And some recommendations were made, but over a decade, there's still nothing to show for it. So what do you think about Soyinka coming out to say we need to decentralize? Because one of the things he even cited was security. What do you think about this?
Well, just truly, I was at that lecture from the beginning to the end, so I got a first-hand experience of what the Nobel laureate shared with respect to his views, and I love the gap that he threw. He threw the gap at those that are the aims of affairs. So it was a rude awakening to some of us that were there, considering some of the issues that he has raised in the last 1 year. And so I pointed out that whether what do we call restructuring or what have you, it's not about.
He says he prefers the word restructuring and decentralization.
It's about narrative, and he said that there's need for us to decentralize power. There's the need to give opportunities to Nigerians to determine what they want, and then if decentralization will lead to Nigeria disintegrating, and then it will save Nigerians from being hungry, then it is better for us to decentralize. That it's even better for Nigerians to die than for Nigeria to die than for Nigerians to die of hunger and poverty. And I seem to share his views and opinion with respect to this. Like I said earlier, there's too much power that we have concentrated at the center. On monthly basis, the governors will go to Abuja for the monthly fact meeting. It's not done anywhere in the world. You go on monthly basis, so you share the money for the state and the local government. So you have to all concentrate in Abuja. There's too much concentration of power in Abuja. There's the need for us to decentralize, and there's the need for us to give power to the other power centers at the local government and at the state level. And there's the need for us to domesticate some of the things we are doing at the national level. It is not good for you to have a centralized police system. You can't fight security with decentralized. The bureaucracy is just too much. You have to bring it down to community level, wherever you have some semblance of community policing. And he said that the challenge we have had is that there have been series of meetings we have had, series of confab we have had, but there's no sincerity on the part of those that have called for those meetings to implement. And then he said he hoped that those at the ends of our affair today will look at the issue of decentralization that's giving power back to the constituent units that made up the Nigerian nation. And I seem to share it was a well attended lecture, well delivered lecture, and then it was a wonderful experience for me as a person, and it was also a national discourse that should open up the conversation moving forward with respect to what the National Assembly, the 10th Assembly, will do with constitutional amendment, which has always been what they've been doing since, and which is also an opportunity for them to make money. Because when you set up the constitutional amendment, you send up different committees, they travel through the length and breadth of Nigeria, they get public hearing. At the end of the day, what effect does it have on the constitution that you have amended? And that's why I've said, regardless of whatever system we practice, it is not the system, it is the people that practice the system that makes the system to work.
Okay, so Wole Soyinka, Professor Wole Soyinka, a few months ago he had said that he's not going to judge President Tinubu's administration till he's a year in office. So him coming out to say this, talking about poverty and hunger in the land, talking about decentralization, is President Tinubu is still not a year in office? Do you think he should be talking about this now? Because we would have thought that, he would just stay to his words and say till 1 year in office.
Yeah, well, once you look at the platform, the moment you accept to be the guest lecturer of one of the major flagship newspaper we have in the country, which is the Punch newspaper, and going by the Punch, you should expect punches to be thrown at that level. So it is not out of place for Professor Wole Soyinka to throw some punches, because we had Punch 50th anniversary, and what
I like that.
So I think the platform provided the opportunity for him to cascade everything that he probably is been viewing, that he's been waiting till me to share with Nigerians, because the platform sometimes provides you with the opportunity to say some things which other platform might not put. Which better platform would you have had to say to give an overview of the entire Nigerian nation? It's about the narrative concerning the Nigerian nation, and then he provided a wonderful perspective in which drew participants from all political parties, both past and present, people that have been in government, people from academia, and people from the media industry. So it was a wonderful experience. I did enjoy my time, and it was a wonderful experience. So nobody should be surprised at the punch that was thrown by Professor Oliga. Even the compare for the program, two punches at the Oba of Lagos, and then 2 punches at Obasanjo and the rest of it. So it was a lively event. It was a eye-opener event. It was a time for reflection on where we were as a nation 50 years ago when Punch newspaper came into existence, and where we are now as a nation 50 years after. And moving forward, what are the things that we need to look at, and what are the things that we need to do with respect to our nationhood, the Nigerian question, which we have always run away from answering. And this is time for us to answer that question. We must, as a matter of fact, as a matter of urgency, address the Nigerian question. There is too much power in Abuja. We need to give power back to other power centers in the country.
All right, so speaking of things to look at, another thing to look at is the Oronsaye report. Reps raised 23-man panel on Oronsaye report demand review. What do you think about this one? Some people have come out to say that the report might just be outdated, that is not what we need at the moment, and proper review should be done before we can even say we want to adopt it. What do you think?
So if they are saying that the report is outdated, what do you say about 1999 Constitution?
That's a good one.
What do you see? What do you see? What do you see? What do you see about the holy books that two of the major faiths we have in the world they use as the basis of their worship, the Bible and the Quran? Are they outdated? Are they not relevant? The essence is that when you had that report, when you had that set up that committee, as something changed in Nigeria, government has changed. The structure of government still remains the same. We still practice presidential system of government. In actual sense, we have even have multiplicity of agencies being created, rather than reducing the agencies which we have. The agencies of government have multiplied rather than reduced. So what do? You look at the report and then you review the report and then you implement what the report is. One of the instructive things about the report is, for example, I give you, this is even personal to my heart, Federal Radio Corporation and Voice of Nigeria, and two agencies of government under the Ministry of Information, that it will be merged. So why should that not? Why should that not?
There's even the EFCC and the ICPC as well.
EFCC and ICPC. What is you can have different units under the same agency, one agency head, one headquarter. So all of these things, if you look at all of these, and then you have an understanding that, oh wow, there's a need for us to do that beyond the rhetorics of government, beyond taking away our attention and distracting us that government really wants to do something. Because what I've just seen is that, well, they threw that into the public domain to distract us a little, to let us know that where government is intending to do something, the Oronsaye report, government is going to implement it. And then the first thing you need to look at is to look at the entourage of the president that said in the week preceding his traveling to Qatar, and considering what he has said that moving forward, his entourage will not be more than 20 when he wants to go for travel. Then you look at his entourage to Qatar, and then you see government will say one thing on one hand, and government will be doing something differently. And that's why this government over time has lost confidence. People have lost confidence in government. Government has found it difficult to earn public trust and understanding. So the public does not have an understanding of what government is doing. As a result of that, the public opinion of government is at its lowest ebb.
Well, so I mean, for me, I love the fact that they are going to have to come together. For instance, the EFCC and the IPC, the FRCN. It's great, but I'm a bit concerned about people's jobs, because we know what the economy is saying right now. So people having to lose their jobs because if there is a duplicate agency, that means the moment they merge into one, two people are not going to have the same office or the same position. So what does that mean for other people, that have to lose their jobs? How are they going to bounce back is a question.
What about those that don't have jobs presently?
But then we're going to now have a lot more people that are without jobs.
What we are saying invariably is that people shouldn't be making this country at the expense of others. And once you have that merger and acquisition, it is those that are redundant. If it is not politicized, it is those that are redundant that will be excused from service, and those that have spent, let's say, 30 years, that remain 5 years for them to retire from the civil service, that will be paid off. We have had mergers of government agencies and the rest of it in the past. So people should not entertain any fears. Either goes to equity, or surely goes to equity with clean hands, and not be scared of anything. So if you have been diligent, dutiful, and disciplined in your conduct, in your respective assignment and duty schedule, you shouldn't be scared of what government. We need to do that. It's very clear that there is duplicity and multiplicity of agencies of government. Once you do that, then government creates an enabling environment for others to be absorbed into under sector. For example, what's the essence of NDDC and the Nigerian police? I'm asking you, what's the essence? the civil defense corps, and then the Nigerian. What's the difference?
There's even another one, kick against something, Kai. There's another one like that.
That's even Lagos. Kick against indiscipline in Lagos. Indiscipline, you had last month. And then you see the kick against discipline in Lagos going from one market or the other. Yeah. And then you have this what do they call these workers at the local government? We used to call them wuli wuli while we were young. So you see, you just create avenue for that's why the current expenditure of the government is higher than the capital expenditure in every budgetary allocations and budget plans that we have had, because you have too much personnel. Money that should have gone to developing the economy, building the economy, goes to pay salaries and wages and allowances to some few individuals that are making the system. If some people have to make sacrifices for us to move forward, I think it's time for us to do that.
All right. So let's still talk about the economy and how it is. President Tinubu was in Lagos, inaugurating the Red Line trains that we have in Lagos right now. And he said something. So on The Nation, the headline here says, Tinubu, Labour's constant strike calls unacceptable. So he took a jab at Labour and he says, how do you call for strikes in how many months? You can't be doing this, is unacceptable. What do you think about that? Do you think that's just mimicking them and saying, oh, yes, you're all talks and no action, because you come, you call a strike, and then you say, okay, we're back to negotiations, the strike is called off, and you see this happen repeatedly. What do you think? Do you think that now the government don't even, they don't respect labor as much as they should, because they know that the moment you call a strike, after a while, you will call it off regardless?
Well, I think that the president is just playing politics with labor, with what he said. It's not within the purview of his authority and power to say that labor, whatever labor is doing, is unacceptable to him. He's not an emperor. He's the president, and labor has its own rights to protest or to call for strike at any point in time, which they feel is necessary. But however, the actions of labor in the last 9 months have shown that they have been on serious element, quote unquote. That's my opinion, in the sense that they will call for the strike and they themselves will call off the strike. The president should even be commending labor that, they've called for strike, but they've not actually carried out those strikes, because my team are negotiating with them every time they want to go on strike. We find reasons to come together to ensure that things are resolved before it degenerated to strikes, lockouts, and vandalization and looting of properties. Because by the time you call for strikes and then it turns to rally, protest, and the rest of it gets out of control, with nobody having control over those other elements that will hijack all of this. So as far as I'm concerned, it was trying to gab at labor, and it should not embolden labor to take something which is drastic, which is not good for the economy. We want the economy to recover. Thank God the economy has not gone into recession, but at least the economy is in depression. So we need to understand that the way the people has given responsibility to have managed labor, to the extent that labor called off strike concerning removal of fuel subsidy, concerning providing palliative for the workers, concerning the minimum wage which they promised that is going to be reviewed, concerning the 35,000 which they promised they will pay to all federal workers across all levels, which they have not done, and labor yet has not gone on major full-blown strike. The president shouldn't be throwing garbage. He that lives in glass houses does not throw stones, because if you throw stones, if they respond to the stones which you throw, your house will crack.
All right, let's move over to some security matter as well. I would like to call it that. The Oni, right, has said something here. It's a small headline on The Nation. It says, it's time to protect yourselves with spiritual powers. Oni tells Obas. What do you think about this? Nigeria is not so great when it comes to security at the moment, and now we have to go spiritual. What do you think?
Well, I think that if you want to eat too, you don't need to eat physical food. You just provide yourself with spiritual power. to eat, to substitute for food. Yeah. Then if you want to travel, you don't need to use aeroplane. You don't need to use cars. You don't need to use those modern, and then you use Egbe. You know, since we have in Yoruba, we have Egbe. So if you want to travel to London, you just use Egbe. You just close your eyes, and then you use the spiritual power that will transport you from Nigeria to. Sometimes when these people talk, you just wonder what informs their thought pattern and how ridiculous sometimes some of the ideas they are coming up with. In this age and modern time, where he travels, they drive the best of the cars, they live in the best of the houses, they eat the best of the food, they have access to the best of Medicare, and they are not using, I'm not sure he uses Agbo all the time. There are some supplements that he's using. All you just need to do is to take a trip into his kitchen and into his dining room and dining space, and then you see what he eats and then what he drinks. And they are not drinking emu, they are drinking imported wine. They are drinking imported cognac. So not just ordinary whiskey. And then they are talking about spiritual power when it comes to security. Sometimes they take us for a fool and they take us for a ride. I don't. It's just that I've said it. I don't know which program which I said it, that we need to hold traditional rulers accountable for the issue of security. If you're a traditional ruler and your domain is not secured, what traditional authority do you have over that domain? If you don't have intelligence to help the intelligence agencies in fishing out the bad elements within your domain, and people in your domain are not coming up with intelligence to know. Look, I tell you for a fact, where you have insurgencies and where you have kidnapping and the rest of it, there are locals that are aiding and abetting these people. What are the locals doing with respect to providing security agencies with intelligence? And what are the traditional rulers themselves doing to provide security agencies with intelligence? And how have the traditional rulers win the trust and the confidence of the people, that the people will come to them and provide them with information that they can provide to security agencies in tackling the incessant security challenges we have in this country? So these are the areas you should be looking at, and these are the areas that traditional rulers should be looking at, rather than be talking that we should be using Ekpe and the rest of it to fortify ourselves. I don't know how many people that have access to it. I believe there are spiritual powers, there's no doubt about that. But the challenge we have in Africa is that it's not documented. All of these things were not documented, was not shared because it was not documented. We have lost track of all of these spiritual powers. The white people use their spiritual powers to create computer, which when I tell my students, what's the difference between putting water in calabash and then what we are doing through Zoom now, or painting the wall white, and then you call the image of somebody to appear. We have those spiritual powers, but it was not documented, it was not shared. So there's no difference between a Zoom or Skype or video call and then putting water in calabash and calling the image of somebody to talk to those person. But we didn't share it. Some people kept it to themselves. So there's nothing we can do about that. If the Oni has access to some of the spiritual powers, because it's the paramount ruler, is the progenitor of the Yoruba race, if you had access to it, let it become a common knowledge. Let them document it so that each and every one of us will have the Igbe. I wouldn't mind to have Igbe so that when I travel, I would just say, hey, boom, Ibadan. And then I found myself in Ibadan. And then I go to America. I'll just use Igbe to enter White House to shake Joe Biden's hand. Hey, President Biden.
That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Okay, let's move over to Nature News. The major headline here says Wike is set to inaugurate Africa's largest water park in Abuja. Is this what we should be talking about? We have an economy that is just, we don't know where we are. It's so unstable at the moment. And then the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, is talking about building the largest water park in Africa. Fine. Don't get me wrong. I know that this would, become a tourist attraction, but with tourism in every country, you need security for that. And security in Abuja is not even the best at the moment. So should we be talking about a water park or looking for how we can, just jumpstart our economy to ensure that it's thriving?
if you don't do projects, you don't make money in public service. That's the reality. And then look at them. And the major projects governors, even presidents over time have embarked upon on infrastructure and basic infrastructure. When government is coming to tell you that we've constructed roads, we've constructed bridges, we've constructed schools and the rest of it, they tell you about infrastructure, which I call the APC of public service and public governance, because all you just need to do, once the money is there, you give it to a simpleton who approves, come with the design, get the engineer, come with the design, and then there's money, you allocate funds to those projects. Anybody, quote unquote, any simpleton can get it done. The serious business of government in providing employment, in building the economy in such a way that you can grow the economy, that will enable private investors to invest, and you build the economy, you grow the economy, you create employment, you create employment opportunities for your citizenry, you invest in agriculture to have food security and the rest of it. We don't embark on that. You look at P.K. Style when he was governor of Rivers State, what are the projects that he embarked upon? Construction of roads and bridges and flyovers, rather. Construction of roads and flyovers. And that he has brought to Abuja again. Why does Abuja need the largest water park? What do we need that for? The major problem, as the Minister of FCT, what should be his priorities? The major problem which he has is to take care of the security of Abuja and restore Abuja back to its master plan. The water park is the parks in Abuja, are they fully utilized now? The present parks, because I recall when El-Rufai was minister, he created a lot of gardens. He tried to restore Abuja back to its former, to its proper master plan. And then there were a lot of gardens. The one in Abuja, are they being fully utilized now? Now to talk of creating an outlandish white elephant project, which require a lot of. So if you are building the largest water park in Africa, you get the largest fund for it. And then for the next 3 years, you keep budgeting for it because you have set an outlandish goal, and then it becomes a pipe bomb through which you siphon public funds. As far as I'm concerned, is it water park? Let me use the president gap. Now water park we go chop. Now water park people go chop, and I've been at water park to protect people for Abuja. I beg. Second base,
it's tourism, but yeah.
Immediate term. Let's go to second base.
Sometimes my concern here is, could it even be an ego play? Because when people come into power, most times they want to say, oh, I made this, I created this, this was my project. And so working in my head, I'm like, could it be that Wike wants to say, oh, I went to Abuja and this was me, I created this, just to have that legacy that, in years to come, they're like, oh, yes, Wike was the one who brought up this idea, executed it. Well, there's that. And there's also the part of just having to siphon money. Well, we never know. Anyways, this is where we have to drop in.
To what extent and to what purpose? Pet projects, behaving like kids, having pet projects. So public service is not for you to go after your pet project or to build your personal pride or image. It's about service.
I agree.
In the best interest of the people. Right. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much. It's always, a good time having you and just coming to share your valuable contributions. Thank you for reviewing the paper with me this morning.
It's a pleasure to share the platform with a beautiful lady, starting the month on a smiling note.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. All right, we'll be speaking to Jide Johnson, is a chief lecturer at Nigerian Institute of Journalism, who's joining us here in Lagos State. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And right now it's time for our first hot topic. Well, this one talks about why Nigeria needs decentralization. And that was being said by the Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka. Joining me to have a conversation in this is Nick Aguli. He's a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Nick. Thank you for joining me.
Good morning, and good morning to all of our viewers globally.
Yes, good morning. Okay, so our Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, had said, Nigeria needs decentralization, and he talked about things about poverty, hunger in the land, and that's the reason why we need decentralization. In fact, he had cited security matters as well, and he said, let's not talk about restructuring, we should talk more of reconfiguration and decentralization. First, do you agree with this statement?
I would say yes and no.
Okay, walk me through that.
No.
All
yes.
right.
So I would say yes in terms of returning powers to the subnational government. I would say no to splitting or breaking up Nigeria into different pieces. And the reason why I say no is that the recent history of African nations that has splitted, the end result has been war. So I hope that the Nobel laureate understands that the problem that Nigeria is facing now is political leaders who are not empathetic of the people, who take political office as a business where they can go in and finish being a governor, he wants to become a senator. And after that, he wants to contest for president. I hope the Nobel laureate understands that this is the biggest problem in Nigeria today. Political leaders who are not empathetic with the people, who think that political office is a tool to enrich themselves. If we split Nigeria under these kind of terms, to say all the 6 geopolitical zones, go your separate ways, and the political leaders that are going to those geopolitical zones are the same political leaders that are superintending over Nigeria now, nothing is going to change. Nothing. I can assure the Nobel laureate that nothing will change. So if, for instance, the Southeast today becomes a country of its own, and the governors of the Southeast are the governors that we have today in the Southeast, who are not delivering good governance, but filling their pocket. And the governors in the North Central are doing the same. Same with governors in the Southwest, South, Northeast, North Central. What's going to change? Nothing is going to change. So what the Nobel laureate must be advocating for is leadership recruitment. We need to get leadership recruitment right. In this same country, we have competent, compassionate leaders with capacity to do the job. The problem is that we are not putting them in office. And so the people who end up putting in office are not the ones who are going to do the job. So on that account, that will be my input in what the Nobel laureate has said. On the account of releasing power to the subnational government, I agree with him. I keep saying this thing that we call ourselves, our official name is the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And we are not operating a federation. We are actually operating a unitary system of government. So we call ourselves a Federal Republic, and we are practicing unitary system of government. Because you see, we have a constitution where about 68 or so items on that constitution are exclusively reserved to the federal government. What sort of federation is that? Like the United States, where we copy the democracy from, we know what the states can do. The states are in charge of their economies, they're in charge of their police, they're in charge of their, in fact, the states in America send money to the center. Not the other way around in Nigeria, where the federal government sends money to the states and local governments. So you can see the anomaly there, yeah? So on that count, I agree totally with the Nobel laureate that our constitution, in fact, you see, we don't have a constitution. The constitution begins with the words, we, the people of Nigeria, having agreed to come together as one nation, blah, blah, blah. Please, this constitution that we are operating now, when did the people of Nigeria come together to make this constitution? This constitution was handed down to us by the military rulers. And those military rulers, both General Babangida and General Abacha, they were intent on, we used to call it then, transmuting from khaki to agbada. So even as they wanted to wear agbada, they didn't want to release power to anybody. They wanted to hold on to maximum power, just like they were when they were in khaki. And that is the constitution that tragically we have operated for 25 years. So if we really want to get it right, we need to bend this constitution and actually fashion a constitution that will reflect us as a federal republic, a constitution where the local government will be empowered, the states will be empowered, and the federal government will only be dealing with about 6 items, which will be defense, foreign policy, monetary policy, and issuance of currency, issuance of passport, like that. That should only be the role of the federal government. Every other thing should be at the states. And in that case, you will not see development coming up, because it's not all states that are going to be this bad as we have a federal government. Because right now, if you have a president who is not delivering, the whole Nigeria will not deliver, because powers are rested in that president. But if you have 36 state governors with so much powers to develop their states, perhaps maybe about 20 of them can be delivering the goods. If the other 16 are not, but Nigeria will actually be a better place. So that's why I say yes or no in my response to what the Nobel laureate said.
So a lot of people have, always cited the fact that there is so much power in the center, and that the only way we can start to grow is to ensure we decentralize that power that is in the center. And from what you've said, you said yes and no. But now, so let's just say, okay, for instance, we have this decentralization. How can we start to benefit from it? Because decentralization is one thing, but are we going to benefit from it? So is there going to be more investors coming in for maybe the local investment of the state? Is there also going to be, maybe for instance, a state police that we've been talking about for a while, because that's also some form of decentralization of power from the IGP of police. So it's not just in the center. Is there going to be that? What other benefits can we start to see if we go ahead to implement this decentralization?
Benefits are going to be humongous. If we actually get a people-oriented constitution that devolves power as to the subnational governments, the state and local governments, the benefits are going to be humongous. Let me give you one example. Let's say security.
Yeah.
Today, we call the state governors the chief security officers of their states. But no commander, no single commander in that state reports to the governor. The commissioner of police reports to the IG, who reports to the president. The commander of the civil defense reports to the commandant of civil defense, who reports to the president. The commander of the DSS in that state reports to the DG of DSS, who reports to the president. All the security architecture in the state, they report to the federal. Yet we are calling the governor a chief security officer of his state. If we decentralize power and the states are now responsible for their security, you will now see that some state governors, even if it's not all of them, some state governors are going to invest heavily in security, get their police to work, both in terms of crime prevention and crime control if crime happens. And for those states, you begin to see a flood of investment coming to the state because people will feel safe going to those states. Right now, we have a single inspector general of police. If that inspector general of police is incompetent, is not effective, has no capacity, the entire 36 states and the FCT of the Nigerian police will be incompetent without capacity. Because one man sitting in Abuja, who is their leader, is incompetent. But if you have 36 state commissioners of police and the FCT, all of them reporting to their governors, you will see that some of them, if not most of them, are going to be doing the work of keeping their state safe. And that would then mean that parts of Nigeria will become much safer than what we have today. Let me give you an example. When states are being fed by the federal government, as it is happening today, you will expect that they will be lazy. Because even me, who is sitting here, if my father, even now that he's not alive, he has set up an endowment where every month I get like 5 to 10 million naira into my account. Do you think I will work? Will I work now? Why will I work? When 10 million naira alert is going to come every month, I will just be cruising. But if you allow states to generate their revenue and spend it, look, you will discover that every state will now start looking inwards. What do I have? If you go to the United States, you know, we heard the news, the tragic news of the chopper crash of that had on board the Access CEO of the Access Holdings. You know where they were going? They were going to Las Vegas. You know, do you know what happens in Las Vegas? Las Vegas is in a state called Nevada in the U.S. Do you know about this state? This state, for the benefit of our viewers who don't know, is desert land. The state is totally desert. The Nevada desert covers the state. So this state has no land, nothing to try and survive. You know what they did? Because there is no big papa at the federal government to send them money. They decided to develop tourism. And that is why you can go and make your money in the other states. Then you bring it to Las Vegas and spend it. And that money, so like you take $10,000 into Las Vegas, you will leave that money in Las Vegas and carry yourself and go back to wherever you're coming from. And that is how they are surviving. This is the kind of ingenuity that will come, even in states here in Nigeria. But once you leave them to their distance, like I'm in Benue State here, you know that no governor of Benue State in the past 25 years has given attention to agriculture. As I speak today,
and it's the food basket of the nation.
Yes, let me tell you that food basket is empty. That food basket is empty for twin problems.
Wow.
The first problem is that the farmers are using manual labor. And manual labor is not going to produce much. But even with the manual labor, a large swatch of farming communities have been driven away by insecurity from their farming communities. And the state governor has no police of his to send to go and clear the bandits, to allow the farmers to work. So if you decentralize power now and say that, Mr. Governor, you are in charge of your security. Of course, you know the state governor is going to invest in security to ensure that his state is safe.
Yeah.
And Mr. Governor will suddenly see the fertile land in his state and start investing in it so that he will start making money from the agriculture that will now be booming. Because he knows that there will be no money coming from the center. And if he doesn't take creative measures to survive, he will be dead. So this is the reason why the decentralization is going to be very good.
But when this happens, right, with what you've just cited, couldn't it be that some states will start to flourish, you know, even more than the others? How about, you know, states that cannot do so much, you know, agriculture or look for other things? I just don't want a situation whereby there's envy and rivalry between different states because they're not playing on the same field.
It's absolutely fine. It is better that in Nigeria we have some states that are doing better than others than to have a Nigeria totally that is not doing well. So in terms of holistic numbers, for us it's better that out of 36 states we have 20 doing well and 16 are not doing well instead of 36 that are not doing well now. So that is the kind of thing that will happen. But so once you decentralize and some states begin to do well, indigenes of the states that are not doing well will start putting pressure on their political leaders. Like say if Benue now industrializes agriculture and Benue is now producing a lot of food, their farmers are becoming millionaires and billionaires. And Nasarawa State, the neighboring state, or Taraba, is not doing same with their rich, fertile arable land. You know that the indigenes in those states will be putting pressure on their leaders. You say, why can't you see what's happening in Benue and then you leave us in poverty? That is what we need. We need citizens to put pressure on the elected representatives and leaders at all levels for us to enjoy this democracy.
Okay, but walk me through, with every implementation, right, there's always the people who would actually have that pushback and say, oh no, this is not what we want, this is not what we need. For instance, a lot of people have been talking about a parliamentary system of government instead of the presidential system of government. And you hear people say, oh no, that's not what we need. We like where we are. A lot of times people are scared to make any change in particular. So do you walk me through the potential challenges that could be with this? I mean, we're saying we need to decentralize, but are there potential challenges that we could possibly face when it comes to decentralization?
So for me, when people talk about parliamentary system and the presidential system that we're running, I try to make the analogy that a Mercedes-Benz and a BMW, they are both good cars, and they are serving those that buy them.
Yeah.
But if you have a bad driver, then it's regardless of which car you give him. If you give him a Mercedes-Benz, he will crash it.
Right.
If you give him a BMW, he will crash it.
That's right.
So this thing is more about the people operating the system. This same presidential system that doesn't seem to be working well for us is working well for the United States. And this where we actually want to copy it. The parliamentary system is also working in places like the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and all of that. You understand? Yeah. So it's not really about the system. It's about the operators of the system. So if Nigeria today switches from the presidential system to the parliamentary system, and we still have political leaders who don't understand their role as servants of the people, but rather they see themselves as using their political offices to corruptly enrich themselves, then we still corrupt the parliamentary system that we have. So that is one thing. That's the first thing. But if we now handle the operators, let's say we have competent operators now, we are taking care of that. I will always say the parliamentary system is a better system of government. Why? Because it's cheaper, it's more representative, and in a parliamentary system is where both the legislative arm of government and the executive arm of government are together. So that fosters government policy, makes it more seamless to operate, and all of that. In a parliamentary system, you don't actually have a presidential election. You don't have a presidential election. The Prime Minister of the UK didn't go about asking for voters to vote him as Prime Minister. He only went to his own constituency and sought the votes of his constituents who voted him to Parliament. But because he's the leader of the party that has the majority of MPs in Parliament, he automatically becomes Prime Minister. And every week on a Wednesday, he's on the soapbox. He's facing the opposition party. And imagine in Nigeria now, every week, President Tinubu is on one side, Atiku Abubakar, who came second in the election, is on the other side, and they are facing each other. Atiku Abubakar is challenging President Tinubu on his policies, and President Tinubu will feel so much under pressure.
Yeah.
The kind of things he will say, like his statement yesterday when he was commissioning
the
Lagos Red Line, where he now said Labour Union have not given him time, that in 9 months. Atiku Abubakar will run into him. We try to tear him apart, appealing to Nigerians to see a president who is insensitive, who is unsympathetic with their plight. So that is parliamentary system. And also in the parliamentary system, Atiku Abubakar as the opposition leader will also be a government employee. He will be provided with offices, he will be provided with everything that is needed to run his government as an opposition leader. So if President Tinubu has a minister for education, Atiku Abubakar will have a shadow minister for education, who is also being paid by government, of course, who is also an MP, having been elected to Parliament. So if Atiku Abubakar's Minister of Finance comes to, if President Tinubu's Minister of Finance comes to make a policy statement, Atiku Abubakar's shadow Minister of Finance will hold his own press conference and we give Nigerians the alternative view. So that's the parliamentary system. It's actually
all right. Let me take your final words on this whole decentralization. Okay. So I wanted to take your final words because we have to wrap it up now. So I wanted to take your final words on this whole decentralization. You had earlier said yes and no, but after having this conversation, what do you think we should do as a nation moving forward?
So my final words is that our name, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is not backed up by our constitution.
Yeah.
We have a name, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Our constitution is Unitary Republic of Nigeria. The area we take steps to sync our name and our constitution, the better. So we either have to agree that we change our name to the Unitary Republic of Nigeria to align with the constitution, or we change the constitution to a true federal system. A true federal system.
Well, there's a restructuring.
So
they're looking at. Sorry, excuse me. They are looking at just restructuring the constitution, and they said that should be ready in 2025. So that might just possibly happen.
They see what they are doing with the constitution. They are doing patching. They are patching the constitution here and there. What we need to do is that we just need to bend this constitution and have a truly federal constitution.
Right.
Some people say, well, let's have a constituent assembly, National Sovereign Conference. The National Assembly, as currently constituted, can also do it because they are representing all of us in Nigeria. This constitution they are patching here and there, we have been patching it for the past 25 years. It's not done the job. Well, we just need to have a federal constitution, a constitution that hands powers to the subnational government.
All right. Thank you so much. It was so nice having a conversation with you, Nick Agule. Thank you.
Thank you, and have a nice day.
You too, sir. Thank you. All right, so we've been speaking with Nick Agule. He's a public affairs analyst, and we're talking about decentralization because our Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, said Nigeria needs decentralization. Anyways, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll be looking at our next hot topic. Please stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Well, right now it's time for our next hot topic, and we're talking about Professor Wole Soyinka questioning the Nigerian government's failure to prosecute Deborah Samuel's killers. Joining us this morning to have a conversation about this is James Ibo. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us. He's a Secretary at Administration of Criminal Justice Monitoring Committee, Cross River State. Good morning.
Thank you for having me once again.
Okay. So I love the fact that, you're in the administration of criminal justice. So I'm sure you're going to shed more light into this. Professor Wole Soyinka, at the 50th anniversary of the Punch newspaper, said a lot of things. And one of the conversations he had was about the fact that over 2 years, Deborah Samuel's killers, nobody has been brought to justice. So everybody who was involved in that, having to, just lynch her because of some alleged blasphemy is still walking free in Nigeria. What do you think about this and the fact that he's coming out, is, attacking, not really attacking the government, but questioning them and asking why nobody has been brought to book?
Yes, I want to use this opportunity to commend Professor Wole Soyinka for being consistent in reminding state actors about their responsibility Remember, the business of government is basically to protect lives and property, and the life of Deborah Samuel Yakubu was taken without any justification by non-state actors who ought to have been prosecuted. Unfortunately, the state actors who are mandated by law to keep her alive, to protect her, and punish offenders to deter others from doing similar things, have failed. And I'm happy Wole Soyinka, has reminded them once again. This is not the first time he's reminding state actors, the government, they need to bring to book those who murdered Deborah Samuel Yakubu. This is not the first time. He has been very consistent almost every year. This is the second year, reminding the government that, look, justice has to be served. It is unfortunate we have a government that politicizes everything. This is the life of a young woman that was taken without any justification for a reason that one would say in the 21st century is very absurd.
Barbaric is the word you're looking for, barbaric.
Yes. Why should we in the 21st century murder somebody for so-called blasphemy? Assuming that there's justification to even prosecute her, the young men and women should not have taken laws into their hands. This shows you how the system has failed the people. We have, our systems are very weak. I remember when it happened, there was this show of some arrests being made, people arraigned, and it was
photo op?
I think, yes, I think it was just done to maybe calm frayed nerves, not calm the South or those who were protesting that justice should be served. And thereafter, they actually helped them escape justice. So the state government in Kano, the Nigerian police force, is complicit.
Okay, so why do you think that justice hasn't been served? This is 2 years, 24 months or more that we're talking about.
Somebody has been murdered and nobody has been convicted.
Yes.
They are not denying the fact that Deborah was murdered. We all watched the videos.
Yeah.
Horrible. I don't know how the family is coping with that trauma. And every person who knew her, how even the Christian community is also coping with that. What was her crime? So justice has not been served.
So why is it taking so long? That's my question. Why is it taking so long for justice to be served?
Because a section of this country believe that their God is superior than our constitution. That is the reason. If you go to the north, this is not the first killing. This will not be the last. A lot of Christians or non-Christians or even atheists have been killed extrajudicially or even put in jail by state actors for expressing their rights as guaranteed in the Constitution. And most times they manipulate the provisions of the penal code to suit their purpose.
Okay, so where do we go from here? Because we can say this, okay, some people say their religion is higher. You have the cases of Sharia law in the north. But for things like this, the act in itself is barbaric, and you would expect the government to do something about it. You cannot tell me that a religion is higher than, the rules and regulation that governs a nation. The laws, the Constitution of the Federal Republic should be supreme. And so if there's some form of barbaric, illegal act that happens where someone is being killed, because at the end of the day, in Nigeria, the government should protect the lives and properties of the nation, right, of people, of the citizens. So you're supposed to protect, you know how they say a person is a property of the state. So now someone has taken that property away from you unlawfully. Shouldn't they be doing something about this? Why are these people still roving around the city freely? Why is the government not doing anything or rising up? Does it have to take someone like Professor Wole Soyinka reminding them consistently before something is being done? And like you said, he reminded them last year. This is another year with the same form of consistency and nothing is being done. So at what point do we, get to see that these people will be brought to books?
I think the government lacks the political will. Government will look at the mood of the people within that area and decide whether to take action or not take action. Government themselves do not respect the laws of the land. So they pick and choose what to do, when to act and when not to act, which is a shame. It's a shame because our constitution, the Constitution of Nigeria, is the ground norm, and Chapter 4 clearly, one of the basic fundamental rights of the human person is the right to life. This life has been taken in a manner that is against the law. So why is it taking people, reminding them of their responsibility? So I want to use this opportunity to call on the president, who is the commander-in-chief, to be decisive in protecting lives and property, because these are the things that if it continues unabated, it can cause religious riots. Because the fact that the Christians in Sokoto are of the minority does not mean you should destroy them. It means where you have Christians at the majority, they will also want to exterminate the Muslims in their midst. So there must be a deliberate action to protect minorities in our communities. Both Christians in the north, where Muslims are dominating, and Muslims in the south, where Christians are dominating, atheists in the north and in the south, because they are of the minority. So there must be a deliberate government action to protect minority groups and sects in our communities.
Okay, so at this point,
I want to also use the opportunity to call on to talk about the issue of Mubarak. Mubarak was also arrested, and for two years, nobody heard about him. He was only arraigned 2 years after his arrest on the issue of also blasphemy. So there is double standard. The Muslims, our Muslim brothers should also realize that, look, it is important to protect the minority groups in their community.
Right. So how do we move forward as a nation, especially with the fact that, things like this happen and the government is not swinging into action? Do we need some civic responsibility societies or, people to actually come out to speak about this? But I know that Professor Wole Soyinka is, a highly respected man in this society. So at this point, what do we do?
I think, like I said, the Christian communities or minority groups generally should begin to organize and stop agonizing. Like Innocent Chukwuma will always say, we should start organizing during campaign and politicking. How do we assert ourselves? How do we get the politicians, the political elites to protect us in our communities? So we have to start organizing to assert ourselves until we feel safe in our own country. There is genocide, there is xenophobia of minority groups, atheists all in the country, Christians in the north, and Muslims in the south. All lives matter, and it is government's responsibility to keep us safe. So members of the House of Assembly in Sokoto, it is their responsibility to call out the government. It is the responsibility of National Assembly members to call out. Remember, Deborah Samuel Yakubu is a constituent.
Yeah.
And every government at every level in Nigeria has the responsibility to keep us safe or bring the killers to justice. So this is another opportunity, and I want to thank Plus TV for escalating it. We have to keep the conversation on until justice is served.
Yeah, we do. We definitely do. I was going to ask, so about the House of Representatives, do you think there should be some laws or bills that should be passed against this? Because you see this happen almost everywhere. For instance, right now it's even a case of blasphemy, but you go to the market, maybe someone steals a little cube of seasoning and the person is being lynched. You see this happen, jungle justice happen all the time. And this is not the first time, like you said, it would not be the last. For years, this kind of evil has been perpetuated in our society. How do we get to curb this menace?
This is a reflection of the weak institutions we have, our justice system. For instance, let's focus on the police.
Yeah.
The police is poorly funded, poorly equipped. Their capacity is so low that they cannot detect crime and respond to emergencies. They cannot. Their training is poor. Their take-home pay is very poor. Their equipment. Let me tell you, to be very frank, the police have set up toll gates. The police and the Nigerian military have set up two toll gates across the nation, and yet we have insecurities everywhere. They've set up toll gates extorting motorists.
Yeah.
Most police officers, how much are they paid with the inflation we have in this country? Their take-home pay cannot buy a half bag of rice. You saw the videos when customs were giving out 10,000 naira worth of rice, and you see soldiers and police officers scrambling for just half bag of rice.
Yes.
That shows you the situation in this country. All their uniforms, most of them, in fact, 90% of police officers buy their kits. They buy their uniforms. They buy everything they use to work. Where did they get the money? We give police vehicles. We don't care how those vehicles are serviced. We don't care how those vehicles are fueled.
They go ahead and ask citizens to fuel their vehicles for them.
Exactly. If you are arrested, if you report a case to the police, you are expected to fund the investigation. That is against the Evidence Act. Citizens are expected to fund criminal investigation and even criminal prosecution. That is very unfortunate. And that is a country set up to fail. I have always said that the police is at the center of every nation's civilization. You get it right with the police, you would have solved 70% of the Nigerian problem. We have to get it right with the police. How are we funding the police? How are we budgeting for the police? Can we ask the police, what is the cost of investigation in 2023? So we can estimate what their 2024 budget will look like. When their budget is made, what about releases?
Yeah. Well, I just hope that Deborah's killers will be brought to books, and we're always clamoring for justice in Nigeria. We want
the Inspector General of Police have to respond to the comment Wole Soyinka made.
Yes.
It is his responsibility.
Yeah.
He should come out to tell us that Mr. President is not willing to prosecute the killers.
Well, that's not even what we want. We want a situation whereby the killers will be prosecuted. We want a justice for Deborah Samuel Yakubu. Anyways, we want to say thank you for joining us and coming to shed light on this conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we've been speaking with James Iboh. He's the Secretary, Administration of Criminal Justice Monitoring Committee, Cross River State. And we've just been talking about the statement Wole Soyinka made at the 50th anniversary of the Punch newspaper, where he was questioning the Nigerian government's failure to prosecute Deborah Samuel Yakubu's killers. Anyways, this is the size of our show. This is where we have to wrap it up. It's been a great week having a breakfast with you. Thank you for having breakfast with me, and I'll see you again on Monday. My name is Rome Paulson. Have an amazing weekend.
been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Ezanabo Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been in, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true essay as an Abor couture piece.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Morphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
On my paintings are Kike Johnson, but I mean, yeah, I think so. Thinking about it now, I'm not even sure, but yeah, I think so. Most of them have my name on it, apart from my fashion brand though. My name is Kike Lomo Johnson. I am a visual artist and a fashion designer. My art is inspired by a lot of things, by Black women, by colors, animations, different things, a lot of things that like inspire me, but I naturally enjoy drawing Black women. I think it's amazing, yeah. Yeah, sometimes I have artist block where I want to draw something, but I can't, I just get like, okay, I don't know what to do, or I just get, it's just a block, you know, so sometimes I have to get out of that phase by either drawing something else or creating something different, or maybe getting inspiration from something else totally different from what I am doing at the moment. So that way I get inspired again and I get to draw and actually do something. Black women are amazing, number one. We have a lot of amazing features. You know, as an artist, there are different things I see. Like I can see someone's face and I'm like, oh my God, I need to draw that, the angle, you know, just different things on the face that makes it very interesting, you know, to visualize and to draw. You know, and then we have different skin tones. So it's just amazing to see how you can blend colors together to get a particular tone, you know, and you can have 5 different women with 5 totally different skin tones. And it's just, every time I see someone, I always look through, you know, look at those things, the shadow, the light, you know, and all of that. I think I enjoy the process most about expressing myself through art. I enjoy how it's done. I enjoy seeing the finished product. After spending like 6 hours drawing something, I'm like, okay, I think we're good to go, you know. I enjoy the entire process generally. I just like doing, so there are days where I don't want to create portraits. I draw maybe something minimal. I can do like a minimal line art. And it's okay, this is all I'm doing today. You know, and I enjoy the process of that. That might take me 30 minutes, but I still enjoy going through that process. The Nigerian art space is amazing. It's growing and it's just very broad now. There are a lot of opportunities for people like me in the industry. We are doing so many amazing things, from digital art to traditional art to even NFTs. You know, there's just so many things that Nigerian creatives are doing now that I think it's just amazing. To see that Nigeria went from not appreciating art as much to now appreciating art is a good thing. Love it. I actually wish I did go to an art school. I think that way maybe I'd have been like Picasso right now. But no, I didn't go to an art school. I learned everything myself. I've always loved drawing. When I was a child, I would draw Mickey Mouse. I would draw like just different cartoonish things, you know. So I've always enjoyed drawing. I've enjoyed the process. Yeah. All right. So for young female aspiring artists in Nigeria, I'll say they should go for it. I mean, in this industry, I've come to understand that there are not so many female artists as much as there are men, you know, so it's a good thing to see women want to become artists and actually do it. You know, one major thing is you just have to keep practicing, just get better at your craft, and that's it. Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities out there. Art has influenced my fashion in different ways, from colors to patterns to just creating something. Sometimes I just do a design, I'm like, okay, this is not what I wanted, but I guess we tried it, you know. So art for me is life. Everything around me is art. I look at every single object and I see shadows, I see lights, I'm looking at the way it's done, you know. So art has influenced my fashion in different ways, and I'm excited about that. I mean, I enjoy it. So in a few years, I see myself doing amazing things, bigger things than I'm doing now, you know, in the international workspace, nationally, and you know, just doing, I hope to have a major studio in a few years' time where, you know, anybody can just come to us and say, okay, I want to create this type of art, and we can have someone working in the studio create it. Different things, from animations to illustrations to different type of artwork.
It's a nation forged from the ruins of a fallen empire. A once poor country that in the early 2000s rose to become an economic success story. And whose leader, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, inspired hope.
He came to power saying he respected democracy.
Yet during his nearly two-decade rule, Erdogan has repeatedly attacked one of democracy's bedrock principles: freedom of the press.
So we started to see a crackdown on media.
It's resulted in fines, arrests, trials, and imprisonment for journalists who question the government.
There's no space for freedom of expression and free media in Turkey.
Many of Turkey's citizens have seen their lives changed during Erdogan's years in power. Their views reveal a highly polarized nation, divided by belief, by politics, and ethnicity. A nation where the mainstream media is controlled by the government, where dissent is suppressed, and democracy is under siege. November 3rd, 2002, Ankara, Turkey. Outside the Justice and Development Party headquarters, a crowd celebrates a stunning landslide victory in Turkey's national election. The party, known as the AKP, is the first with Islamist roots to win full control of the government in the nation's history. Its leader, a charismatic 48-year-old former mayor of Istanbul, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. His victory speech brims with confidence.
Demokrasinin daha sağlıklı çalışması için oy verdiniz. Sizler yönetemeyen bir demokrasiden yöneten bir demokrasiye geçiş için oy verdiniz.
Erdogan had formed the AKP only a year earlier. But Turkey's voters were ready for change.
Erdogan's election victory in 2002 followed a decade of immense political and economic instability in Turkey. The country suffered from triple-digit inflation in the 1990s, as well as cases of corruption that were aired out by the country's free press at the time. So the electorate was sick and tired of what looked like unending political crises, economic crises, and Erdogan's victory promised to bring in a breath of fresh air.
Erdogan's AKP platform proposed a series of democratic reforms, among them pledging to ease up on the news media, which had long been subject to government censorship. Turkey seemed poised for a new era.
There really was a lot of optimism in terms of issues that could be talked about, of what could be discussed on television, in the news, on the radio, even in the streets.
The AKP victory was especially welcomed in Kasimpasa, the working-class neighborhood in Istanbul where Erdogan grew up. It was then, and still is, an enclave where immigrants and conservative Turks from poor rural areas settle, hoping to find work and build a better life. For many here, that life centers around their Muslim faith. Among them, 90-year-old hotel owner Ismail Demircan, on his way to the local mosque where he worships, as he's done 5 times a day for over 30 years. Beneath the dome of the mosque, in the direction of Mecca, Ismail prays, steadfast in his commitment to his God, his country, and his president. Kasimpasa is also home to Ismail's daughter, Mehtap, who's 50 years old, married, with 3 grown daughters of her own. She handles the daily management of her father's hotel. Nearly 2 decades later, she remembers what election night 2002 meant for pious Muslims.
Bu bizim için Tayyip Erdoğan'ın zaferi oldu, bizim zaferimiz oldu. Çok şükür. Gerçekten hakiki demokrasi şimdi bugünümüz şartlarıyla demokrasi gerçekten var şimdi. Ama daha evvelden yoktu.
The Turkish Republic was born in 1923, following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Its founder, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, created a European-style state that excluded Islam and all religion from government. Secularism became Turkey's modern faith. Devout Muslims felt left behind. For decades, they lived as second-class citizens, often viewed as backward or even fanatical by their secularist countrymen. During the 1980s, women wearing the hijab, a headscarf expressing their faith, were banned from schools, government buildings, and college campuses. 18-year-old Mehtap was one of them.
Ben gençliğimde okuyamadım. Adam mini etekli girerken ben başörtüyle zararsız bir şekilde giremiyordum. Yo, böyle olmaz. Keşke diyorum mücahit olup savaşsaydım başörtü hakkında, okusaydım.
Without a college degree, Mehtap had few career options. She went to work at her father's hotel.
Mütasip mesela bir aileyiz. Çok güzel, alkolsüz, insanlara hizmet veren, dini yapıdan mütasip bir otel olarak gayet güzel, şimdiye kadar hiçbir sorun olmadı.
Kararlılıkla hayata geçireceğiz.
To Mehtap and her father, Erdogan is more than a boy from Kasimpasa who made good. He's an old family friend.
Tayyip abi babam küçüklüğünden beri tanır. O zaman da bir farklılık vardı diyor. Babamın işte sürekli Tayyip Bey'in gerçek bir lider. Adam dediğin duruşuyla, konuşmasıyla, hareketiyle belli olur. Adam dünyaya res çekti diyor mesela, çok hoşuna gidiyor. Onunla gurur duyuyor. Babam yani diyor ki Atatürk'ten sonra gelmiş geçmiş en büyük lider diyor.
In rising to the country's highest office, the unapologetically religious Erdogan placed Islam at the heart of public life, solidifying his stature among the faithful.
Tayyip Bey geldikten sonra zaten demokrasi geldi. Allah yer gök razı olsun. Gerçekten memnunuz. Her şeyinden memnunuz.
Erdogan's appeal wasn't based solely on religion. During his first term in power, he gave millions of Turks, including the poor and disadvantaged, a bigger slice of the country's economic pie.
He's lifted so many people out of poverty that I think he has therefore created a base of adoring worshippers who simply love him. Turks live much better when compared to the pre-Erdogan years.
And they expressed their gratitude at the ballot box. Voters rewarded Erdogan's AKP with national election victories in 2007 and then again in 2011. Western observers began to see Turkey as a democratic model for the Muslim world. But during this era of prosperity, Erdogan had begun chipping away at one of democracy's key pillars, freedom of the press. In 2004, a caricature set him off. Political cartoonist Musa Kart drew Erdogan as a cat entangled in a ball of wool. Erdogan sued Kart and the newspaper that printed the cartoon. The court ruled in Erdogan's favor and fined the cartoonist for publicly humiliating the prime minister. The decision was later reversed by Turkey's Supreme Court. But it would not be the last time a cartoonist and Erdogan clashed. Yet to some, it seemed at odds with the politician they thought they knew, since Erdogan himself had famously been persecuted for speaking out. In April 1998, as mayor of Istanbul, he was found guilty of reciting a poem deemed a threat to Turkey's secularist system. The day he began his sentence, hundreds of supporters accompanied him to the prison, where he spent 4 months behind bars, celebrated as a champion of free speech.
When Erdogan went to jail, it was not only that it solidified his base amongst his traditional supporters. I think that it made a lot of people in the population feel sympathetic to him, people who would have not normally been sympathetic to him, even leftists or secularists, because it was just seen as an injustice.
But once in control of the country, Erdogan's AKP went about suppressing dissent.
The government, as it got more entrenched in power, became increasingly intolerant of criticism. So we started to see a crackdown on media.
People from his party were calling editors and just saying, don't do this, don't write this, you know, I hope this isn't going to be your headline tomorrow. There had never been this situation where it was one political party that had so much power that they were able to determine what the press was doing the next day or what they were writing about.
Ece Tamalkaran, then a columnist for the newspaper Haberturk, was a casualty of this political pressure. She was fired after criticizing a government ban against reporting the accidental killing by the Turkish Air Force of over 30 Kurdish villagers, many of them children.
So the entire media was silent about the incident for over 24 hours. That made me angry. So I wrote 2 columns about the silence and why the silence was there. And the columns were directed at Mr. Erdogan. And I was the first political columnist fired from her job in the mainstream media because of political reasons. And then on, it happened so fast. The entire media was silenced.
The media silence would later grow deafening. Away from Turkey's urban centers, in the country's rural areas, religious beliefs and conservative values hold sway. Mehmet Çelik lives in the village of Karubasha, 260 miles southwest of Istanbul. The region's known for its olive groves and the olive oil that's made Turkey one of the top 5 producers in the world. Mehmet sees farming as his life's work.
Ben çiftçi olmak için doğmuşum diyebilirim. Zor bir mücadele. Tecrübeyle öğrenilen bir mücadele. Bunun herhangi bir okulu veya kısa yolu yok.
For many in the region, farming is a family affair. Mehmet's father, Mustafa, is in his late 50s and often helps his son in the fields. Mehmet is 34, married with a 2-year-old daughter. He's been an AKP supporter since his teens. The party's agricultural policies provide loans and subsidies to help farmers like him boost production and increase their income.
Çiftçi tarımda desteklenmeli. Bu açıdan bizim için önemli. Tarlaların, zeytinliklerin sürüm sırasında bize mazot desteği veriliyor. Tarlaların ekim sırasında gübre desteği veriliyor.
According to Mehmet, government programs during the 1990s, prior to the AKP taking power, were not much help to farmers.
90'lı yılları çok iyi biliriz. Lakin yüzü astarını geçiyordu. Verilen paraya dosya yaptırması bir dert. Onun prosedürünü yerine getirmesi çok zordu. Çok fazla yerden onayla alman gerekiyordu. Ve verilen para bu uğraşmaya değer miydi?
Altogether, the Çelik family owns 98 acres of land, devoting about 24 acres to growing a variety of crops.
O tatil, pazar, cuma bilmez. Hastalık bilmez. Bayram ve izin günü bilmez. İzni olmayan tek meslek.
In late summer, Mehmet works with his father harvesting corn to produce silage or feed for his dairy cows. He bought his harvester with the help of an AKP government loan program.
Dışarıdan başka bir arkadaşım makinesini kiralayarak yaptırıyordum. Sonra gittim bankaya başvurdum ve bana banka bu makineyi alabileceğini ve çok cüzi miktarlarda taksitlerle 5 sene içinde ödeyebileceğimi söyledi. Ve 5 yılın sonunda makine cebime kalıyor.
Though he's far from the center of power, Mehmet keeps a close watch on Turkish politics.
Ben genelde hep karşıt kanalları izlemeyi seviyorum. Açıkçası çünkü karşındakinin ne düşündüğünü onun gözüyle bakman lazım. Yalnız bu karşıtlık derken bunun düzeyli ve seviyeli olması gerekir. Bu karşıtlık itibarsızlaştırma çabalarına girmemesi gerekir.
He says freedom of the press is fine in principle, but insists there are limits to what journalists can write or say.
Basın özgürlüğü deyip ülkenin liderini de itibarsızlaştırmamak gerekiyor. Herhangi bir terörist vesaire suçlu ülkenin milli güvenliğine tehdit unsuruysa bu çabalar, itibarsızlaştırma çabaları, algı yaratma vesaire tarzı şeyler de bence gayet suçtur. Türkiye'de işte basın deyip istediğini yapacağın anlamına gelmiyor.
Since its first term in power, the AKP government has aimed to stifle reporting it sees as negative or critical. But it doesn't just target individual journalists. When the opposition newspaper, Hürriyet, reported on an AKP corruption scandal, the government retaliated, fining the paper's owners, Doğan Media, $2.5 billion for supposed tax evasion. Nearly bankrupted, the company had to sell 2 papers to an Erdogan ally.
So the tax investigations against Doğan Group really sent a signal that you shouldn't cross us, really, and that there would be new red lines that they would enforce.
Erdogan had punished one disloyal media outlet. But that was just the beginning. Later, he would prove his domination of the entire mainstream press. Şevket Şahintaş has been driving a cab in the streets of Istanbul for more than 30 years, often working the night shift. But no matter the hour, he finds his passengers are eager to talk politics.
Genelde hangi partili ve ekonominin durumunu nasıl buluyorsun? Eğer AK Parti seçmeni ise ülkenin iyi olduğunu anlatmaya çalışıyor bana. CHP seçmeni ise aslında eskiden her şeyin daha iyi olduğunu, işte ülkenin iyiye gitmediğini anlatmaya çalışır.
Şevket has long had doubts about Erdogan and the AKP.
Erdoğan'ı hiçbir zaman desteklemedim. 2002'de geldiklerinde gerçekten üzülmüştüm. Çünkü din söylemiyle gelen bir partinin bir ülkeyi daha iyi hale getirebileceğine asla inanmadım. Hala da inanmıyorum.
His skepticism peaked in May 2013. That's when a government plan to build a shopping mall in Istanbul's popular Gezi Park drew a small group of protesters that grew and grew.
They were, people from opposite factions of politics. The most colorful, carnivalesque protest you could ever see. And they wanted to tell the political power that they are not going to be enemies to each other, saying that we want to keep our solidarity. We don't want to give in to the polarization that is forced upon us by this political power.
An amateur photographer, Şevket was drawn to what was unfolding at Gezi Park. He took a week off work to document it.
Sesinin çıkmadığını düşünen bir kitle, kendisini vatandaş gibi görmediğini düşündüğü bir insana ben de varım eylemiydi belki de.
A tense calm prevailed for 2 days at the park. And then came the government's response.
The police cracked down viciously on the peaceful protesters. So they torched their tents, they beat them. Images are taken on camera phones, they're spread through the internet very quickly, and within a few days, you have uprisings in 80 out of 81 provinces in Turkey. What Erdogan sees this as, rightly so, is the first real challenge against his power.
Fearing government reprisals, many television news outlets continued with their regular daily programming instead of covering the protests live.
It was a striking experience. In some cases, be able to look out your window and see people protesting, maybe in some cases to see police firing tear gas canisters down the street, and your biggest news channel was showing a nature documentary.
Gezi olayları gösterilmemesini isteyen haliyle hükümetti ve göstermeyen basında onların her dediğini yaptığını böyle ispat etmiş oldu bence. Biz de galiba o olaylardan sonra o ana akım medyayı görmemeye başladık.
During the unrest, protesters turned to social media to share news. Şevket kept his camera focused on the turmoil.
Gezi eylemleri ilk başladığında o kadar ciddi, büyüyecek bir eylem olduğunu ben düşünmemiştim. Ama bu çok ciddi bir halk hareketine dönüştü.
The Gezi Park protests marked the birth of a grassroots anti-AKP movement defending the right to free expression.
Gezi Parkı benim için gerçekten çok önemliydi. Benim gibi düşünen bir sürü insan olduğunu görmek, hayata benim gibi bakan bir sürü insan olduğunu görmek beni çok mutlu etmişti. Artık daha fazla dinleneceğimizi, bundan sonra her şeyin eskisi gibi olmayacağını düşündüm ve çok da umut ettiğim kadar da iyi gitmedik.
Since the Gezi Park protest, there has been a very sharp polarization of society under the AKP. There's a sense that you're either with the AKP or you're not.
That polarization has heightened social and political tensions in the country. Since the mid-1980s, the Turkish army has fought the militant Kurdish group PKK, which seeks to establish an independent state in a region that includes southeast Turkey. The conflict has killed over 40,000 civilians and wounded untold numbers more. One opposition newspaper, Özgür Gündem, had for years reported on Kurdish issues, and because of it, was a target of the Erdogan government.
Terör propagandası, işte örgüt gazetesi, işte bölücü gazete, hain gazete, bu tarz argümanlarla çok taşlandı bu gazete. Ama aslında zaten yani yapması gereken şey yapmıştı gazete.
Zozan Butun is a 26-year-old Kurd who grew up reading Özgür Gündem in southeastern Turkey. She now works in an Istanbul bookstore.
Kürtlerin bir sesi yok aslında. Bizim de sesimiz vardı, bizim de acılarımız, bizim de çığlıklarımız vardı, bizim de realitelerimiz vardı ve bu realiteler diğer basınlarda yer almıyordu. Haliyle Özgür Gündem bunlara ses oldu. Kürt basın tarihinde çok önemli bir yere sahip.
Starting on May 3rd, 2016, International Press Freedom Day, Özgür Gündem launched a freedom of expression campaign. Its purpose, to protest the relentless government pressure and defend freedom of the press. More than 50 journalists and activists volunteered to serve as guest editors for a day in support of the newspaper. But soon, the Erdogan government cracked down, investigating and arresting volunteers, jailing some, and accusing them of spreading terrorist propaganda. Protesters denounced the censorship. Trials were set for the fall of 2016. But then came July 15th.
Tonight, we are monitoring that military coup underway in Turkey.
A faction in the military decided Erdogan had to go. The control of Turkey seemed up for grabs.
Burada ilk kez çoluk çocukla birlikte Bodrum'a gitmiştik. Bodrum dönüşünde işte bir anda geceleyin bir anda bir uçak gürültüsüyle aynı Allah'ım dedim ne oluyor dünyanın sonu geldi herhalde.
With his hold on power threatened, Erdogan turned to social media, urging his supporters to take to the streets against the enemy. They did, with a fury. Amid the roar of F-16s overhead and bombs exploding, came haunting sounds issuing from the mosques. A prayer known as a Sela.
It's a certain prayer that we do after death, like, death of someone. That night, calling people to resist a coup through prayers was something completely unprecedented, and it was the clear sign that this country will be more Islamized from this day on.
Within 12 hours, the coup attempt was broken. More than 250 people died. Thousands were injured.
Bu Fethullahçı terör örgütünün attığı adım karşılığını bulmuştur.
Erdogan accused a former political ally of masterminding the attempted coup, and he declared a state of emergency that suspended rights and freedoms, giving him absolute power. The government purged some 130,000 civil servants, professors, lawyers, and police officials. 170 news outlets were shut down. Journalists were accused of terrorism, arrested and detained. Among them were reporters at Cumhuriyet, Turkey's leading opposition newspaper. Charged with aiding a terrorist organization, many spent months in jail awaiting trial. Sketch artists captured the drama in court.
The Cumhuriyet trial as a whole is an entirely bogus and outrageous trial where journalists for this liberal secularist newspaper were basically described as terrorists. And the sentences they got were all about aiding terrorist organizations, but no evidence to support this outrageous charge.
4 years later, the failed coup is history. Yet the Erdogan government continues to police what citizens see, hear, or read. In today's Turkey, online media have become more dominant and influential.
And that's why the last battlegrounds for the government is the internet. And that's why they're keen to control information flow on social media platforms and on the internet.
Türkiye'de ve Türkiye'den daha kötü olan demokrasi olarak ülkelerde internetin çok büyük bir kurtarıcı olduğunu inanıyorum. Gazeteler satın alındı, televizyonlar satın alındı ama internetin sayesinde halk gerçekleri ve kendi okumak istedikleri, takip etmek istedikleri insanları takip edebilme imkanına kavuştular.
The Turkish government has been brazen in restricting digital media, blocking access to sites like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and arresting users, including journalists, for posting comments it alleges are critical or in support of terrorism. No one has been beyond the government's reach, including some well-known figures like Attila Taş.
Every day I'm coming here, I'm giving my fingerprints, and now I'm free for one day. Yeah, that's the free Turkey, man. That's the free Turkey.
A former singer turned popular online personality, Taş has a history of tweeting criticism of the government. After the failed coup, he was arrested and faced over 3 years in prison, charged with aiding a terrorist organization. He spent nearly a year behind bars, awaiting trial.
Hücreye koydular beni tek başıma ve ben 10 gün boyunca o hücrede tek başıma vakit geçirmek zorunda kaldım. Bir ara çıldıracağımı hissettim. Kendi kendimle konuşmaya başladım. Gerçekten çok zor. Yani hapishanede çıldırmak, dellenmek, kafanızı, aklınızı kaybetmek çok kolay. Bu kadar kolay.
Turkey consistently ranks at or near the top among nations that imprison journalists for their reporting. Even some of Erdogan's supporters think the government goes too far.
Neden atısı ya? Günahtır. Neden? O zaman demokrasi olmuyor ki. Tabii ki de eleştirecekler. Eleştirirseler bir şeyler kazanırız. Ama öteki türlü tabii ki de bir gazeteci bir insanın şahsına, özeline giriyorsa tamam. Ama yine de hapis cezasına gerek yok. Günah. Onların da çoluk çocuğu var. Onların da bir yaşamı var.
In Turkey's polarized political climate, threats of any kind are not to be ignored.
İyi akşamlar. Ben Fatih Portakal. Türkiye'nin en farklı ana haber bültenine hoş geldiniz sevgili izleyenler. Bugün
Fatih Portakal knows this all too well. For years, he's anchored a highly rated daily news show on Fox Haber TV. His commentaries draw viewers from across the political spectrum.
Gerçekleri söylediğine inandığım için takip ediyorum. Parti karşıtı, AK Parti işte düşmanı falan olduğunu düşünmüyorum. Gerçekleri söylüyor ve ben onun gerçekleri söylediğine büyük bir yüreklilikle söylediğine inanıyorum.
benim yaptığım burada diğer ana haber bültenlerinden farklı olarak ben konuşuyorum. Benim yaptığım bu. İnsanlar belki de bu hoşlarına gidiyor. Yani çok fazla konuşan bir insanın olmadığı, çok fazla yazan insan olmadığı bir ülkede ben bu insanların belki de duygularına tercümanlık yapıyorum.
Portakal's opinions have put him in the crosshairs of Turkey's most powerful man. At a 2018 rally, Erdogan aimed a thinly disguised threat at Portugal, whose last name means orange in Turkish.
Birileri çıkmış. Portakal mıdır, mandalina mıdır, narenciye midir, nedir? Sokağa çağırıyor. Sokağa çağırıyor. Haddini bil, haddini. Bilmezsen haddini, bu millet patlatır enseni.
Erdogan's threat worked.
Onu izleyen 1,5-2 aylık süreç içerisinde tamamen bir fanus hayatı yaşadı. İş, ev, ev, iş. Çünkü toplumun veya bireyin nasıl refleks vereceğini bilemiyorsunuz, kestiremiyorsunuz artık. Yani çılgınca bir hareket yapabilir, belki hiçbir şey yapmayabilir. Sadece kendinizi biraz daha koruma altına alıyorsunuz.
Yapması gereken aslında oydu ve onu yaptı.
But not all journalists have a large audience, like Portugal's, to protect them. Before she worked in a bookstore, Zozan Butun reported on politics for an internet news company. In 2017, she was arrested in a government raid and jailed for a week without being told of the charges against her.
Zor bir süreçti aslında. Alan küçücük bir alan var, rahatsız yataklar var. Zaten yaz ayı olduğu için çok sıcaktı. Yatağa yatıyordunuz, kalktığınız zaman yatak işte sırt bölgeniz, kolunuz o yatağa yapışmış bir şekilde kalkıyordu ve çektiğiniz an zaten vücut yanmaya başlıyordu. Şöyle ufak ufak kızarıklıklar oluyordu.
Zozan endured her time in jail by singing Kurdish folk songs. Authorities ultimately charged her with spreading terrorist propaganda without supplying evidence of her having ties to a terrorist group. It led her to make a difficult decision.
Şimdi şunu fark ettim. Hiçbir şey yapmamama rağmen gözaltına alınıp 7 gün kaldıysam, eğer ben bir şey yaparsam bayağı cezaevi yatacağımı farkındaydım. Bu ülkede gazeteciliğin yapılamayacağını anladım. Yapılsa bile belli başlı noktalarda taraf tutmam gerektiğini de farkındaydım. Bu tarafı da ben kabul etmek istemedim ve gazetecilik yapmamaya karar verdim.
Today, Zozan's building a career as a singer of traditional Kurdish songs. Her way of keeping the culture alive. She performs in local clubs and has a large social media following, including many outside Turkey.
Çünkü ben müziğin her zaman birleştirici ve iyileştirici olma yönüne inandım. Kendimi çok rahat bir şekilde, en net ve dokunaklı bir şekilde anlattığım tek alan aslında müzik.
Yet while Zozan's free to sing, she's still confined. 3 years after her arrest, the court has not decided her case. She's banned from leaving the country, keeping her from accepting offers to perform in Europe.
Bu benim çok zoruma gitmişti zaten. Bir şey oluyor, gidemiyorsun. Sadece ülke sınırları içerisinde dolaştırılan bir açık cezaevi gibi düşünüyorum. Bu da aslında kısmi esaret oluyor. Evet, bu Türkiye'den, işte İstanbul'dan Van'a gidebiliyorum veya İstanbul'dan başka bir şehre gidebiliyorum ama Türkiye'den çıkıp bambaşka bir ülkeye gidemiyorum. Biraz böyle. Aslında bir zincir var. O zincir sadece ülke sınırları içerisine kadar genişletilmiş. Onun dışına gittiğin zaman oradan seni tutup çekiyor. Gel sen buraya, gidemezsin.
Zozan's future is in limbo, just like Ece Temelkoran's. After being fired from her job at Haberturk for criticizing Erdogan, Ece remained in Turkey. But during the 2016 post-coup purges, she left, choosing self-exile in Croatia to the constant fear of living in Istanbul.
When I came to Zagreb, I made a decision to freeze my emotions because losing a home is like nothing else. It disorients you in a way.
Away from family and friends, locked outside of Turkey, Ece's life is a mirror image of Zozan's.
Oppressive regimes imprison you in several ways. They imprison some people and they cannot, go out of the actual prison. But then they create another bigger prison in the country that you cannot leave the country. And I am kind of imprisoned outside Turkey, and I cannot go back to my home country.
Turkey's media landscape grows increasingly dark. Some journalists have fled to the internet and social media, the last open spaces for public debate and free speech. But the digital realm may not be a haven for long. The Erdogan government has tightened internet censorship, passing a new law that controls social media with fines and the removal of content it considers offensive. It also requires social media companies to maintain offices and store user data inside Turkey, which raises privacy concerns. The scope of the law is unprecedented.
Everyone knows about the struggle for freedom of expression and free media in Turkey, but the magnitude of the problems we have here is not known by many. Over 243,000 websites are currently blocked from Turkey, and over 150,000 news articles or URL addresses are currently blocked. Over 12,000 blocking decisions are issued every year, and over 1,500 Twitter accounts are blocked from Turkey. This is the country we live in.
What's to become of a nation whose government prosecutes those who speak out? Those who ask questions and refuse to remain silent. Press freedom is enshrined in Turkey's constitution, though there have always been limits. In the nation's history, civil and military leaders have exploited those limits, punishing journalists for allegedly endangering national security or for supporting terrorism. The Erdogan government has taken it to the extreme, seeking to curtail free speech and outlaw opposing views. Now the question is not only whether freedom of the press will survive in Turkey, but whether the country's democracy itself will survive.
I left Nigeria back as far as 2012, and it was a very funny story. As you can see from my social media pages, my best food is amala. So I worked after work. I'm a medical doctor, full-time doctor. After work, I went to this famous place in Oshogbo where they have amala just next to my hospital. So while I was there, I sat down with the food, and then I saw this newspaper advert saying doctors needed urgently in Saudi Arabia. So I abandoned my plate of amala. The rewards were just amazing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, free accommodation, free flights. I was earning, you know, I was going to earn like times 20, you know, of what I earned at the time, in dollars as well. So I packed my bags, went home, packed my bags off to Lagos. I was at the Ikeja for the interview. Like immediately? Immediately, I left the Amala, went home, packed my bags, and off I went to Lagos. The next day I went for the interview, did the interview. There were loads and loads of people there. Did the interview and got picked, and I was on my way to Saudi Arabia. So from Nigeria, I worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and then I walked around the Middle East, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, and from there, while I was working, I was writing my exams to work in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. So from there, I got a lecturing position in the UK, and then I was able to pass my exams within that time. So I got my licenses to be able to practice in Europe. So at the moment, I can practice in Europe, I can practice in New Zealand, I can practice in the Middle East, and of course in Nigeria as well. So my journey hasn't been straightforward. My journey has been from Nigeria, scattered around the Middle East and then Europe. The first culture shock I faced was I landed on a Thursday and obviously Friday, but it didn't click that Friday was a day to be respected in the Middle East, in the Muslim society. So I got up, was looking for food. I got out of my house, and after walking for like 5 minutes, it still didn't click that I was the only one in the environment, okay? So after walking about, say, 500 meters, I suddenly saw a car just drove in front of me and blocked me, and then I saw all these guys in beards just came, and of course I didn't. So the guy just came and said, "What are you doing out here? It's Friday. You're supposed to be praying." I'm like, I paused, and then he says, "Okay, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" "Yeah, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" I swear I didn't know whether to say Muslim or Christian because I didn't know what was going to happen. If you say Christian and they start flogging you, if you say Muslim, why are you not in the mosque? So I paused, and the guy said, "Bring out your Ikama." I showed him my Ikama, which is like a resident permit. That shows your religion, so it shows I'm a Christian. And then he said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I just got into Saudi yesterday. I don't know what's going on." Then he said, "Well, today's Friday, Jumat. You have to be praying. If you're not praying, you respect it. Stay in your house between this period." So I said, "Okay." He said, "Everywhere is closed. You can't even get food." So I said, "I'm sorry. I will walk back right now." And then another one that was amazing, even though I was a doctor, I couldn't speak to female patients. So if a man comes in with a woman and the woman is the one with the problem, you cannot talk face to face to her. You cannot ask her. You have to ask the husband, say, "Okay, why have you brought this woman here?" And then the husband would. So my first experience, I spoke to this woman who had a breast lump, and I was talking. The husband was just looking at me. So when I finished, he was answering me, and when I finished, the guy just lost it. "How can you be talking to my wife?" I was like, I'm not toasting your wife, guy. You know, calm down. So the medical director had to give me an education, you know, yeah. So we were able to just placate the guy at that time. So that was one culture shock for me as well. I've traveled a lot of countries. I've seen 50 different countries now. I would say that in Europe, okay, so some very interesting ones. When I got to Europe, I was in my house, just sitting on my own. And friends said, "Come on, there's this birthday party happening. Let's go and eat." I said, "Birthday party? Oh yeah, let's go now. Where's the venue?" So I went to the venue. We ate, we ordered, ate everything, finished. Birthday party. At the end of the day, the celebrant came and said, "This is the bill." And in my head, I'm thinking, bill for what? I should pay that you invite. I was in my house. I was in my house. You invited me. I came to eat. Now I have to pay the bill. So that was one. The second one was, of course, driving. In Nigeria, you're on the left side, but in the UK, you're on the right side. So that was another culture shock for me in Europe. Okay. It's important to state that I always talk about the way to live legally within the legal bounds without violating any international laws, which is opposed to what people do, most people do. And if you notice very well, people live, you know, it's upward movement. You're living from poorer countries to rich countries. And interestingly, it's not as if the people who leave their countries illegally, generally speaking now, are not the poorest of the poorest when you put the standard of their country into context. They're not the poorest of the poorest. But because they're looking for better opportunities, they're looking for a place where they will get, you know, larger finances, a better standard of living, education, good access to health. That's why they're leaving. So they don't care how they do it. So long as the promises, you know, they've been given good promises, then they just take that pathway. I always use my social media handles on Instagram, on YouTube, Waka Waka Doctor, to tell people of the legal ways. And the reason why people most times don't want to follow this pathway is because I would say it's inherent laziness, because you have to do the work. You know, this illegal pathway, they're possibly going to say, pay this amount of money, we will just move you across the border. But they don't consider the consequences that come with it. This way that I preach involves a lot of, you know, work. You have to do a lot of work. So it means that you have to do research, you have to make applications, you have to pay little amount of fees, and then get the end result. So if you're not open to working, I give tips, I point you towards the right direction, but if you're not open to working, then it becomes a difficult task for you. So the easiest way is to keep educating ourselves. We keep educating these people and passing the information across. And I mean, this is one thing I'm doing now, and it's one thing I've been doing for the last 18 months, using Instagram, Twitter, YouTube to pass the information across. If someone comes to you to say, okay, I'm going to take you to Europe, you're a cake baker, I'm going to get you scholarship, there are documents you want to see. There are documents you want to see. You have your original passport. Have you submitted a statement of motivation or a letter of intent? Do you have a visa? Have you submitted documents to help you get an original visa? Do you have a work permit? Have you seen an original work permit? Have you called your employers over there to confirm that I have a real job and I'm coming to resume? So that again brings me to my first point, that people are mentally lazy. They don't want to do the work. Because when someone gives you documents and say, oh, this is your document, we're going abroad, you should say, give it to me. Let me confirm if it's real. Let me confirm if it's original. If it's a work permit, I'm going to call my employers to see if this job is real. If it's a school admission, I'm going to ring up the school to find out if it's real. I told you behind the cameras, I said, people have this mentality that, you know, things work outside just the way it works in this country. It's wrong. If you pick up the phone and call an admissions office, they will talk to you. If you pick up the phone and call an employer, they will talk to you. You're just looking for information. And if the information is real, they definitely get it. So, like I said, the first way to help with spread of information, help curb this is spread of information, educating people. And that's what I've been doing for the last 18 months using my social media platforms. Nothing good comes extremely easy, okay? You have to be patient. I tweet sometimes, I say that, I say, when you travel abroad, your life changes. You know, your skin becomes fresh. Your smile is different, okay? There's peace of mind, you know? Things come to you easily. You can actually actualize your dreams. You can live out your dreams right in front of you because there's a system that supports that. So my advice is, when you go abroad, be patient, keep working hard, don't stop, don't relax, you know, have a vision, write it down, allow your eyes see that vision, you know, consume it and continue to work towards it. It's simply as basic as that. That would be my advice. Save, and always call home, because one of the downsides to going abroad is that it can be boring sometimes. And that's why you should call friends. Don't cut people off. Call friends. You know, always call home if you miss home. Like, I'm home now because I missed Amala. I missed all those things, so I came home. So yeah, that's my advice. Keep working. Keep your head down. Of course, keep your connections back home so that you can always come back to them. This is a huge subject. It's a huge subject, and it's not something I can share in 1-2 minutes. So I'm going to say that the first thing you want to do is open an Instagram account if you don't have an Instagram account, and look for me, Waka Waka Doctor, because I give tips. Now, there are job boards across Europe, across Asia. You cannot streamline your choices and say that, oh, I just want to be in Canada, I just want to go to the US, I just want to go to the UK. There are 195 different countries in the world, so you have to say that I'm open to any one of them. And most of these countries have job boards, okay? Websites, different websites where you can submit your applications. You go through rigorous interviews, you submit documents. If you then succeed, they are able to process your work permits and employ you. Now, some people will say, oh, I've tried the UK, it didn't work out, so they give up. But there are different countries in the world. There's Turkey, there's Lithuania, there's Kazakhstan. I know teachers that I've spoken to, in fact, 6-7 of them in the last 4-5 months who have left Nigeria to Kazakhstan, right? They teach English. They earn at least $1,800 in Kazakhstan, which is much more than what they will earn in Nigeria. So there are 195 countries. I post them, I mean, almost every day on my Instagram channel. So you can watch and see some of these job boards and apply for jobs. Some basic truths and facts is not every doctor can leave the country. So even if doctors are leaving, more doctors would graduate and you still have doctors around. But doctors are leaving in their large numbers every day. So the future of medicine in Nigeria is very bleak, because you have the extremely intelligent doctors leaving, going abroad, because the system abroad is extremely encouraging. The system abroad gives you opportunities to become greater than what you can ever think or imagine. People keep writing their exams, people keep going for interviews because the system allows it. So the advice straight up I'll give to the Nigerian government is, first and foremost, create a platform that encourages us as doctors. Facilities, give us things we can, it's not as if, you know, things we only see in the books, things we can see and work with. Pay us money. I worked in Osun State. My salary in 2011 was 90,000 naira. I was doing 2 jobs and I couldn't earn 120,000 naira, 2 jobs. When I went to Saudi Arabia, salary was $5,000. Look at the discrepancy, it's too huge. And they were owing us 6 months. You owe someone 6 months. How can, I was seeing 200 patients in a day. 200 patients. How, I mean, the first 10 patients I see would get the best out of me. The other ones, the truth, it's just the truth. The other ones would be people, that's it. It doesn't work that way. Create a good culture, a good environment for doctors to work. Pay them properly. You know, give them, you know, standard remuneration that they can compare with their friends and colleagues abroad and say, okay, yes, we you know, it's commensurate to the work we do. Nigerian government really has to improve. The future of Nigerian doctors, sadly enough, is abroad, and countries are asking for them. Like the PLAB exam is an incredibly easy exam to just write and pass. So people are writing it and moving, you know. So if Nigeria cannot improve these parts, payments, facilities, you know, then it's a poor tale. I would end on this note to say that this is a popular theme that I've always passed across, to say that travel is not necessary of money, but of courage. And the reason is because it takes courage to decide to leave a place you've been for many years and go to a place that's brand new. You're going to be leaving your friends, you're going to be leaving your family, you're going to be leaving your job, you're going to be in search of ways to make money, search of better career. So it's often very difficult. The first step is the most difficult one, the most daunting one, saying, I want to move. It's very difficult. But I would always encourage you to take that step. When you start, you will get to the end. Don't wait, start now. It's another year, it's 2022. My aim is to get at least 2,000 people abroad. So if we can do that, we've succeeded, okay? There are better opportunities out there. If you're attaining this level right now in Nigeria, if you go abroad, you'll be times 20. That's it. So start now, make the move. If you're in town, if you catch me in any of the cities abroad, you can holler at me and I'll be there. Traveling abroad, migrating abroad is not age specific. You know, age is not a limitation. Even if you're in your 50s, you're in late 50s, you can still go abroad. I always talk about academics because academics seems to be the easiest path. But even if it's true career, like I've said earlier, you can go search for these job boards that will give you employment. Again, experience counts. I'll give you an example. Places like Australia are in need of people with huge experiences in different fields. Whether you're a cameraman, you're a technician, you're a chef, if you have 5-10 years, electrician, 5-10 years of experience, and you apply for jobs in Australia, they'll take you. Estonia, Lithuania, these are places that are in need of vocational, you can do vocational studies. If you're not a skilled worker, so to say, these are places that are in need of you. So age is not a factor. So even if you're 50 and you have 15 years of experience to back this, they're looking for you.
After a bruising fight over its leadership, a new Congress takes over Capitol Hill. How will divided government impact America's direction? From immigration to defending Ukraine, now the inside story, new Congress, new challenges.
Hi, I'm Katherine Gibson, VOA's congressional correspondent here on Capitol Hill, where the new 118th Congress is trying to make its mark. Democrats managed to hold on to control of the U.S. Senate in November's elections, while Republicans took control of the House of Representatives, giving President Joe Biden a divided Congress to work with for the next 2 years. And the lengthy battle among House Republicans to choose their leader suggests any agreements with the White House will be few and far between.
So help you God.
Republican leader Kevin McCarthy emerged from a rare 4-day battle to become Speaker of the House.
The House will be in order.
Touting Republicans' accomplishments in their first full week of work.
Government should be here to help you, not to go after you. Be able to protect the unborn, We just protected the Strategic Petroleum Reserve where the president can no longer deplete it and sell our oil to China. And we opened the House back up for the public.
But analysts say the conservative caucus that objected to McCarthy as Speaker will continue to be a problem.
He is in a weakened position, but his biggest problem is that his margin is so small. So he has only, a 5-seat margin.
Many Republicans object to resetting the nation's debt ceiling, a stance that could have global consequences if America's credit rating suffers as a result.
The American people elected Republicans to get our fiscal house in order, and get our fiscal house in order we will.
With inflation still high in the United States, Democrats have warned against government spending cuts.
These spending cuts harm families, communities throughout the U.S. that are already struggling with inflation and the cost of living.
Republicans have also launched multiple investigative committees.
Today, we will counter the Chinese Communist Party with our Select Committee on China. We will vote to protect every American's constitutional rights with the new Select Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government.
And President Joe Biden and his family are expected to be a subject of Republican investigations, including concerning their financial transactions, despite Democrats' objections.
But instead of trying to find ways to work together, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to lean into an extreme MAGA Republican agenda, which seems to be focused on trying to investigate the president's family, not make a difference in the lives of everyday Americans.
The Biden administration's immigration policy will also come under scrutiny.
If you look at the operational goals, securing the border, securing our cyber border,
as well as billions of dollars in U.S. aid to Ukraine.
The House Republicans are split also, but Speaker McCarthy has indicated he might side with the elements who want to push back on funding.
But any legislation passed in the House will have to be agreed to in the Democratic majority U.S. Senate. One flashpoint that may emerge soon is the cost of supporting Ukraine in its defense against Russia's attacks. The U.S. has spent tens of billions of dollars in military, economic, and humanitarian assistance for Ukraine since Russia invaded in February 2022. But several Republicans in Congress are questioning the amount of money being spent. VOA politics and policy reporter Veronica Balderas Iglesias explains.
As Ukraine mourns the victims of the Russian missile strike in the city of Dnipro, U.S. President Joe Biden and Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte decried Moscow's aggressions during a bilateral meeting in Washington.
Russia is just continuing to act in ways that are almost unbelievable. The brutality with which they're acting.
Rutte announced more support for Kyiv.
We have decided to spend another $2.5 billion on helping the Ukraine war effort. We have the intention to join what you are doing with Germany on the Patriot project, so the air defense system. I think that is important.
Also on Tuesday, circulating on Russian social networks, what looked like images of a makeshift memorial in Moscow for the Dnipro victims. At the government level, however, more promises of military might by Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu.
Strengthen the combat component of the Navy, the aerospace forces, and the strategic missile forces.
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov left the door open, however, for high-level talks between Russian officials and the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, William J. Burns.
It could be excluded, of course. This dialogue is useful. I don't know the exact dates.
Near Romania, meanwhile, NATO expanded the surveillance of Russia's military activities with the deployment of 3 new planes. And on the ground in Ukraine, the International Atomic Energy Agency set a permanent presence to help safeguard key nuclear facilities. Veronica Balderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
We arrived back here in Ukraine yesterday, and we're now in Lviv, in the western part of the country. Lviv is far from the war, but it is still the frequent site of attacks on infrastructure and is a main destination for internally displaced people and war wounded. This hospital specifically treats soldiers and civilians who have lost limbs, mostly from bombings and landmines, and there are hundreds of people on their waiting list. We're reporting today from Dnipro in Ukraine, and right behind me is a makeshift memorial for the more than 40 people that died in the bombing of this building on Saturday. Today we met some people who survived the bombing. One man told us that he only heard silence when the blast hit, and then he realized he was bleeding. He could then hear the screams of women and children and realized he had to go outside. Once he got outside, the situation was even more horrifying. He could see cars and his building on fire. Then, about 20 minutes after the initial blast, his building collapsed. Now he and about 300 other people are homeless. Reporting from Dnipro in Ukraine, this is Heather Murdoch, VOA News.
Republicans in the House of Representatives also have their sights set on investigating President Biden's immigration policy. Controlling the flow of migrants crossing into the U.S. from Mexico has been a challenge for decades and topped the agenda for Biden's meeting with the leaders of neighbors Mexico and Canada. VOA White House correspondent Anita Powell was in Mexico City for the summit.
Amistad, bonhomie, friendship. In all three languages, the leaders of Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. made a show of unity as they met Tuesday in Mexico City.
We're true partners, the three of us, working together with mutual respect and a genuine like for one another to advance a safer and more prosperous future for all of our people.
But the issues on the table are not as easy. Irregular migration, illegal drugs, climate change, and trade disputes are front and center, as the Mexican president pointed out as he openly challenged Biden to expand economic cooperation.
This
is the moment for us to determine, to do away with this abandonment, this disdain, and this forgetfulness for Latin America and the Caribbean, which is opposed to the policy of the good neighborhood of the titan of freedom and liberty, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and starting with you.
Biden fired back.
The United States provides more foreign aid than every other country just about combined in the world, to not just the hemisphere, but around the world. Unfortunately, our responsibility just doesn't end in the Western Hemisphere. It's in Central Europe, it's in Asia, it's in the Middle East, it's in Africa, it's in Southwest Asia.
On Tuesday, the U.S. announced a range of outcomes, which included plans to collaborate on supply chain issues and semiconductor development, modest commitments to reduce methane emissions from the solid waste and wastewater sector, and more clean energy collaboration.
Put it simply, we are, and always will be, stronger together. The world today is facing a lot of uncertainty, with the rise in authoritarian leaders causing global instability and the high cost of living, putting stress on families at home. It's important that we come together as leaders and as friends to look at ways to make our economies more resilient.
Irregular migration is also a thorny issue, especially after Biden launched his trip Sunday with his first presidential visit to the busiest port of entry in the U.S., in El Paso. The leaders also reiterated their commitment to safe, orderly, and humane migration through the expansion of legal migration pathways, a range of collaborative measures, and better communication, both among one another and with the public. They also agreed that illegal trafficking in arms, drugs, and people is a shared threat, and committed to work together on the challenge. So, was this summit a success? Mexico watchers say that's a tough question.
Trilateral summits rarely yield major announcements or resolution of issues, and given that the issues that the three leaders talked about are complex and long-standing, I think it's not surprising that there was not some explosive announcement in their communique or in their press conference. But I think, having said that, the fact that they meet on a regular basis and that they identify priorities for their administrations to pursue for the coming year, I think that is important.
But as the leaders highlighted, this is a continent with great potential and great challenges. Will this summit move the needle? Time will tell. Anita Powell, VOA News, Mexico City.
More than 100 radio stations shut down last year in Venezuela under the weight of stiff government regulations and random threats of violence. Now, proposed laws to regulate social media adds to the pressure on journalists there. From Caracas, VOA's Alvaro Algarra has our press freedom spotlight.
Media censorship has risen to new heights in Venezuela, with a record number of radio stations closed, even as the Venezuelan Journalists Association, CNP, documented marginally fewer physical attacks in the past 12 months.
There is a policy of censorship, prosecution of the media. Although it is true that physical aggression against journalists decreased, we saw an increase in radio station closures from 4 in 2021 to 104 in 2022.
The state communications regulator cited licensing breaches for many of the closures, and lawmakers in 2022 denied the action was related to the broadcaster's content. But Carlos Correa, director of the free expression nonprofit Espacio Público, says the moves appear to be part of a policy to limit independent media.
This year, we have documented the highest number of closures since 2001. This situation indicates that the government seems to be trying to reconfigure the ownership structure of these stations.
Adding to worries for journalists are new efforts by President Nicolás Maduro's government to reform media laws. The National Assembly is discussing proposals on regulating social media, including requiring platforms to have an in-country office to handle complaints.
We're going to regulate and control because in recent years, Venezuela has been a victim of psychological warfare through messages on social networks.
But reporters working in an already restrictive environment are wary of the plans. And Carlos Julio Rojas, an independent journalist and member of the National Press Workers Union, says pro-government supporters sometimes use social networks to generate smear campaigns against those in media.
We've seen how the Nicolás Maduro regime's dominance over communications continues to get stronger. What's their end goal? To close that last space that exists for freedom of expression?
If passed, the bill could add to Venezuela's already poor ranking on the Global Press Freedom Index, which measures the ability of journalists to work freely. The watchdog Reporters Without Borders says media there work in a restrictive environment with policies that threaten the full exercise of independent journalism. For Alvaro Algarra in Caracas, Venezuela, Veronica Villafañe, VOA News.
Threats of violence and government intimidation has many journalists fleeing Nicaragua, finding safety in neighboring Costa Rica. From its capital, San Jose, our Donaldo Hernandez shows us how a media nonprofit organization is helping those exiled journalists.
In search of protection, this group of Nicaraguan journalists arrived in Costa Rica halfway through 2022. Like many of their colleagues back home, they risked arrest or harassment by Daniel Ortega's government as it cracks down on the media and opposition voices. In the past 2 years, authorities have seized the headquarters of the historic La Prensa newspaper, prompting the entire staff to flee. Officials have also revoked the licenses of several television and radio stations. Helping the exiled journalist adjust is the Institute of Press and Freedom of Expression, or IPLEX, a Costa Rican nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting Central American journalists. Marco Barquero is project manager at IPLEX.
Our goal is to help them in their legalization process and to promote a more orderly migration for Nicaraguan journalists.
More than 150 journalists have been forced to leave Nicaragua in the past 4 years, according to the Independent Journalists and Communicators of Nicaragua collective. Marco Barquero is in close contact with many of those who recently arrived in Costa Rica.
Through all IPLEX programs, we have helped 62 Nicaraguan journalists and 1 Salvadoran journalist.
The nonprofit offers aid and temporary protection as journalists integrate into Costa Rican society. Raúl Sileski Jiménez is president of IPLEX.
The Home Refuge program covers airfare, transportation, insurance, food, shelter, internet, per diem for food and basic necessities to sustain them for a while.
For journalist Alberto Miranda, the support made a big difference. Miranda says he has been assaulted by police and threatened with arrest. He also received death threats. In 2021, he decided to leave for Costa Rica, but for the first 6 months, he could not find work.
I can tell you that this program represents an important support for Nicaraguan journalists when we arrive in Costa Rica, often in a situation of economic vulnerability.
Miranda now works for the news website Nicaragua Investiga. IPLEX wants journalists to continue their work. Media watchdog Reporters Without Borders says Nicaragua's media endure a nightmare of censorship, intimidation, and threats. But even from exile, the country's journalists work to keep news flowing. For Donaldo Hernandez in Costa Rica, Verónica Villafañe, VOA News.
For those who overcome the hurdles to enter the U.S. legally, settling into American life and finding a welcoming community can be a challenge unto itself. VOA's senior Washington correspondent Carolyn Persutti found one in an unlikely place, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Karthik Raghunath Palanimalai is a software consultant. After he arrived in the U.S. on an L1 tech visa, he says he got no help from Colorado Springs to get settled. Instead, he relied on the city's Indian American community.
They helped me to get to the apartments and, to the work nearest to the place, and then the grocery shops or whatever things. So they really helped me for the first 3 months.
Jackie Jaramillo of Centro de la Familia says newcomers like Palanimalai are often invisible and isolated.
It's very difficult. There are a lot of institutional barriers, and there are cultural barriers. There's definitely racism. A lot of the immigrants that we serve are victims of crime.
That's why some found it surprising when the George W. Bush Institute ranked the city 21st out of the top 100 metro areas in the U.S., where immigrants are thriving.
Colorado Springs is best known for the U.S. Air Force Academy and for Pikes Peak at 4,300 meters. The city government is largely conservative, and most Republicans are outspoken about stopping illegal border crossings.
I don't think we have a sign up that says, Colorado Springs, great place for migrants.
John Suthers is a staunch Republican and two-term mayor of Colorado Springs. In 2022, the Milken Institute ranked the city 9th in economic performance among large U.S. cities, an enticement for highly skilled authorized immigrants.
Military defense is about 40% of our economy. There's an awful lot of jobs in the related high tech, space, cybersecurity, and things like that. And those are areas where I think a lot of our people who are migrating legally have the expertise in. And so they're looking around, why wouldn't you come to Colorado Springs?
Colum Clark wrote the George W. Bush Institute's report, Immigrants and Opportunity in America's Cities. He says several factors were considered in the rankings list.
Is it a good place to do business, to start a company? Is it a good place to kind of get ahead career-wise? Is it a good place to afford a home?
To that, Palanimalai says yes. His new wife, who also landed a tech job, joined him in Colorado Springs, where they're enjoying the Rocky Mountain life, along with a little bit of home, like playing on the local cricket team. Carolyn Persutti, VOA News, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, an outcry for the protection of human rights has echoed throughout the global community. In its annual report, Human Rights Watch highlights a crisis that extends beyond the war in Ukraine and exists in China, Afghanistan, and Africa. Details from our Henry Ridgewell in London.
The Human Rights Watch organization says that following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the global community deserves credit for unleashing what it calls the full arsenal of the human rights system, including an investigation by the International Criminal Court.
We saw immediate responses from the international community to mobilize around key human rights supports, including establishing international justice mechanisms, evidence gathering for war crimes.
In towns like Bucha and Izium, there is widespread evidence that occupying Russian soldiers tortured, raped and executed civilians. The United Nations Human Rights Council has documented several hundred civilian killings, thought to be a fraction of the total.
In some cases, Russian soldiers executed civilians in makeshift places of detention. Others were summarily executed on the spot, following security checks in their houses, yards, and doorways.
Human Rights Watch's annual report also highlights ongoing abuses in China, including the mass detention, torture, and forced labor of as many as 1 million Muslims in the Xinjiang region. Beijing denies the accusations. The report says the UN Human Rights Council's increased scrutiny of Beijing's actions is encouraging.
What we have seen for the first time in a very long time is cracks in the authoritarian armor.
In Iran, protests triggered by the death of Mahsa Amini after she was detained by morality police have grown into nationwide anti-government demonstrations. Human Rights Watch says the execution of at least 4 protesters must trigger a stronger global response.
We need to move beyond international solidarity for protesters and need to make sure that governments all over the world are holding Iranian officials to account.
The report cites increasing human rights abuses in Myanmar, where the authors say the regime is launching assaults on communities across the country that oppose the military coup. In Ethiopia, Human Rights Watch says the recent African Union-led peace process has resulted in a fragile truce.
Ensuring that there is accountability for the egregious crimes that took place in the Tigray region, for example, is going to be critical for this ceasefire and this truce to actually hold.
The report says climate change is having an increasing impact on basic rights worldwide. It says governments have a legal and moral obligation to regulate industries such as fossil fuel extraction that are incompatible with protecting basic rights. Henry Ridgwell for VOA News, London.
That's all we have for now. Stay up to date at voanews.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News. Follow me on Twitter at KGYP and catch up on past episodes at our free streaming service, VOA Plus. I'm Katherine Gypson. We'll see you next week for The Inside Story.
Another day of bombing, another year of Russia's war on Ukraine.
With each shelling, we only become stronger. We adapted. We survive every day.
Ukraine's resistance, its resilience, and its refuge. Now, the inside story, Russia-Ukraine, Year 2.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Pursuti, VOA Senior Washington Correspondent at VOA's Rooftop Studio. Marking 1 year of Russia's war on Ukraine is in itself remarkable. Most analysts and experts expected Moscow's military to march into Kyiv relatively quickly. Ukraine's tenacity is now being fortified with weapon systems from the United States and NATO. There are questions, though, about the depth of the political will to keep spending billions of dollars to supply Ukraine. But there is no doubt about the will of Ukrainians to fight and defeat the Russians. Ahead, you will see their resolve, how they are surviving day by day, and discover the ripple effects the war is having around the world. We'll start close to one of the war's front lines, the city of Kupiansk in northeastern Ukraine. Russian forces occupied it from the war's start until it was liberated in early September, but Russia wants it back and has bombed the key railroad town daily since its latest offensive began in late January. Jan Boschat shows us the struggle for those who left the town.
After months of enduring Russia's year-old war in Ukraine, a woman by the name of Nina says she has given up.
We simply didn't expect anything like this.
For the past weeks, the bombing has been too constant, too hard, too close.
This person wants to be evacuated. Can you write down the details? She can't use her phone. I'm passing the phone.
Good afternoon. Can I go on Monday?
1 week before this war entered its second year, Nina decided to leave the life she had built here since 1993, when she came from a small village on the Romanian border.
The bombings never stop. I'm still alive because a power plant was close to us, which protected us. But now, I don't know anymore. It's time to go.
The Russians have been bombing Kupiansk daily for the past month, sometimes all day long. Destruction is everywhere, and many here believe the city may be doomed to a fate like Bakhmut, where Russians and Ukrainians have been fighting street by street, house by house, for months. Kupiansk is a strategic city. It is an important railway hub connecting the entire northeast of Ukraine with Russia. But bombs are only part of the problem here.
The local citizens are on the edge of a humanitarian catastrophe, have lost their jobs, and have no means to live anymore.
Ivan Azonov oversees civil defense in Kupiansk. He says promises of help from the United Nations and other Western organizations have yet to arrive.
Things are becoming worse. We need the help from our Western partners to hold, and don't let them to move further.
Local humanitarian aid organizations have tried to offer some relief to the Kupiansk's 16,000 residents. In this kitchen, 6,000 meals are served every day. For many, this is the only food they get.
The problem is not food. The problem is money. People have lost their jobs.
Without money, there's simply no easy way out. Many are forced to stay. Larissa Polyakova and her father, Ivan Zaika, have lived in a basement for 3 months.
There are no jobs. I'm living on my dad's pension.
Larissa once worked in a small clothing factory, but like most businesses around here, the factory closed. Her father is almost blind following a stroke and can barely sleep with the constant sound of artillery.
Вообще плохо. Нет здоровья.
И здоровье тоже. He keeps saying that to live like this, it's better to be dead.
Так жить, так лучше умереть.
Not far from there, a man ignores the sound of artillery and tries to catch a fish at this frozen river. Somehow, life goes on in Kupiansk. Jan Boechat for VOA News, Kupiansk, Ukraine.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen visited Kyiv earlier in the week, echoing American support for Ukraine for, quote, as long as it takes. Estimates to rebuild Ukraine run from $350 billion to $1 trillion. Amid the devastating attacks by Russia, Ukrainians are determined to see better days. From Kyiv, VOA Eastern Europe Bureau Chief Miroslava Gangadze gives us a glimpse of Ukraine's persistent resistance.
Russia's full-scale war has taken an enormous toll on Ukraine, its infrastructure, and on the Ukrainian people. The National Democratic Institute says 37% of Ukrainians who took part in a study said they had lost a friend or family member since the war began a year ago. Still, Ukrainians remain hopeful about the future, says Institute Director Martin Valetsky.
Against this background of terrible, difficulties, Ukrainians remain very optimistic. There is a strong level of support for the leadership, and there is hope that within international support, this war would be over soon.
Voletsky says Russia has used disinformation to try to divide Ukrainians and convince them the West is not committed to their country. But Voletsky says this strategy has backfired.
92% of Ukrainians would like to see Ukraine being a member of the European Union. 87% would like Ukraine to join NATO. And this is a very solid support which we've seen over the last year. It's amazing to see how pro-European, pro-NATO Ukrainians are. I've never seen anything like this in my history.
Ukrainian political analyst Mykola Davydiuk agrees.
Russian invasion make NATO and EU fantastically popular in Ukraine, and the people understood that our unique way is only into the West, and we are moving that direction very fastly.
Meanwhile, ordinary Ukrainians say they are strong and resilient after a year of war and sustained missile attacks by Russia.
On the 24th, everyone just came together and demonstrated that we really are one nation and that we don't want it.
With each shelling, we only become stronger. We adapt it. We survive every day. This makes us stronger, and we only show the enemy that we are not afraid of anything.
After 1 year of full-scale invasion of Ukraine and 9 years of war, this wall of remembrance honoring Ukrainian heroes who died defending their country is running out of space. A few days ago, US President Joseph Biden came here to pay tribute to Ukrainian sacrifice. Russia is trying to wear down Ukrainians' resistance with prolonged war and regular missile attacks. But those techniques have not been effective. They make Ukrainians more resilient. As the war drags on and evidence of Russian war crimes in liberated territories becomes known, public opinion research shows Ukrainians are overwhelmingly committed to victory and the liberation of their occupied territories. While the Ukrainian human sacrifice of this war is growing, it makes Ukrainians even more determined to defeat Russia and join the Euro-Atlantic community. Miroslava Gongadze, VOA News, Kyiv, Ukraine.
Poland has been the first stop for millions of Ukrainians fleeing the war, with more than 1.5 million still there. Some Ukrainians crossing into Poland may be surprised at who's lending a helping hand. Our Henry Ridgewell is on refugee watch in the border town of Przemysl, Poland.
Maria Kruchkova says volunteering helps relieve her feelings of guilt as a Russian national. When Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine a year ago, she left her home city of Syktyvkar and came to the Poland-Ukraine border to help the refugees.
I need to help someone. And that's why I was trying to find volunteering programs somewhere in Poland. The first time I came here, I was quite afraid to tell people that I'm Russian because I felt a lot of feelings at that time, and I felt guilty. Sometimes it scares people, sometimes they're really happy. But now I realized that people from Ukraine, they need to know that there are a lot of Russians who are against the war and who support them.
The charity Russians for Ukraine runs a refugee shelter in this building close to the Ukrainian border. Among those staying here is Anna Sulmia and her family, who fled to Poland from Dnipro, not far from the Ukrainian front lines.
I really appreciate their support in the first place, despite the fact that they're Russian. In every nation, every population, there are some who are not good.
77-year-old Mykola Ivanovich has also been forced to flee his home. At first, he could not believe that Russia would wage war on Ukraine, so he stayed put. But a year into the war, Ivanovich says he has learned the true nature of Russia's invasion.
This is the eradication of the race. They want to eradicate Ukraine. They are not fighting, they are just exterminating the people to erase Ukraine.
Не тільки ж в Україні, тільки українці живуть.
The Russian volunteers say they will continue to help Ukrainian refugees as long as they are needed. But for Krychkova, that may not be easy. Her Polish visa will soon expire.
Recently, I got a message, a letter saying that I can be a national threat to Poland, and that's why probably they're not going to give me a permission to stay, but I'm just waiting for it to be confirmed or not, and then we'll decide what to do, because right now I cannot go to Russia because probably I will be in jail.
Krychkova says she will apply for political asylum if she is refused permission to stay. Her flight to safety is one of choice, not survival. But like the Ukrainian refugees, she and thousands of other Russians are also fleeing the regime of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Henry Ridgewell for VOA News, Przemysl, Poland.
A year after Russia invaded Ukraine, the aftershocks are still reverberating around the world, from commodity markets to local markets. High costs of staples, fuel, and fertilizer are worsening global hunger, which was already deteriorating from the COVID-19 pandemic. More than 140 million people relied on aid from the World Food Program in 2022, a new high. That tops the record WFP set in 2021.
When World Food Program sets records, it's not a good thing for the world. We have been setting record after record after record.
The war and COVID have created a compound crisis, with one factor spilling into another. Take food production, for example. Wheat, corn, and sunflower oil from Russia and Ukraine supplied a significant chunk of global markets before the war. That's the first factor. A lot of the world's staples come from just a few places.
Less than 10 countries make up like 80-90% of exports of these commodities. And less than 5% hold like 80-90% of the stocks, reserves of these commodities. So when anything happens to any one of them, we feel the pain around the world.
One thing that happened before the war was bad weather in a few of those exporting countries. Those kinds of weather extremes are becoming more common with climate change. Bad weather causes bad harvests, which lead to price increases. They were already near record highs when the war broke out on February 24th, 2022.
The surges in food prices we saw starting February last year came after a year before of already surging prices. So it was a surge on top of a previous surge.
Energy markets also had a surge on top of a surge. Prices were already rising as the world recovered from COVID and raised demand. The war shook up oil and gas markets because Russia is a major producer. That raises food prices in two ways. First, it takes energy to make and transport food. Second, natural gas is key to making nitrogen fertilizer. The process takes a lot of energy, and it also uses natural gas as a main ingredient. Fertilizer prices also went up because Russia and Belarus were top suppliers, and both are under sanctions.
The constraints to the mobility of fertilizers plus the increase in natural gas increased significantly the prices of fertilizers, which at the maximum went 4 times higher than in the previous year.
The high cost of fertilizer is dragging out the impacts of the war into the next growing season. It means crops cost more to grow, so farmers grow less. That spreads the war's effects from Ukraine all the way to Asia.
The major concern outside of the war is the issue on rice, which is a consequence, an indirect consequence of the increase in price of fertilizers because of the war.
Growing rice uses a lot of fertilizer. Rice prices are rising because farmers are growing less. And the impacts don't stop there.
Where we've seen some more visible effects, even though that average fertilizer usage is low, is in Africa.
Many governments in sub-Saharan Africa subsidize farmers' fertilizer costs.
That buffer is being taken away because governments could no longer afford to keep up the subsidies.
So farmers will grow less in some chronically food insecure countries. High fertilizer costs are one part of a cascading crisis in these countries. Many also subsidize the cost of food and fuel, and those costs are crushing their budgets. These governments already took on a lot of debt to deal with COVID, so budgets are reaching the breaking point. More than half of the world's low-income countries are on the brink of default or have already done so. The value of their currencies has shriveled, which makes matters worse because anything they import costs more.
If you are a poor country, if you have high debt, if you happen to import your food, fuel, and fertilizer, you're still in big trouble.
And the effects radiate out to prices in local markets, making food harder to afford. The fallout from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is leaving people hungry far from the battlefield.
Just because of the war in Ukraine, we calculated an increase in 10.7 million people more chronically undernourished.
WFP says 349 million people in 79 countries are struggling to get enough food, and more than 900,000 are close to famine. Prices have backed off a bit from last year's record highs, but there's little comfort in that.
Yes, prices are coming down at the global level, but no, it doesn't mean that life has been sorted out and everything is great in the countries where we work. We are definitely not out of the woods.
U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken visited Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan this week to, in the words of the State Department, deepen bilateral cooperation. Both countries were among the 32 that abstained from a non-binding UN resolution calling for Russia to immediately withdraw from Ukraine. Another abstention, Pakistan. The import-dependent country is facing soaring domestic prices while maintaining trade with Moscow for cheap energy. VOA Islamabad Bureau Chief Sara Zaman explains the diplomatic tightrope Pakistan is trying to walk.
Russia's war in Ukraine derailed Ali Hasnan's plan to acquire an affordable foreign degree in medicine. Hasnan was among hundreds of Pakistani students who fled Ukraine when Russian tanks rolled in.
I am not in touch with anyone in Ukraine because of the conditions there. I applied for admission to med school in Pakistan too, but could not succeed due to the high grades required here.
Russia's war put Pakistan in a difficult position on the world stage. Images of then Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow on the day Russian forces entered Ukraine embarrassed Islamabad. As supply disruptions pushed up food and fuel prices around the world, Pakistan's import-dependent economy, already beleaguered by the COVID-19 pandemic, devastating floods, and mounting debt, faced increasing pressure. Despite calling for peace, Pakistan, like a few dozen other countries, continued to abstain from voting on US-led UN resolutions that condemned Russian aggression.
I think the broader dynamic was that Pakistan wanted to maintain good ties with all major powers. The question arose essentially in the context of US-China competition, but I think the point was well made that we want to have good ties with US, with China, but also with Russia and all other powers.
Driven by growing food insecurity, Pakistan increased wheat imports from Russia. As its neighbor and arch-rival India ramped up cheap energy imports from Moscow to a record high, Pakistan pushed for discounted Russian oil and gas as well. The two sides may reach a formal deal late in March. Ukraine's ambassador to Pakistan, Markian Chuchuk, says Islamabad's policy of staying neutral in the conflict while doing business with Russia is ultimately helping Moscow.
A responsible country should not turn a blind eye to the fact that in doing business with Russia, it may support waging war through oil money.
Ukraine, a major supplier of wheat to Pakistan, saw bilateral trade drop 73% as its exports came under Russian attacks.
If Pakistan condemns Russian aggression against Ukraine, it doesn't mean that it becomes a puppet of the West. That may be a position of a sovereign state.
Chaudhry says Pakistan is exercising autonomy but not taking sides. With Ali Furqan and Gaitiar Anis, Sara Zaman, VOA News, Islamabad.
Casualties of war that are difficult to calculate are culture and the arts. Dozens of Ukrainian ballet dancers fled over the past year of war, finding their way to the Netherlands to form a ballet company in exile. Amaria Ulyanovska caught up with them during a performance here in Washington.
These 6 dancers from Ukraine were forced to leave their homeland after Russia invaded. Today they make their home in the Netherlands, where they formed the United Ukrainian Ballet Company. and then embarked on a world tour that included a stop in Washington.
I had to grow up very fast. Back in Kiev, I lived with my parents. And when I had to leave Ukraine, I got to visit over 20 countries in a year. It was such a sudden change. But I'm getting used to it.
For a month, we lived a very tough life. And I realized I couldn't go on like that. I decided to leave. There was no work. The theater wasn't working then.
Before the war, Dmytro Borodai also danced with the National Opera of Ukraine. After Russia invaded, he traveled west from Kiev on foot.
We decided to just walk towards Khmelnytsky. So that's what we did. A couple of times we got picked by cars passing by. But in general, it was pure survival.
The idea to unite Ukrainian ballet dancers from across the country into one company came from Dutch ballerina Igona de Jong.
At the time I was dancing with two Ukrainian stars from the Kiev National Opera, and when the war started they were in Holland with me, and then through them I heard all these stories of their colleagues and friends in these horrible situations, and then I thought I want to try and help as many people as I can.
Many of the dancers never imagined they would end up in The Hague, let alone continue to perform and go on world tours.
I was going to go to France for a tour. I didn't take anything with me, just some winter clothes.
Despite never having worked together, dancers say they come together with something in common.
They all, and myself and my wife, our families are in Ukraine, so it's constant worry. Every morning starts with checking the news, just to make sure that your loved ones are okay. That's hard.
And no words speak louder than the beauty and sincerity of the ballet that these different artists with one shared story made happen. For Maria Ulyanovska, NRI's VOA News.
That's all for now. Stay up to date with all the news at voanews.com. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News. And follow me on Twitter at CarolynVOA. Catch up on past episodes at our free streaming service, VOA Plus. For all those behind the scenes who brought you today's show, I'm Carolyn Pursuti. We'll see you next week for another The Inside Story.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
when I was taken to Portobello Road Market in London when I was about 10 or 12 years old. And there was all these colourful characters everywhere dressing up. And I saw very quickly the reaction and the way that they made me feel, and I wanted to have a part of that. I think there's a level of escapism within the fashion industry, and it's a chance to put feathers on and dress up and escape maybe from your day-to-day life. Yeah.
Photography and beauty. Linda asked if I would do her makeup for this photo shoot. So, of course, I was beyond thrilled, and I said that I would do it. I mean, after all, I've done her makeup over the years, kind of on the side, learning my craft along the way. And I'm going to be honest with you, there were a lot of messy attempts at learning that perfect smoky eye. Trust me, terrible. But after Linda's shoot, Christian complimented me on my work, and he asked if I would be interested in working with him from time to time.
Before I, introduce her, she's such an amazing person, such a vibrant personality. She's one of us. She's the first West African woman to be a style editor at Elle magazine. Her style has been described as eccentric, classy, and fashionable. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Nikki Ogunnaike. Nikki, welcome. Thank you.
What does style mean to me? Style is inspiration. It is, and style is a portrait of who you are as a person. So when you put on your clothing every day, you're telling the world something. And so here I'm telling the world with this outfit that I like colors and I like vibrancy, and I'm excited to be here.
So what am I telling the world about?
I think you're telling me the same thing.
Okay.
The yellow is nice. So, I think that fashion and style is just inspired by what you see in the world via Instagram, via Snapchat, and also through fashion magazines and websites.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on up, just turn around.
No, Waki, you have to model for us.
Okay, she's modeling for us, and so I guess I'm gonna weigh in on my sister's outfit, which I love. Doesn't she look good? Can we get a round of applause for Lola? Come on. Thank you. So as a fashion expert, this is what I'm weighing in on. I think Lola looks amazing. She's figured out a way to use a traditional sort of silhouette, wear white, which is nice and airy, but she added her own sort of sense of style with this belt. And I love it. And I think she got these shoes in Nigeria when we were just here. So she's mixing, American fashion with Nigerian fashion. Okay, everyone give them a round of applause. Okay, work it, all. Work it. Hey. There you go. Hey.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Is a Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says his administration is not unawares of the present socio-economic challenges in the country. To this end, the governor has rolled out various interventions, including a reduction to 3 working days for civil servants on levels 1 to 14, while those on levels 15 to 17 will work for just 4 days in a week. He also announced the reintroduction of 25% transport rebates/subsidy, among others, to cushion the hardship. Other interventions as announced by the governor also include prompt payment of pensioners' entitlements, reintroduction of Sunday markets for subsidized goods at selected places, subsidy on some drugs, suspension of tax clearance certificate registration requirements in public schools. This, according to Governor Sanwo-Olu, is to accommodate more out-of-school children. This is not all. 100 trailers of rice have also been made available for 300,000 households. All of this is to ensure that the current harsh economic realities have little or no impact on Lagosians. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're a Lord Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. We want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able to, for people to know what we have to give to the world. So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, you know, and how we can use the Lagos story, you know, to sort of like tell the African story.
This episode features infrastructure. President Bola Tinubu commissions Red Rail Line project in Lagos. Hardship. Governor Sanwo-Olu rolls out relief measures. Pension. Sanwo-Olu pays 3.149 billion naira to 1,014 retirees. These and many more when we return. Please stay with us. As part of measures to cushion the effect of the harsh economic realities on Lagos residents, the state governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has set up open markets for cheap food items, slashes transportation fares by 25% on public transport, as well as launched palliative in health, education, among others. The governor made this announcement during a live media chat in Lagos State.
We want. So we will be reducing the number of days that they'll come. You don't have to put pressure on the road. You don't have to be on the road for 3 hours trying to say you're trying to get home at night. So you can plan better. You also can reduce, you know, your economic pressure. We have in the fleet of the public service over 120, you know, buses, but it's not enough, right? So reduce it. You know, let's plan out our time. Services will not be disrupted. Services will not be reduced, you know. To our citizens, you want something for government, there will still be somebody that will do it for you. 2 other arms of government that are already doing this. In the health sector, you know, they always have a calendarization. They always have, you know, days off and the rest of. So they will continue in that line. Our teaching, you know, sector will continue. Our students will continue to come for 5 days. We'll work out an additional transport support for our classroom teachers to ensure that, you know, they keep the 5 days, because we know that these pupils have exam time and the rest of it. So we will continue, you know, to keep that. So that will be the first baseline, you know, for us to be able to reduce the pressure and the tension that we have amongst ourselves. We have brought succor to people that have worked, you know, for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years in the service of Lagos State to ensure that they will earn, you know, their pensions, you know, as at when due, and they can do whatever they want, you know, with their resources. That's on our public sector side, and it's across the civil service, you know, the local government, you know, the health sector, the teaching service. Is across board. I write and ensure that nobody is left behind. You know, now going to our to our citizens, we started something last year from August, where we had a 50% reduction on all public transportation, right? It was reduced, you know, and stopped towards the end of the year when, you know, things resumed back, you know. But now I think transport cost is also a major pain that our citizens are. So almost immediately from this weekend, we're throwing back a 25% reduction on all public transportation. On the food palliatives, which is one of the ways in which we also can intervene, right? As we speak, I'm expecting over 100 trailers of rice coming, you know, up north. And I will explain what is happening to our own, you know, meal in a short while, you know. And so we're doing this at 3 levels. Food, purchase, and redistribution that will cover about 300,000 households, not just individual household, that will have 10 kg rice, 5 kg gari, 5 kg beans, you know, and have other small things like tomato and the rest of it in a combo bag, right? The procurement of that started. It will just be a logistics of how to package and distribution that would follow. The next level will be utilizing our experience during COVID. We're going to be opening, you know, what we call Sunday markets in about 42 markets in Lagos. Sunday market. what you would see in those markets, is the same sort of like, stable, food item. But this time, you'll be buying, but you'll be buying at a reduced cost. We're going to cap what you can buy at not more than 25,000, and we'll be giving you a 25% rebate immediately there. So we have started that at our middle market in Ijoro, which you've all seen, but we're taking it to 42 identified markets in Lagos. We're not giving you the opportunity to come and want to buy worth of 100,000. That means you are Ruben, you have the capacity. But somebody that wants to buy 10,000, 15,000, which are the people that want to take out of the poverty line, we will give you a discount, an immediate discount of about 25. You will get that rebate. The third level will be that we are now going to do what we call, the soup bowl, the soup kitchen. We did it also during COVID. We want to identify Mama Put, caterers that are in your do, and we want to be able to feed between 1,000 and 1,500 in every local government per day, at the first instance for the next, 30 to 60 days. So let's watch out the logistics. We have identifying, the caterers already. Funds will be sent to them, and they will have vouchers to show that just people just walk in, and just give them something, to eat, one a day, and let's just continue, on that. The whole idea around this is that one of the verticals will reach you in one form or the other. So that's regarding food. No, I've not finished. On the health sector, right? We also realize that. So some people's their problem is not the Gary or the rice. There's just some problem. I mean, I told you a woman gave birth on the road yesterday. Why should that, be a case? Because it could be pressure, right? So immediately, where all our 31 general hospitals will be given free child delivery, either during normal birth or cesarean birth. We will take up the cost so that we reduce the pressure, on our people almost immediately. We are also working with them to reduce the cost of some particular types of drugs, hypertension, diabetes, and we can give a rebate at our hospitals. We can give a rebate. So we don't want that to be thrown out, So we're planning to give, to work out with the hospital and give, a rebate on that. That's number 2. Number 3 is that our 6 health districts, we have 6, we are the only ones that have that in the country, by the way. We have 6 health districts, which are headed by permanent secretary. Over the next 3 months, they'll be doing what we call the health mission, twice a week. On a health mission, they'll put up the canopy, doctors will be there, nurses will be there. People will just come in, about 1,000 people, 2,000 people will come and get a health check. Maybe you're diabetic, you're hypertensive, they check your blood pressure, and they will give you medicines, based on what it is that they realize, is wrong with them. And maybe some eye, testing. I'll check if we have, enough of that to go around. So all that will also go around concurrently, in the health sector. So you will see that in any form, if the food or the transport, if the hospital doesn't touch you, one thing will touch you. We looked at education as well. Out-of-school children, what are some of the challenges? They said they asked parents to show evidence of a tax payment of about 8,000. Let's remove that. Let's get parents to bring their pupils back to school without necessarily needing that burden. That's on the education sector, to enter, and to ensure that they can bring, their kids, back to school. So you can see that, we're cutting the interventions, across various sectors.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at a Lord Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able to, for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has paid the accrued pension rights to the tune of 3.149 billion naira into the retirement savings accounts of 1,013 retirees from the state public service. Speaking at the ceremony, Governor Sanwo-Olu disclosed that since the inception of his administration, a total sum of over 6.5 billion naira has been paid into the retirement service accounts of 16,026 retirees in the state. Gathered in this hall are mainly retirees from Lagos State Civil Service. They are here for the 103rd Retirement Bond Certificate presentation ceremony. It was another occasion for the Lagos State government to celebrate the commitment and invaluable contributions of the retirees whose legacy have remained indelible in the service of the state. The arrival of Governor Sanwo-Olu to the venue further ignited the hall, as in its nature moved around, acknowledging pleasantries from the crowd. And quickly, he settles down to the business of the day, heading straight to the podium. Governor Sanwo-Olu expressed profound gratitude to the retirees for their dedication to the service of the state. He said the occasion was to honor and express appreciation to the retirees for their hard work and sacrifices to the growth and development of Lagos State.
I'm here this morning to tell you that, yes, we've gone through a lot of ups and downs, but last spend has come to stay. And I'm indeed happy with the leadership that we have at the pension agency of Lagos State. I want to express, therefore, my profound gratitude to you, our retirees, who have dedicated your lives to the service of our dear state. Your dedication, your hard work, and your sacrifice have contributed immensely to the growth and the development of a great state of ours, Lagos State.
Governor Sanwo-Olu also restated his continued commitment to the welfare of the workforce, both active and post-service.
We want Lagos State to be the first. We are already the first, but we want pension issues to be an issue of the past. Nobody should retire from Lagos State public service, and within the next 2 to 3 months, they should not be able to retire.
Earlier in his welcome address, the Director General, Lagos State Pension Commission, Babalola Obilano, emphasized the importance of proper financial planning and management during retirement. He advised the retirees to make informed decisions regarding their finances to ensure long-term sustainability and security. In his goodwill message, the State Head of Service, Olabode Aguru, noted that the occasion is a demonstration of the relentless commitment of Governor Sanwo-Olu to staff's welfare.
The state government is grateful for your service, and we will forever be committed to implementing policies that will keep supporting the well-being of our senior citizens. I congratulate the beneficiaries while urging you all to endeavor to utilize this money judiciously as it has been advised.
Earlier, Governor Sanwo-Olu acknowledged the backlog in the payment of accrued rights and promised on systematically eliminating this backlog. He also told them that before the end of his tenure, the aspiration for a pay-as-you-go model would be realized. Similarly, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has charged all heads of parastatals and government-owned agencies in the state to strive to create an enabling environment to foster innovation, entrepreneurship, and business growth. The governor handed down this charge at a parley with all heads of parastatals/government-owned agencies. Seated are heads of agencies, parastatals, and government-owned companies across Lagos State. They are not here for a briefing, but for a frank talk session and deliberations with the governor on how to move the state to a more progressive pedestal through digital transformation. The ball is set rolling with the arrival of Governor Sanwo-Olu. As a tradition, the governor exchanged pleasantries with everyone, signifying proper take-off of the program. This was followed by a welcome address by the head of service, Bode Aguru. The HOS described the forum as a rare opportunity presented to all heads of parastatals to interact with the governor on salient issues geared towards improving operations in their various agencies. In his presentation, the guest lecturer, Professor Larry Bale, harped on the need for all to embrace digital transformation and agile transformation.
What we need to learn to make this agency come alive. So it's important for us to be educated, to engage stakeholders in co-creating agile processes, and to foster cross-functional collaboration.
The governor in his address stressed the need for collaboration among the agencies and strong partnerships across all sectors.
How well can we run if someone like LRS does not perform? So you can see truly really that the agencies and all of you that are sitting in front here are critical and so strategic for all of us that are on this side for us to even be able to perform.
The Lagos State Hemsman also urged the heads of the various parastatals agencies to explore new avenues and cutting-edge innovations to create an enabling environment that will foster investments and growth.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at a Lord Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a subnational in Africa. We want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able to, for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little subnational, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
And welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screens. I am Uime Elijah.
It's a serene environment for wellness as guests arrive at intervals. The amiable and soft-spoken clinical and mental health therapist Funto Ogumbanwo welcomes them. She immediately takes them round the counseling rooms, one after the other. With smiles on her face, she excitedly speaks of how the journey of saving lives all began.
I try to think about, the things that I enjoy doing, the things that I'm naturally gifted at, and it was talking to people. People would always come and talk to me. They would always come and share with me. And so thankfully, my parents are supportive. And so when it came time to start school, I just decided to study psychology. So I have a bachelor's degree in psychology and communication and a master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. Had the opportunity to study abroad, study outside of Nigeria, and I worked and practiced. And when life was moving in the direction of moving back to Lagos, it was only a matter of time before I started BIO. So it's always been a long time professional goal of mine to start my own private practice, my own therapy practice. And I feel so blessed that it's a reality now.
Exuding passion for the job, Funto enthusiastically talked about the challenge of Nigerians not visiting a clinical mental health center, attributing it to lack of awareness.
I would say one of the biggest challenges is just having to educate people on the importance of it, because there isn't a lot of information. A lot of people are gathering their information from maybe like media sources or myths and, maybe stories that have been told to us about like mentally unstable people. So a big challenge is just having to getting to see people, having people to get to see the value in it.
The founder and lead pastor of the Love of God in Christ, the Logic Church, Dr. Flourish Peters, welcomes the initiative, praising the therapist for thinking of Nigeria first. She spoke alongside his wife, Pastor Amaka, who shares the same sentiment.
We need a lot of believers in this space who can give godly counsel and counsel from, my bias, the influence of the Holy Spirit. And so this is decent. I was here when she just moved here, and I've seen significant improvement here. So there's the piece. I like the name BIO. It's both Afrocentric, if I would say so myself, and I like the meaning of the name. And Funto is a blessing to our nation, our community. So if you're watching, I want you to counseling, good, sound, godly counsel. I must say that BIO is the place to be at. It's the blueprint that God has placed in our spirit will find fulfillment in Jesus' name.
Funto is somebody that has a lot of wisdom
And she has a calm spirit too, and not judgmental. But I think having this kind of space, a safe space where people can talk about things, is doing a lot of good to our community. When people talk about mental health, what happens most time is that people bottle these things in. But with a place like this, with Ibiayo Wellness and Therapy Place, somewhere like this will give people the opportunity to speak. And I think it's actually amazing. It's not something that you find naturally in Nigeria, because a lot of people don't want to expose themselves, but it's very important for the wellness of people.
The encomium continued as other guests who also spoke to Plus TV Africa could not hide their joy of a new beginning.
I've been in therapy for 3 years, and I've seen the benefits of it for sure. And I'm praying for the day when the world at large sees mental health on equal measure to physical health. The same way we go to a doctor, when we're unwell, everybody needs an outlet when either you have a down day or there's something going on. Sometimes you think it's just in your head, but it could actually be a serious problem, So it's incredibly important, particularly in Nigeria. We have so many stresses, so much more than the average person everywhere else in the world. So what Funto is doing is incredible. And when I heard about it, I was so excited.
I think therapy is very important wherever you live in the world. It's even more important in Nigeria, because Nigerians in general, we go through a lot. It's been a tough period for us, even just economically. And the first thing that affects is your mental health. So I think that doesn't get a lot of attention just because of our culture. But it's important for us to grow out of that and start by visiting places like this.
As Nigeria continues to grapple with the Japa syndrome, there is a glimmer of hope as Funto Ogunbanwo, founder Ibiayo Therapy and Wellness, still believes in the bright future of the country.
St. Dominic's Catholic Church, Yaba, Lagos, has held its 70th anniversary of God's faithfulness, excellence on its ministry and the launch of a hospital. The parish priest, Father Charles Onwodi, who spoke to journalists, said the church used the occasion to celebrate excellence and give more to the society than before.
Well, I feel very happy. This is the story of what God has used human persons who have put their faith in Him to do. 70 years of the parish, we can look back now and we say it's all been God using human beings to do this. It's from very humble beginnings. All you see around here, you can imagine 70 years ago, and it even dates back beyond then, because as at 1933, the SMA priests who were operating from St. Paul, Ibutemeta, started this place as a mass center. And by 1951, when the Dominicans came, they decided to build on what those hardworking SMA priests have done. And it was in 1954 that it was canonically erected as a parish. So what we are celebrating is that canonical erection. But like I said, it dates back to as far back as 1933. The building at the back there is over 70 years because it was built while the SMA priests were here. So we thank God for using men and women of goodwill to do what we have done, and we celebrate our faith in God. That's what we're celebrating.
The clergy disclosed that St. Dominic de Guzman found the Dominican order to combat heresies he discovered in southern France in his time.
You see, the church, first and foremost, of course, is meant to help men and women to attain salvation, the purpose for which we are created, eternal life. But we know that man is body and soul, and he doesn't live outside of his soul, so his body needs to be taken care of. What we have done over the years is what Christ would want us to do, to care for the least of our brethren. We have some ministries and societies in the church that specifically take care of the least privileged. Paramount among that is the Society of St. Vincent de Paul, which looks after the poor. So every week you have them giving something to the poor. They have also empowered people. They have tried to set up businesses for them. Likewise, we have other groups like the Lazarus Food Ministry, also caring for the poor. We have the Senior Citizens Ministry.
So these are ways we have done things in the past. They do all sorts, especially because we live in a society where the basics that should be provided by the government is not being done. So you see, those who do not have rich parents will always come to the church looking for funding to pay school fees. People will come looking for money to pay house rent. People will come also wanting to pay medical bills. So while we pray for them and ask God to heal them, we also try to support what they do in all these areas. But again, the church is not one to try to blow her own trumpet, because this is not what God wants us to do. When you give alms, He tells us your left hand should not even know what your right hand is doing. But over the years, this has been the case. But as we celebrate 70, we have tried to do something significant in these areas.
At the event, Catholic Archbishop of the Lagos Metropolitan, Dr. Alfred Martins, charged Dominicans in Nigeria to pay attention to the needs of the youths. The chief celebrant of the Mass told the Dominicans that having hit the 70-year mark with all the achievements accompanying it, they should provide the youth with what will make their lives better to dissuade them from taking to vices.
Well, St. Dominic's has proven itself to be one of the dynamic parishes in the Archdiocese, and we thank God for that. Over the years, priests and people have worked together in order to ensure that the parish grows into a unique one. And we thank the Lord for those years so far marked. But of course, we know that the greater challenge is in the future. And therefore, we ask them to look to the future, to work for the future, so that the future can be better than the present. Yes, 70 scholarships have been given to 70 indigent persons to mark this anniversary, which is wonderful. But it is only part and parcel of the charity work that is being done by the parish in particular, but also by other parishes in the Archdiocese. I mean, all over the world, the Catholic Church is one of the greatest institutions that does the greatest charity all over the world. And so it's part and parcel of fulfillment of the message that Christ has, the mission that Christ has given us to reach out to the poor. So we are glad that it's continuing going on.
Well, it is very helpful, at least to the society, those in the neighborhood, and those who have the opportunity to come here. And if they can help in any way, it would be good to help, to keep the place going.
After the Mass, Martins was accompanied by other concelebrants to open the hospital, situated in the church compound. In his homily at the Mass celebrated by over 30 priests, including 3 bishops, Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Augustine University, Ilara Ikpe, AUI, Reverend Prof. Anthony Akinwale charted a way to transform the country. Akinwale said that to transform the country from corruption, immorality and poverty, Christians should be committed to the sacraments from where they would draw healing and pass the time to coming generations.
I believe this fact is very well captured in the words of Blessed John Newman, who wrote, "In a higher world, it is otherwise, but here below, to live is to change, to become perfect is to have changed often." The church. There is the church, and there is a church. The church is the assembly of the people of God and their shepherds. The church is where the people of God and their shepherds gather. The assembly, the gathering of the people of God and their pastors, that the church is summoned by the word of God, by the words we just heard from the gospel. Repent, follow me. Yes, God uses His word to gather us. He uses His word to gather us to listen to His word, to celebrate His word in the liturgy of the Eucharist, to worship God by offering the holy sacrifice of the Mass. And at the end of our worship, the church continues out to all the world to bear witness to the God we have met at last and to glorify God by our life. That is the church. The church is first and foremost a family constituted by God Himself before being a building, a community of faith before being an architectural edifice built by human hands. The family of God gathered around the word of God and sacrament in preparation for mission in the world. That is the church.
Edition of Revs and Runways, a fusion of motorsports and fashion show, excited car enthusiasts and fashionistas, with belting performances at Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos. The harmonious, electrifying sounds, bleak fog, dexterity, and cheerful spectators spiced up the show, which featured 30 spinning sports cars, 15 power bikes, 11 fashion designers showing 10 appealing pieces each, and 5 race queens. Although the show is purely to entertain, there is a side attraction to give small and medium enterprises visibility to boost their sales. Speaking also, the co-founder of Revs and Runway, for him, drifting is the fastest growing motorsport in the world and an emerging area in Nigeria. Fusing it with fashion is a way to expand its reach to new audiences. With varying brands of fancy and sleek sports cars, extra sets of wheels, car jacks, and ramps, power bikes, helmets, and hands-on mechanics to fix shredded wheels as a result of the revvings.
And that's it. Joseph. I ain't seen guys like this before. Ladies and gentlemen, give Joseph a round of applause. Come on. Show him some more. Show him some more. These guys. You are Joseph. He is very good. You want to go to the right. You got to go.
when we started with the idea, it sounded like we were saying rubbish. People were laughing at us. They were saying, "What are you guys trying to do?" But here we are. This is 2023, and we are not stopping anytime soon. We keep doing this every year. So it's just a very, very weird combination. But the truth is, wherever you see nice cars, you see women in nice clothes, you see men looking nice, you see luxury, and you see all beautiful things around once you have nice quality cars around. However, we thought, how could we put this together? And the only way to do it was a fashion show mixed with an auto show, where you have cars, you have ladies, you have guys looking nice on the runway amidst cars, and then you support it with good music. Everybody has something to look out for, and you have great fun. That's why we decided to do this, and we've been doing this since 2016. I don't see us stopping anytime soon. The government can help. Motorsports is expensive, fashion is expensive, but if we get government funding, so many things can happen. You can imagine how much cars we can bring in, or if the government decides to give us a concession on importation of parts, importation of cars. Trust me, motorsports will be a great tourist attraction. If the government decides to create better arenas or cheaper arenas for us to drift, or reduce the cost of importation on tires by reducing duty or giving a concession on duty, so many things will happen. We would have more people wanting to go into the motorsports space because there is a better cost of purchase when it comes to parts, cars itself, and anything that has to do with these events. So we just need help from the government one way or the other.
We are having fun, and yeah, I'm glad the audience is enjoying it. First of all, the government should subsidize the spaces, I guess, that we use for these events. Like the CBS we are using here, it should be cheaper for us to be able to afford doing the events multiple times rather than once a year and stuff like that.
The atmosphere is actually nice, not bad. I'm seeing what I like to see, that is motorsport, so I'm happy to be here. Yes, now we should always organize events like this, like 12 times in a year, every month. It's supposed to be 12 times in a year. It's just actually very simple. Support is what we need. Just support from the government. You know, we should at least have a standard race track, a drift track, where people can just show what they have to offer. So we need support. That's just it.
I feel absolutely ecstatic because the turnout is mental. This year looks definitely better than last year. And I believe with more publicity and more sponsors, we'll get it to a bigger stage next year. The government is interested in this because what we do is, for the love of cars, we've managed to keep a lot of kids off the streets. So they have a hand in giving us, permission to use this place. They've helped us with the firefighters, LASMA to control traffic. So the government is doing okay in this aspect, yeah. But I can't really put a number to what they can do as per spare parts and importation and all that. It's your car. If you need a part, you will find a way to buy it. That's the important thing.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions, such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold, or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
And
Look,
all of them,
all
of them in Lagos,
let me
all
tell
of
you,
them in Nigeria.
listen to me.
Nobody.
When I'm talking, you keep quiet.
An arrogant customer who is not ashamed.
Pastor Donald, why are you not picking my calls? Why haven't you paid the balance up till now? Telling the honorable court that I have not been calling him, I've not been picking his call. It's a fabricated fallacy. He did this just to debase me.
You are owing, and you are the one that is being arrogant at the same time.
A Nollywood veteran hoped to diversify into marine transportation.
Passenger boat I did not see. My money I did not see. I wanted to report him to Amadioha.
He was testing the boats. One thing do one thing, the boat sink with engine.
The husband does not like the responsibilities, but he likes all the pleasures a woman has to offer.
I still dey live with am now. First live person one pikin.
How you go control?
The dispute is real, and the judgment is binding. This is the Justice Court.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Shekoni Tanwa, is asking the court to compel her tenants to pay overdue rent or vacate the property.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Shekoni Tanwa versus John Kenneth. Parties sworn on oath.
Thank you, Aki.
You're welcome.
Shekoni Tanwa.
Your Honor.
You brought John Kenneth here.
Yes, sir.
Can you narrate to me what happened?
I'm the landlord to John Kenneth Ozo. He got into my house by October 21st, 2001. He has stayed 2 years. So the third year, I intend increasing the rent. And I notified him twice. His receipt, I wrote, your next pay is, that was 2022 receipt. I wrote your next pay is 280,000 to be paid at the beginning of the 3rd anniversary of your rent. I sent another reminder after 6 months. 6 months to the expiration of the subsisting rent, that his pay is 280,000, or if he accepts or he should quit. He did not respond. Actually, all this happened when my husband was still living. He was aware too. Around September, because I gave them that notice, is among our agreement that the rent should be paid a month prior to the expiration of the existing rent. He signed it. So I called him when that date was due, and I called him, I said, are you still interested in this house or you want to leave? He said, Mommy, are you driving me that I'm not going? No. I said, okay, now, you have not shown any interest. Pay your rent. You know by October 21st, your money will be due. He said, okay, I will pay. I will pay. So after October 21st, I called him again. I said, what is happening? You are not paying. He said, Mommy, give me time. I will pay. Though he's a late payer, he doesn't pay to time. So I just allowed him. November 2nd, he called me. He said I should send my account number, which I sent to him. I wrote, your rent for the 3rd year is 280,000 plus 10,000 for the cleaning of the compound. I sent this to him. He did not say anything. So on 17th of November, I only saw 230. That was what he has been paying the past 2 years. I said, why are you paying this? I sent a message to him that he should pay the balance. In fact, I even told him he should bring his account number. Let me send your money to you. If you are no more interested, let me send your money back to you. He said he's not going to send any money. So on the 26th, I called him. I said, when are you sending my balance to me? He said, wishy balance, wishy balance. I'm not owing you any money. It's only 10,000 for the cleaner that I will send to you. I'm not owing you any money. I said, is this what we agreed upon? He said, where you dey, sir? Where you dey? Make I come meet you. That was how I just say, let me consult the honorable courtsman.
Kenneth, what do you have to say?
I came, this is my landlady, first of all. I entered the house. I paid the money. When I entered the house on 24th October. The day I paid the money, which is I not come that time. I spent almost 1 month. When I come there, now I look the receipt. She lied exactly the day I paid the money. I tell her, Mommy, you're supposed to give me 1 month before the money started read. My husband say they will give me 1 week. When I paid the 24th, 1 week, that is the first week in November, my money will started read. It's okay. I paid the money. I renewed the second one, which is she's not Nigeria. She was London. I paid the money to the husband's account. When the husband write the receipt for me, nobody told me if you want to renew against 2023. We started pay 280,000. Nobody told me. When she come back to Nigeria, which is, she come back, all of us in the house. I welcome her, all of us do meeting in the house. She will not tell anybody, any tenants, I won't put my house money. She will not tell anybody. So when time going on, something like August time, now she come see me when I dey go work, stop me. Tell me, do you want to renew your house or do you want to park on my? Tell me, say, Mommy, which can't be that one? I still do 1 year and I never reached 2 years. Which can't talk with this? You won't push me for your house? Now she say no. Why she say that? We say that receipt where that writes for me, I should return them for her. I told him, Mommy, the receipt is not with
What was written on that? Because what I have here, you said I was issued a receipt by her late husband.
Yes.
Indicating that I will pay the above sum on my next renewal.
Yeah.
Do you have that here?
Eh?
Do you have it here?
The receipt, there with me here.
Let me see where you said it stated that you will still pay 230,000.
See the husband on. See the first time I entered the house.
The one that has what I'm saying written on it. Show him so that he will show me. Give it to him. Show him where it is written by our late husband that you will pay the above sum on the next renewal.
Ma?
Show him. You said I was issued a receipt by her late husband.
Yes.
Indicating that I will pay the above sum on my next renewal. That means this current one, you are going to pay 230.
Yes.
So show me where the husband wrote on the receipt.
I hold the receipt to the husband right for me.
Let me see. I'll show it to him. Where is indicated? Where is written that you will pay the same sum again for the new renewal?
It is I don't pay for it.
Talk to me, not to him. What is it?
I said I don't pay. I'm already paid this for this year. The next year or against the next year, I will already pay that one, which is 230.
You don't understand. So the husband never agreed with you that when you are doing renewal, you will pay 230,000.
Yeah.
Contrary to what you wrote here. So what you wrote here is not the true position, right? That's what I'm trying to bring out. Right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So go ahead. I'm listening to you.
So when she told me, do you want to pack comot for the house? I tell mommy, no now. Do you want, why you say that? I still there 1 year and they never reach 2 years. Now she told me, say, why she say that? Say, she first tell me, say, the receipt where her husband light, I should return them. I tell her, say, mommy, I not there with the receipt. The receipt not there with me. Now she can't light another. I tell her, say, this one where they write, we add another money there. Say, well, yes, why I say that? Because I don't add my house money. I tell her, say, mommy, I still there, I never reached 3 years, which is 2 years now. Which is, there 2 years never reach. So now she forced me, say I should collect the receipt. I don't no go collect them.
Collect what?
The 280. The one where she light rent.
Okay.
That the 280. That's I no go collect.
Did you tell her you were going to move out?
Ma?
Did you tell her you will move out?
No. I not tell her.
The plaintiff, Shekoni Tanwa, claims to have issued notice of rent increase to her tenant ahead of the expiration of his existing tenancy. She said the tenant ignored the rent increase and paid the old rate. The plaintiff's efforts to refund the payment was frustrated when the defendant refused to provide his account number. The defendant, John Kenneth Ozo, claims that the plaintiff did not inform him of the rent increase on time. He said he had to pay the old rate he had saved up for the current year. Judge Fobi wades into this matter.
Do you understand? If a landlord has a premises and you know that the rent is beyond what you can afford, what I would have expected you to do on that day is tell her that I intend to move out. Maybe I'm looking for somewhere else. Do you understand me?
I understand you.
And she should give you time. And you both agree on the time to move out. If you can no longer afford it, then go to where you can afford. You don't have to stress yourself. And you have paid 230,000 naira now.
Yes.
All you have to do, just pay the 50,000 naira. Okay.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I'm not telling her to put money to your house, but you're supposed to involve me in time. That is the problem. She said, when was the time you notified?
It was
you see, ideally,
February that I said, bring that receipt. My husband made mistake on that receipt. The receipt you
Where is it? Let me just explain something to you, why she's looking for that. When you pay your rent for a certain period of time, the contract between the two of you is just for that period of time you have paid for. A day after that,
2022.
The contract has expired.
November.
Do you understand me? Your tenancy supposed to expire when?
My tenant.
The money you
That
pay.
is the first week in November, which is
Which
this
year?
last month.
Which year? 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
She gave you a receipt for the previous year. And on 18th of November 2022, she notified you that your next rent is going to be 280,000 naira. A whole 1 year. And you are saying that notification period is not enough for you. Look at it. See, look at it. Show him here. Your next.
This money, this one now is not mine. She not told me. She not told me this one. This one now, I didn't know about the 280,000.
Let me have it.
I don't know about it.
She didn't tell you at all.
She told me. She told me something like September.
But what of this? This is your name that is on it.
My name, but it's not my signature. Me and her no do anything about this. Now she formed that one. I didn't do aware. I'm not even there aware for this
You
one.
were not given this. That's what you're saying.
Eh?
You were not given this.
No.
She didn't give you this. Okay. What?
That receipt, that rent receipt that I gave to him, is recorded here.
Where?
It's here, ma.
Okay, please let me have it.
What of my balance? 60,000 naira. 50,000 for rent. Balance. About 10,000. 10,000 for cleaner. 50,000. How many years did I live for your house? You say what? How many years did I live for this house? This is your third year that you want to enter. This is 2 years I'm here. This is the third year you want to enter. Yes. Yes. Why are you adding money? Am I the first person to enter this house? When I enter this house, people is here. You say what? Before I enter this house, people is your house, Abby. Yes. Others don't pay that money. Why are you starting for me? Where you just come? No. This man is paying. Alex has paid. Paid? Yes, March this year. For how many years? This is his third year. What's her name? Nkiru has paid. How many years is Nkiru paid? This is the third year. I can't. You can't. Then you are ready to move out now. I can never pay it for the 2 days. That was. You know that I sent this thing to you. I like to talk too much. You know I sent. That's why I tried to keep quiet. I sent a letter to you. I gave you a letter here. I gave you a letter here, not so. Which letter you give me? Which letter? I gave you a letter here that morning when you were going to work. Even before my husband died, I gave you the letter. And what I tell you that day, you are telling me. What did you tell me? When you tell me about it, what I tell you? What did I tell you? I mean, what did you tell me? Say,
You know, just now, I'll continue. You admitted that you were notified now.
Ma?
You just admitted that you were notified.
Oh,
you now said, what did I tell you? It's like, I know. You know, it's like she told you she was increasing. You are now asking her, when you told me, what did I tell you? Probably you cannot pay. That because you said I can never pay that amount.
Which is that September when we are in drag it.
Okay, let me continue.
And
I've established all I need to establish from this. Because what I realize is from this, initially, your position is you were not paying. And if you are not paying under the law, that means you are prepared to move out of the premises. Because you already know a new term. Do you understand? You know the new rent. And it was not as if you requested for time to pay up everything. Now you've paid. The remaining 50,000 naira. Because you knew, even within that 1 month, she informed you. If you had told her you were no longer interested. And when you got the 230,000 naira, Tanwa, when you got the 230,000 naira,
yes,
why didn't you return his money?
I told him, I told him he should send his account number that I want to return.
When you told to send your account number, you were told. Were you told?
She told me.
But you did not?
I should send the account number.
But you did not?
Yes, ma'am.
That means you accepted the new terms. That's the law. It's not a joke. It's the law.
Okay.
It's a contract.
Yes. Okay, now, I've accepted, but she will give me time. Because I'm not planning.
Listen to me. Listen. Because your choice of words is very wrong. It's not as a matter of right that she will give me like commanding. No. You plead for it. Because right now you are indebted. You are a debtor. Have you seen a debtor that is dictating to the... Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
Okay, so talk to her right here.
I didn't have to pay the money cash for now because of the situation of the Nigeria. If I have the money, I will pay the cash. Please. If I had the money, I will pay it. I can never deal with the money. I will I'll tell you that I will pay you small. Why the money they complete with me? I know how I gather this one why I pay because I don't want to pay it small. That's why I gather the money. Pay the money when I'm supposed to pay it. It's not easy for me to pay that money cash.
Within you, you know that you are being instigated towards me. I know you to be calm. I know you to be friendly with my husband. But because your friend, okay, said he is not going to pay that money, you too, you said you are not going to pay. No. That was why he waited till November 17th before you sent the money to me. And I text you that, why must you send this 230? Haven't you requested for my account number and I told you how you are going to pay?
First of all, I'm not requesting your account number. Eh? I'm not the one requested. You are the one sending your account number to me.
Jesus.
And which is something we're supposed to do because your house rent to expire. You send it and if I need request it, immediately you send out for the money. But it take time. I know that my house rent expire, but I try to gather the money. If I pay the money half, you will not happy. And me too, when they pay the money small, I will not happy.
Leave that issue. Just try and address what you are discussing, whether you're ready to concede for him and...
It's January.
So you see, most of these things, from what I can gather here, I've told you before, there is a manner of approach. You can hear all she's saying. Maybe somebody is negating you. Things you have said before, you know. But all these things, it doesn't have to degenerate to this level. You are broke. Anybody can be broke. You walk up to her. Things are not going on well now. I don't want to move out. I still want to stay here. But can you give me so number of time to pay up? And now you are here. You are already here. And the decision has to be taken now. If she doesn't agree, I don't have a choice. I have to go with her. So that's why I'm giving you the privilege to discuss with her before I have opportunity to... I'll give you 3 minutes. I have to round this up. If you're able to convince her to spread it for you, to talk to her. Talk to her.
Mommy, please give me that time I shall talk. Please.
See when?
I agree. And talk. I will try to do it.
See when?
February.
February ending.
Yes.
What of cleaners' money? You know I pay her every month.
That cleaners' money is no problem. If you need that one, if that was no big issue with me and you, even one day. When you write that one there, I didn't say I will not pay because this is agreement.
What you wrote there, you didn't deny that 10,000 naira. So, it's just that 50,000 naira that is an issue. Have you accepted the terms of payment? Because that means January you have to give her 20,000 naira. Yes. So it's 20 now. That's the way it is.
Okay, ma. Thank you, ma.
So what have we agreed on? So that I'll be sure you understand it. Narrate it now.
But because I will pay her 10,000 naira. The December, January 20, February, complete it. On the ending of February.
You complete it 22. How about the 10,000 naira for the...
That one not the problem. If you give her
give her that one. You can give her this week.
I'm talking about that one.
Okay. It's acceptable to you.
Your Honor.
Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
So the judgment, the defendant is to pay the plaintiff the sum of 10,000 naira for the utility bill within the next 1 week, as you said. Then another sum of 10,000 naira out of his outstanding rent of 50,000 naira. The month of January, 20,000 naira. And February, the balance of 20,000 naira. That's my judgment.
All right.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child,
to avoid upkeep or you suspect misattributed paternity situations. Submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections. And I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself. The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows, and for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know. raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating, because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work, and the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially it was just in patches, and then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray cost 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight, and I administered it for a year and a half. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted a solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed, and I became suicidal as well. So at some point I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015 when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet, and I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition. Like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video. You get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together, and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is. And they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness, because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have Anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think Anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the Anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. Then the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia, because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family, because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized, because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her. And the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is, it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least what I would say, some studies have shown that it's one of the top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if we talk in the general population, maybe no. But if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we will see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get. And some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam, or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like, I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier, that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization, because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Welcome to our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a top-flight town planner, a former commissioner for physical planning and urban development in Lagos State, a man who recently headed the tribunal that looked into the collapsed building in Ikoyi. He's also an author, a happily married man, a grandfather. Town planner Olutoyin Ayinde. You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, viewers.
It's good to have you with us.
It's a privilege to be here.
Let me say this about you. What strikes me the most about you is your humility and openness. And it makes me to ask, who is Toyin Ayinde?
Well, Toyin Ayinde is Toyin Ayinde.
Yes.
But I must say that I was brought up under a disciplined parenthood, and who taught us to know that what is it that you have that you were not given. So, and if you were given, why do you behave as if you are really the one that authored everything? So that points to the fact that we have to be humble in anything that we do, knowing that you will not be the first to do what you are doing, and you are not about to be the last. So, and I believe that anywhere we find ourselves in life is a test to wherever we are going again. So if you fail that test today, you may not be able to withstand tomorrow. So that's how I have grown as Toyin Ayinde, which makes me a little bit different from my peers, because it's not the way that my peers will look at things that I will look at them. So many things that people clamor for, that they think is the end of the world, I just rationalize and ask myself, what is it in life that I will exchange my life for? You know, and I do not see anything. So it makes me humble, giving respect to the other person, knowing that he can as well be occupying the seat I'm occupying now. So that's where I believe life should run.
Yeah, no, you see, as someone who finds himself in society, the home prepared you for the society.
True.
Were you caned when you were younger?
Oh, I was caned. I happened to be firstborn in the family, and you know what firstborns go through.
I don't know.
You know, okay, so you're not one. The truth is that parents, generations ago, did not go through any school of parenting. So each parent brought up their own child the way they were brought up. So it's like a wumble and fumble thing. So I went through a dad who, if he promised you he was going to cane you,
you got caned.
If he hasn't caned you in 2 weeks, don't think he forgot. He's just looking for the appropriate time. In fact, you could be sleeping and he will wake you up with that cane.
But going through that, did you find yourself detesting him?
Initially as a child. Later, I grew up to rationalize. In fact, there was a time I was saying, okay, this man actually wanted me to be a good person, but he didn't know how to go about it. I'll give you an example. You know that when I was younger, I was a stammerer, chronic stammerer.
Really?
And I remembered my mom caning me to say, stop stammering. Stop stammering. There was one day I had the opportunity to say this publicly, and she was there. I said, may God forgive her.
Amen.
You know, but how did I get over stammering?
Yes.
I learned on my own. I discovered that you stutter more when you are aggravated.
Yes, true.
When you are angry, when you are in an argument.
Yes.
So I learned not to get involved in arguments. I learned not to raise my voice. Then I learned to speak slower.
Yes.
To pick my words. And eventually,
deliberately,
I began to develop. So I now find people call me an orator, and I look at myself. Are you?
Where is that coming from? Now, compare your upbringing to what you have done with your children. Did you cane or spank, as we say these days now?
Yes, I did. You know, I was brought up in a Christian home.
Yes.
So the Bible says that
bring up a child.
There's a foolishness
in the heart of a child. It is a cane,
the rod of correction.
Yeah.
But the rod really doesn't have to be cane.
Yeah.
But what most of us did was cane. But it didn't get far as I experienced, because then I had begun to go for parenting classes. Not formally, sometimes you just learn it in the church. But I went for leadership studies.
Yes.
And one of the books that made an impact in my life was 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, written by Stephen Covey.
Stephen Covey, yes.
And it was there that I learned that by the time I'm using a cane on my child, I'm trying to enforce what I was unable to normally pass to him. So it made me realize that, this thing is about communication. So I began to improve on my communication. In fact, one of the things I first did was to have a one-on-one with one of my children, with each of my children.
Yes.
So I'll take them, just go to an eatery, feel relaxed, and I'll be discussing. In fact, last month we were in UK. My last born graduated in University of Manchester, his master's degree.
Okay.
And when we got there, guess what? He said, Dad, you remember that when we were younger, you were taking my elder siblings for discussions. And you said it was going to be my turn, but it never came. He said, now we are going to discuss.
Which is very instructive. Like, communication is very important.
Yes.
Right. Let's hold it there. We're going to take a break now for a short while. When we're back, we'll continue our talk with Mr. Toyin Ayinde. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Town Planner Toyin Ayinde. Recently, you served as chairman of the tribunal into that collapsed building in Ikoyi. I know you have presented your report, and without asking you to divulge anything that's already divulged, what basically did you come out with as a person about the building industry?
Well, thank you for that question, and I think I would also like to thank the Lagos State government for the privilege to have been appointed as chairman of that tribunal. And I also want to thank every member of that tribunal. They were all accomplished professionals who knew their onions. They were all people who couldn't be manipulated. Let me say that we did that assignment gratis.
Okay.
Yeah, we were not offered any sitting allowance. We didn't collect any sitting allowance. I think that probably gave us the courage to look into the issue realistically and come up with recommendations. What I take away from that assignment is that we can't pass the buck. Can't pass the buck. The buck has to stop on someone's table. And there are levels of tables like that where we have not taken cognizance of the value of life. And that's why the summary of our report was that building collapse in Nigeria is rooted in the falling ethics and value systems of Nigeria. So over time, we have lost touch with what is right. You even have to be defending what is right now before what is wrong. You know, one of the things we said as we were submitting the report was that members of the tribunal would need government protection because in a few weeks' time, they will probably be the villains and those who did the wrong thing will be praised. And it's because we haven't learned how to call a spade a spade. When you see somebody who says this is the real issue, these are the culprits, what people end up asking is, why did he discover the culprits? So it gives you some kind of challenge of the kind of system we're running. But if the building industry must restore confidence, we must embrace professionalism, we must embrace a value system that puts value on the Nigerian life.
But let me interrupt you. If we talk of the buck stopping somewhere and we want to put value to the Nigerian life and also be professional, what would you say causes buildings to collapse? They don't need to be high-rise buildings like that. Different types of buildings. A 2- or 3-story building just collapsed recently in Ebute Metta.
Yeah.
You understand? Why do buildings collapse?
Well, buildings will collapse because of the failure to take a decision. And it depends on who was meant to take that decision. You know, let's imagine it's a building under construction.
Yes.
There are professionals who are meant to take a decision. Layers. A contractor is supposed to have professionals working. There are consultants meant to supervise the contractor. There are government agencies meant to monitor. So anytime any of these ones fail, buildings may collapse when the wrong things are done. But because everyone has responsibility, we should be able to trace who dropped the ball.
Yes.
And anyone who dropped the ball should be penalized for dropping the ball. I think that's what is missing.
Because there's no punishment meted out to anyone.
That's the missing point. That's the missing point.
I know that in our environment there is a housing deficit, a very serious one across the nation, particularly so in urban cities like Lagos.
Yeah.
Now, around us, people just buy a piece of land and start building. Should it be so?
Now, the first thing about building is that we have a wrong model in Nigeria. And I've been privileged to say this in 25 states of the Federation. First, I think our governance model is wrong.
We'll come to that.
Yes, because government, and I'm saying government, I'm beginning from government and governance, because by research, I learned that 3,300 BC, before Christ, cities were planned by government itself. It's part of the responsibility of government to plan. So what does government do? Government takes care of the generality of the people. But we haven't really enjoyed that in Nigeria. Most times, government takes care of a section or a few people. Now, where government takes care of the generality of the people, individuals rarely build houses for themselves. So in UK, for example, there is a public housing policy.
Yes.
And government, buildings, residential buildings are either put up by corporations, cooperatives, or by councils. So you can have a council flat.
And you can't even renovate without permit.
No, and you didn't build it yourself.
Yeah.
It was built by reputable organizations. So you don't have the government persuading land to individuals because governance is in place. But where there is lack of governance, where government is not taking responsibility for public housing, then it persuades land to individuals. And then you have individuals go to the markets, going to buy cement, going to buy iron rod, which doesn't happen in many places. It's the same thing that we have for public transportation.
Yeah.
Where there is no public transportation, there will be so many commercial vehicles on our roads. Where there is no public water supply, there will be so many boreholes. So, and the more people you have doing that thing, the less control, the less enforcement you are able to do. I think that's what has brought us to this level. You know, there are too many people constructing who don't know about construction.
Yeah.
There are too many quacks in the business who have no business being there. And unfortunately, you know what, like I was telling the Association of Consulting Architects of Nigeria last week, I was asking, what is it that quacks tell the citizens, that the citizens believe in them more than the professionals?
Probably because they are cheaper?
Maybe, but it's also at a great risk.
Yes.
Yes. And because we have all lost value, a man puts the cost of building higher than his own life. Because that's what I think is happening.
Yes.
So there's need for a rediscovery of our values. That's the way I think we will.
But you know, I also think that there's need for courage in enforcing standards.
True, and enforcement of standards, like I said, is about layers. Enforcement of standards will cut across professional bodies. So when anybody offends, I'm a town planner. If I do any sharp practice, it should be possible to report me to my institute. My institute, for example, has an ethics and disciplinary committee, and I should be able to face that committee. And then, if I'm wrong, I'm penalized. And people shouldn't be looking at it from the fact that, oh, okay, he was penalized because he's not Yoruba speaking, he's penalized because he's Igbo and things like that. So all of those things have to be removed. We have to learn, government has to learn to also enforce discipline.
Okay.
So it's not just about professional bodies. Government must also do that. And government more, because government is the one that really has that capacity to put everybody in their place, especially if it's done within the legal framework.
We'll come back. When we're back, we'll continue our talk. This time, we'll be talking about the quality of workmanship within the industry and what has happened to us in Nigeria regarding personnel and training and even preparing our youth to participate in the industry where you specialize. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Ayinde. We were talking about the quality of workmanship. You enter a building that's just been finished, you see the lines are not straight, you see the screening is imperfect and all that, and then you say, who are the people who did this? Or say, oh, somebody, I was advised to bring in people from Ghana, from Republic of Benin, but I thought it was too expensive. These Nigerian people are not. What has happened to our trade centers, to all of these government training institutes? Why can't even the private sector set up proper training institutes for the various levels of the building industry?
I think over time we've lost touch with training personnel in Nigeria. In those days there used to be the city and guilds exams.
Yes.
For craftsmen, masons, and things like that. I'm not sure we have that anymore. I recollect that a few years ago, there was a young man, Shegun Sholade or something like that, who was trying to work on artisans and craftsmen, working in collaboration with the Nigerian Institute of Building. To see that craftsmen are properly trained, because indeed and in truth, even housekeeping hands in hotels, we don't even have them anymore. So and these are vocations that really need training. I think we got carried away by the certificate syndrome. Everybody wants to have a BSc, everybody, and so we do not have dignity of labor anymore. So no one is willing to learn some of these things. In fact, they probably prefer to be bike riders than some of these things. But the truth is, I was in Ghana a few years ago, I think in 2007, where we were designing an estate for a client, and the client insisted that he wanted me to visit Ghana to see an estate, Trasaco Valley or something like that. And when I got there, what I first saw, the masonry, I said, the bricklayers who worked on my mom's house will do a better job than this. Until I saw their finishing. One of the things you will find out about them is that when it comes to finishing, they are never in a hurry. If you flip that back to us, we are always in a hurry. So, because the longer it takes for you in finishing a job, the better the quality. So we see that, and that's why the science of project management came. We don't manage our projects well. We are always in a hurry to complete them. Sometimes those projects are to score political points. So rather than do them well, do them quick. I've had a governor say that we are doing this road, I'll deliver it in 3 months. The design probably has not even been done. And you don't know the intricacies of those things. So I think we just must understand that there are processes. And if we must get good results, we must pass through those processes and do due diligence, which is what we're lacking right now.
So what's the way out?
The way out is to ramp up things like what the Nigerian Institute of Building is doing, trying to train. What they're trying to do is concentrate on those artisans and craftsmen and build up a reserve of such people, so that when you need their services, you can be sure that when you go to this body, they will give you people who are qualified. And by the time they are doing it, if we can replicate that in states of the Federation, cities and the Federation, then we should be able to put back quality workmen. And then our economy really has to support the building industry. It is said to be one of the largest employers of labor You know, so if the building industry is vibrant, people will also be able to stay there and earn their living.
Yeah, still talking professions. Now, you are currently the president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. Do people really appreciate the work of a town planner in this environment?
The way I put it is that Nigerians generally do not understand what town planning is. And I've had to say this before about 8 or 9 governors that I have met, that what people think is town planning in Nigeria is exactly what is not town planning.
So what is town planning?
Town planning is putting order into human settlements. But we will not understand this until we understand how a human body is. A human body has systems. Circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive system, reproductive system, skeletal system. That's how the human settlement too is. Every human settlement has a circulatory system. That's the root system. It has a productive system. The industry, it has a respiratory system. The recreational areas that allows the environment to breathe. It has an excretory system, digestive to excretory system. That's the waste management, how you produce your waste and how you manage it. So these are the things that have to do with planning. So every human settlement, every town, city or village needs to first be planned on how is it going to grow, just like a human life is planned. You didn't become a broadcaster by error. No, nobody becomes anything by error. You plan it. You work towards the subjects that lead you there. Many children want to become medical doctors. When it becomes time to choose their subjects and they are choosing English literature, geography, Christian religious knowledge, French, they will tell that child, you know what, you can never become a medical doctor. It's the same thing. When you want a city to be organized, you plan it before you now begin to put buildings there. But in Nigeria, it's the buildings we know. So when we go for building plan approval, that's what we call town planning. Now, a building plan that is sitting on an unplanned area is like putting something on nothing. And that's why we will never get the right result. So we must start first by planning our city system, giving it a theme. Which type of city do we want? Is it an industrial city? Is it an educational city? Is it one that you will know for agricultural production? And that's what will now prescribe how we go about it and how we grow over time.
But then, you know, when I've seen situations where cities were planned, as it were, and they evolved, they developed, and along the way, areas that were marked strictly residential began spotting commercial activity and all that.
Very possible, because even a human being, you know, I likened a human settlement to a human being, evolves. There are times somebody bloats up in size, and he has to look through his wardrobe and see that these clothes can't size anymore. He gets new ones. There are times that he trims down. I say, you know what, I have to get new. So there is what is called review. So many times when in Nigeria, the once in a blue moon that we prepare a master plan, we think that it is forever. You know, plans are supposed to be reviewed because it's a dynamic system. And things are subject to change. So every 2 years, you look at it, what has this plan achieved? Has anything changed? If something has changed, for example, if you have an estate where those who started it were baby boomers, and then after some years, people have gone. They remain old. If you are still retaining an educational facility in that place. It will not make sense. I was in Manchester, I think in 2013, and somebody was pointing to a building that was apparently a church building. I was saying, sir, it's no longer a church, that it's not a residential building, but the facade
still shows church.
Was left as church. So it happens like that because the human settlement is a dynamic entity. So you respond to every change, making sure that what you want to do is promote sustainability so that you can live, work, and play.
But living, working, and playing in such an environment, right, becomes almost impossible when you look at, say, Victoria Island, that is now apparently more commercial than residential. There's no public car parking system here. I recall one of the businesses around the area had to eventually buy a plot to now erect a parking lot for its patrons because people's cars were being towed on the streets. But it was government's responsibility in the first instance to provide parking opportunities or even to stop people from converting a residential accommodation to public to commercial.
Okay, now we're truly not responding to dynamics in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And part of the dynamics we're not responding is the need for public transportation. First, we have too many vehicles on our roads. And that's why we need parking. In 2015, we were talking about 75,000 commercial vehicles, which we needed to mop up.
That's a lot.
As at that time. Last time I checked, I was trying to prepare a paper and I was researching. Now we have over 200,000 commercial vehicles. We mopped up the Molue buses to bring in the BRT buses. And the idea was the next phase was to mop up the Danfo buses. But what do we have now? Instead of mopping the Danfo buses, we now have those other tiny buses again, which in the
cluster the road
in the local parlance they call them Korope. Yes. So those ones are more. We now have tricycles, all congesting our road system. So we are truly not responding to the dynamics. We are not applying the right medication to our illness. So what we need first is to invest in public transportation, mass transit, so that we can mop up all of those vehicles, make them freer. You will need less land for parking. There are also some dynamics now. You know, Uber and Bolt were not the in thing then.
No, they
now
were
you
not.
have them now. So why would I need to take my car?
All the time.
All the time, you know. So, but all of these things are, and we need data, studies all the time. We're not studying, we're not conducting any studies. And this will be the result all of the time. Failure of systems because we're not reviewing, examining ourselves to know whether we are making progress.
Okay. Now, because of the progress that has been achieved in society in terms of, say, advancements in information technology, it's easier to send information, receive information, share information, right? The younger generation is more into that than the older generation. However, politically speaking, how do we get the younger generation to even trust the older generation enough in terms of charting the right course for the future? Because they're the ones that will solve this problem we're seeing.
I agree with you. It's a matter of trust. I'll give you a personal experience. I was going to, before I left for government service, I went through leadership course, and one of the things that I came across was the fact of some businesses that have stayed over 100 years. And they all started with individuals.
Yes.
Family businesses. And I learned the liberal nature of those businesses, the ability to absorb people, the ability to give room for talent and things like that. And I remember that one of the things I used to say when I got back from the training was like, well, this Tony and Associates is just, it bears my name, but I'm not the owner. That if God asks me to do something else, I'll just move on. And lo and behold, I was invited to become a commissioner. So what did I do? I took younger people, my own staff, I took them to the bank and authorized the bank to open another Tony and Associates account to which they will be signatories and I will not be. That's trust.
That's trust.
You know, so from then on, every proceeds that came to the firm went into that account. They were the ones managing the account. Because of trust, I didn't need to call them to say, how much is there? I hope you have not finished spending. You know, I had made up my mind the day I was given that endorsement. I made up my mind that the worst that will ever happen is that they will close down the business. But you know what? They didn't close it down.
Yes.
They did it better than I would have done if I was still there, because they could take risks. Risks that I wouldn't have taken because of my generation.
Yeah.
There's a book on relationship. I've forgotten the author now, but it was from that book that I learned about generations.
Yes.
And why, given the same amount to do the same thing, it would take me a longer time to do that thing than somebody who is younger.
Who is younger, yes.
Because he doesn't care to take the risk. I'll remember that I'm a grandfather.
Yes.
You know, all of those things. So those are the things I think we should begin to think about now. I think younger people should be given opportunity to take the risk on our behalf. We will also be taking a risk by trusting in them.
Yes.
Now somebody says, if you trust them and they disappoint you, if you say because they will disappoint, you will not trust
take
them.
The risk of trusting.
We'll just remain where we are, meaning the status quo. And somebody said the true meaning of status quo is the mess you are in. So if you say let the status quo remain, you are saying let the mess we are in remain. So I think if we want to get out of the status quo, we must take a plunge.
Yes.
Close our eyes. Let those young men try it. We're still alive to correct them.
To correct them.
But if we don't allow them...
But see, let's now conversely flip it. You recently, one of the parties, the APC to be candidate, right, decided to offer for sale its presidential form, nomination form, for 100 million naira for a job that for the entire tenure will be bringing in to the president or the candidate less than 60 million naira. So that's like you are being asked to go look for 100 million, come and invest it in a game of chance. You may end up not even being the candidate. And even if you end up being the candidate, your take-home pay is less than 60 million naira. So what are we saying to the young people? Yes, you say it is reduced for them to 50 million. How many young people would have 50 million naira and want to be president? Are we really serious?
Well, this is a turf that I'm still growing in.
Yes, we all are.
I say that I'm not an experienced politician, and truly I don't know the basis. First, I was thinking, or probably they want to test the sacrifice of the candidates, but how far would that really go? Because if we want them to sacrifice for Nigeria, I don't know if that money will really be put into.
The money will stay in the party.
So I really don't understand. But for me, I think if we make it more liberal, we're likely to get people who will perform, but they may not have that resource. You know, because it's not every time that your resource determines that you have something here.
Exactly. All right, we'll take a break now. When we return, Tamplana India and I will be talking about the younger generation, their expectations, and how we of the older generation can lift them up. Stay tuned. It's still Timeless Conversation with my guest, Tamplana Ayinde. Now, young people, have we failed them, really? Or have we helped them? Or do we even understand them? We are quick to look at them as having a sense of entitlement, which is valid. And they're also quick to let us know that they are irritated by our style of administration or our style of doing stuff. Even when you employ young people, sometimes I've heard somebody say that, I don't understand my staff. Do we understand young people?
I think we should understand life as a continuous process. And when something is continuous, then we need to also learn as we go on. I look at the younger generation from the angle of my children. I have 4 children. And the first thing I know about them is that they are all different human beings. They all have separate ideas. I have the one that is carefree. I have one that is focused. I have one that is moody. His mood can just swing and things like that. So, and I know what to ask one person to do and the other not to do. So it takes time to study human beings and know what they are good at. And it's better to play with people's strength rather than bring out their weaknesses. I think part of the things we don't do is to see the good in the younger generation. I was part of a committee recently. We're still working, and we're trying to hold a professional summit. And then I was told that the theme they were considering was to look into drug abuse and things like that. So I said, so why are you looking at our youths only from drug abuse, things like that? Why are you not looking at their potentials in a challenging nation? You know, things like that, which we eventually agreed on. So I believe that given the right environment, given the guidance, our youths can actually do a lot better than us. Like I said, they have the energy. I go back to my background again. I said I'm a Christian and I've looked through the Bible. Anytime God wants to do any change, he does it through young men.
That's deep. That's true.
He does it through young men. When Moses was choleric, when he was young, he saw somebody oppressing the other. He said, why? He went out, as a young man. He was drunk, Joshua was full of strength, David, look at how
very exuberant.
He was a game changer when he saw Goliath. I mean, Saul was probably a grandfather and everybody was afraid. He was running away from Goliath. But this 17-year-old boy ran towards him. So I've seen young people effect the change. So when we are looking for change, we should be looking for the the people whose blood is still hot. You know, they are damning the consequences.
Yeah.
I know what I could do when I was younger. There are things now. Moses Ogunleye,
yes,
my colleague,
yes,
made an observation when I became a commissioner. He said, Egbon, I can see that you talk, you are slower now when you want to speak. And there were a lot of things to think about.
Yes.
As commissioner, anything that came from my mouth would be a policy statement.
Yes, declaration.
So I have to think and be slow about it. That's what happens to the older generation. There are a lot of things, a lot of sentiments at times to consider. So I think what the youths have as an advantage is that energy.
Yes.
But you can now channel that energy. Okay. And if we truly begin to trust that, we send them to school,
yes,
not to be stupid. Mm-hmm. So, and we are not giving them the opportunity to use it, you know. And I think part of the reasons why some of us don't want to leave power now is that we are not given the opportunity to test our leadership potential when we are young. So it's at 60, it's at 65 that you are now becoming somebody. You won't want to leave.
You don't want to leave.
But that's really not the right age,
yes,
to now be showing as a leader. Mm-hmm. When I was going to contest as president of my institute, I was 57. And many people were asking me to step down for another person so that the person, and I did my calculations. I said, look, at 57, I will be second national vice president for 2 years. I'll be first national vice president for 2 years because it's a grooming process. Yeah. And then I'll become president. I said, by the time I'm president, I'll be 61. I said, if you ask me to step down and we try to do some zoning kind of, by the time that opportunity comes to me again, I'll be 63. 2 years as second vice, 2 years as first vice. By the time I become the president, I'll be 67. I said I will be a stupid 67-year-old man if I cannot show you. If I can't show you 5 younger people,
yes,
that will do it better than me. So I think we need to know that leadership has energy. So there's an age for leadership.
Yeah.
There's an energy for leadership. There's a speed for leadership.
Yeah.
I've gone to 25 states and I spend 3 days and I'm off to another place and I'm off to another place. You know, one of our past presidents said, Tony, you know why you're able to do this? You are still young.
You're still young. Yeah, that's true.
So we need to put our young people out there to bring out the best in them, especially now that we're in the technology age.
Yes. Now, because they are even more technology savvy, they are exposed to a lot more of information than we were at our own time. They also need to listen to us. How do we make them listen to us?
Okay. You develop a relationship. Most times we're disconnected from our youths. You know, when parents are talking to their children and you get to a point that a father is saying, I'm the one that gave birth to you, something is missing.
It's already threatened.
It's threatened. So it's like when a husband is telling his wife, do you know I'm the husband in this house?
Yes.
It's a break in communication. So we must always communicate with our children. I tell my children stories. I remind them of when I took them to school and I hadn't paid their school fees. And I was asked to take them back home. That's to let them remember that we didn't become who we are now just like this. It didn't happen to us.
Yes.
We went through processes.
Yes.
I remind them of when the car broke down.
Yeah.
And we had to push.
Yeah.
So if we have one now that is remote controlled, don't be arrogant.
Yes.
We worked our way there.
Yes.
So all of these conversations we must have from time to time. I don't stop my children from asking me questions. It's different from in those days when we were brought up. Once our fathers, when you hear the the car horn, everybody runs for cover.
Everywhere is cool.
Yes, and when daddy is in the sitting room, nobody is there. But this is different.
Yes.
You can come and discuss and things like that, and that's that's what we should really cultivate.
There's actually this push in these days now where they say that we should mentor the younger generation. The question I have is, who mentored you? Now, how do you mentor someone else when you were not mentored yourself?
Now, mentoring really should be like a kind of taking someone by the hand and letting him know this and that. But for us, I think there are many things we picked on the way. You might not have been told directly. It's like being in an apprenticeship.
Sure.
You know, I wonder how some of these mechanics get to, because all they will just be doing is to be looking at their oga.
Yeah.
You know, so, and there are things that can be taught. There are things that are caught.
Yes.
You can't teach it.
Yeah.
So, but somehow is by either looking at someone over time, reading something, and it just strikes you. You know, that's the way some of us developed.
Yes.
And I think when our children look at us long enough, I was shocked when I went for my daughter's graduation in secondary school, and they had this magazine, and they put, "Who is your mentor?" And she wrote, "Her father." I was shocked. So this child is looking at me. So that means that I must not fail.
Her.
I must fail her. So as mentors, let me say as examples to our children, we will be mentoring them.
Okay.
That's the way I want.
And then we need to also take that outside the home.
Oh, of course. Do you know why we are building them in the home? We are building them for the society.
Yeah.
And I've seen my children come to tell me, and this is where we really have to be careful. My children have told me that, "Dad, we see some of these things that you are saying. They are true." I said, "But people are not practicing them out there." And that's the sad thing.
That's it.
Because no child of mine would break a traffic signal.
Certainly not.
No child of mine, whatever chaos is on the road, will drive against traffic. No child of mine would do that.
Yeah.
But they see other people do these things
and they wonder.
Every day.
Yeah.
So this is what we are up against. So how many parents have taught their children
not to do that?
Not to do that.
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
Well, let's go back to the home now. I asked you at this initial stage that who is doing Ayinde, and you tried. Now, I'm coming back there. As a person, what are the things that give you pleasure?
Let me start by saying my relationship with God. And then my relationship with my family. I've been very close with my wife. Very, very close. We're very close.
Yeah.
So that helps me, and my children also know that. So we have grown together. I've not been privileged to close from work, then go somewhere and relax for hours before coming home. You know, once I'm done at work, I just go home, sit with my family. My relationship with God. I love getting principles.
Okay.
As I read the Bible, I'm not reading the story, I'm looking for the principles. So as to apply.
Yeah.
Because those things are meant to be applied to make you different. As you are. So if you are disciplined, why are you disciplined? I've read people who are disciplined.
Yes.
I've read about people who knew how to add value.
Yes.
You know, so, and I hold that I'm God's representative.
Okay, so
at any time.
What's your favorite food?
If you give me amala, The on the spot one.
The on the spot one.
Yes. If you give me 3 times a day, I won't complain.
Ah. You know, I remember we were talking off the camera about the simplicity of the food, that Gari and Ekpa any day is a good combination.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which I've taken quite a number of times in my office. I used to say when I was in government service that I did not, on account of becoming a commissioner, relocate my lunch area to Sheraton.
Exactly. Because you stop being commissioner already, and then you go back to the basics. But how did you become a commissioner? You were not a politician then.
I wasn't in politics. I was not a politician. It started from service. Because many people know. There is a tendency to think that it just happened. But no, it didn't just happen. I remember when I used to send emails to the governor. When I noticed anything, I would send emails to the governor. I went to Nanjing in 2008. I saw some things. I took pictures. And when I arrived, it was my personal trip. And I sent to the governor. I said, this is possible in Lagos. And then I had an opportunity to consult for Ministry of Housing. It was a project for which I had no letter of award, for which I had no dime as advance payment. But just I saw it as a privilege to be invited to come and give service. And I prepared a 12-week schedule, and I dived into that assignment. And, you know, I didn't know that the governor was seeing this product being done free, not being paid for. And it was there, and then he asked that I should be given a project. And when I submitted that project, when I presented, he said this was a very good work. And then I was given a second project, and I was given a third project. It was while I was on that third project that one day I received a phone call, and it was the governor. He said, I'd like to discuss with you. The rest is history. So what I have learned from that is Proverbs 22:29. Do you see a man diligent in his duties? He will stand before kings and not before men. So this is how I got to government. But having been in government, I served the APC government. So, and
you became APC.
Courtesy demands that I'm a carrying member of APC.
Let me thank you for your time. We'll do this again as soon as we can, and I wish you the very best in your tenure.
Thank you very much.
As President of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. It's been Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Toyin Ayinde as my guest. Thank you for coming.
It's a privilege, sir.
All right. Thank you all for watching. We'll be with you sometime soon. Thank you.
This is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uyime Elijah. The 2023 governorship election in Edo State is just around the corner, and we will keep you posted on events as they occur. And now to our first report. Youth in Nigeria form a major part of the country's population. However, the challenges for them to contest and win elections in the country are enormous. This is the reason behind a one-day youth electoral reform forum in Benin City, where youth from Edo, Delta, and Bayelsa states, including leaders from the National Youth Council of Nigeria, journalists, members of socio-cultural groups, civil society organizations, and some persons living with disability, engaged in discussions that formed recommendations for electoral reform in the country. Daukuru Gray has details in this report.
The South-South Youth Electoral Reform Forum, in its coalition stage, is aimed at supporting youths to lead electoral reform efforts. It is also meant to get them involved in the electioneering process and become card-carrying party members even as the Edo governorship election is approaching.
This project is supporting youth to lead electoral reform effort. And we chose Benin because Benin will be having up the cycle election, and we think it's necessary. This forum and all that we have done here, the recommendation, all the highlights we've had in today's forum will be passed down to the youth so that they will not become willing hands, for election violence in the hands of politicians. This is the coalition stage. We believe that after now we'll be going in to do advocacy. So we're coming back to Benin to carry out voters' conferences so that we can also take this message probably to communities. And that was the tension that is already building up here.
Young people in the Niger Delta should get involved and get engaged. They should engage the process. Engaging the process is by becoming party members, not just being members of political parties that are not card-carrying members. They should be card-carrying members of political parties. What we are trying to do from this reform is to see that the voices of young persons are being included. And while you see that young persons are making recommendations and these recommendations are getting to the House, I think it's something that is going to boost the confidence of young persons to participate. What we really want to see is increase inclusion in our electoral process. And you know that young persons make a large chunk of our populations.
Appreciating the organizers for putting the program together, participants say the issues in the electoral system are economical.
First, I want to appreciate the organizers of this very, very beautiful forum. It's been a process of relearning and also unlearning a lot of things that I actually know proud before now. Most important is the need to pay attention to how the electoral chairman, INEC, is bring to bear.
It's our hope that these recommendations will be carried into part of the electoral amendment process so that we can really hit the nail on the head. So, however, we still understand that the background issue on electoral issues still boils down to that of an economic one.
Some of the challenges highlighted during the discourse that shaped the 2023 general election were the sudden Naira redesign policy, electoral technology, voter suppression, misinformation, and violence, amongst others. Daukuru Gray, Plus TV News, Edo.
Straight now to Taraba State, where the House of Assembly has ratified a bill promoting the rotation of a first-class chieftaincy stool among 3 major ethnic groups in Takum local government area following a 28-year-old tussle. The bill also called for the creation of 3 third-class stools. Correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundale filed this report.
The Abel Peter-led committee in Taraba State is working to resolve the 28-year monarch crisis in Takun local government area. After a public hearing on an executive-sponsored bill, the committee has presented its findings to the House for deliberation, despite divergent views from stakeholders.
Pleased to inform this Honourable House that the response of the stakeholders to our call for memorandum and invitation to the public hearing was highly commendable. For the avoidance of doubt, the following organizations attended the public hearing to make oral and written submissions.
State lawmakers passed a bill presented by House Committee Chairman Abel Dyer, allowing the first-class stool to be rotated between the Chamber, Koteb and Jokun Takum ethnic groups after a unanimous decision following a public hearing.
As member of this 10th Assembly, I am proud because history will be fair to each and every member of this 10th Assembly. Where there was a vacuum created by reason of death or one thing for over 28 years ago, today we are on the path to filling such a vacuum. A vacuum we want to believe will bring about the restoration of total peace in Taku.
I believe that a time will come that similar situation may happen in some particular place. And once that happens, the way it's being taken here, they should be able to accommodate as well. So that the spirit of accommodation and sharing should come to stay in Taraba State.
Deputy Speaker Amanadaba Abdullahi emphasized the decision of the House to accommodate all stool owners, citing a previous truce for the first-class stool in Sardauna local government area.
There was similar issue in Sardauna Traditional Council, which was give and take. Mambila have over 90%, but they accommodate their brother, the Fulani, and it is the same law that we enacted here. So therefore, I don't think this is the first precedent.
Abel Dyer, the House Committee Chairman on Local Government Tradition and Chieftaincy Affairs, has recommended modifying the bill's title to give tribes in the dispute a sense of belonging. He also stated that the new law has resolved the chieftaincy dispute among the three major ethnic groups in the Takum local government area.
I do believe that if this bill is strictly followed, we'll have everlasting peace in Taku as far as the issue of chieftaincy is concerned.
The governor is set to sign the House bill for the rotational system of Takum first-class monarch and establish 3 third-class chiefs.
Artificial intelligence, AI, has been on the upsurge for quite a while now in other parts of the world. No doubt Nigeria would not want to be left behind, as such a development could result in ease of life in many areas and aspects. From top to bottom, an event tagged Adapting AI for Nigeria, Crafting Intelligent Solutions for Our Unique Landscape has created an opportunity for tech enthusiasts, entrepreneurs, students, and investors, among others, to have better insight into how Nigeria could be ushered into an era of prosperity by using AI. Our correspondent, Abdusalam Joki Lasisi, has more.
Keen-eyed and curious Nigerians are seated in this hall. They are seeking more knowledge about artificial intelligence at the Artificial Intelligence in Nigeria AIIN conference. The event hosts all-round interested Nigerians, indicative of the rise in the need for all to know more about AI and what it holds for the future. Many institutions and establishments in Nigeria have at some point navigated the waters of the AI sector. One of the sponsors is the Wigwe University, founded by the late Dr. Herbert Wigwe. A speech is dedicated to the late business mogul.
The words of Thornton Wilder, an American novelist, who once said, "The highest tribute to the dead is not grief, but gratitude. With grief, you are left with no choice. You are held in its grip, whether you let yourself go or not, it's there. In many ways, it will always be there. But with gratitude, it's a choice I have made. Grief is inevitable. Gratitude is a choice. It's a decision I've made.
Speakers, including the founder of Innotelligence, Dr. Phil Ogun, hints on how AI can be effectively integrated into Nigeria. He speaks alongside others.
But the plan for us and what we're currently doing is to apply all of these things, AI, robotics, software engineering.
I'm going to focus about the fact that AI can help transform businesses and it can help in terms of making decisions faster for customers. It can also help improve customer experience and customer journey, basically.
Meanwhile, Dr. Phil Ogun shares his thoughts on how Nigerians could become more accepting of AI.
It's for us to know that there is no stopping AI. A lot of people have been talking about how AI could cause harm, and that's very true. A lot of people are talking about bias in AI. That's very true. But these are the challenges that you have when you have a new technology, okay? But with time, all of these things will go away.
Just as participants speak on how impactful the event has been.
People have really been wondering, they are scared that is AI going to take their job? No, quite all right. But if you don't upgrade yourself and get in tune with what AI, the next level, then those that know AI, that can operate AI, will take your job.
Africa being that environment where the young people want to thrive in the AI space, having such opportunities and hearing from such people with such amount of wealth of knowledge is quite inspiring.
The organizers say Nigeria cannot be left behind, hence the importance of the event, which seeks to usher in both the country and its citizens into an age where humanity and AI work together to achieve success across all sectors. Abdul Salam Jukila Sisi, Plus TV News.
The Lagos State government says it acknowledges the important role the private sector and non-state actors play in the socio-economic development of the state and the country. Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Obafemi Hamzat, said this at the commissioning of the newly renovated Pediatric Center of the Gbagada General Hospital by Rotary Club of Gbagada and the George Charitable Foundation. The Deputy Governor, who was represented by the Secretary to the State Governor, Bimbola Saliu Hudeyi, says the government will continue to provide the enabling environment for such organizations to thrive. Details in this report.
The Pediatric Center of the Gbagada General Hospital was built by the Rotary Club of Gbagada over 30 years ago and has undergone refurbishment over time. This time around, the center has got a facelift thanks to the partnership between the Rotary Club of Gbagada and the George Charitable Foundation.
I hereby present this appreciation award to the George Charitable Foundation.
Representatives of the Lagos State government, particularly the Health Ministry, are gathered here. The State Health Service Commission says the commissioning is a formality as the center has been put to use since November last year. The Commission also says it represents another milestone in their ongoing efforts to enhance healthcare delivery in Lagos.
This donation is much more than just a piece of a building or an equipment or an outfit within a department. It is indeed a symbol of compassion, solidarity, and a shared commitment to the well-being of our children and our community.
As the SSG takes a tour around the facility, she is appreciative of the Rotary Club for its continued support in pushing the state forward with regular interventions.
This partnership, to me, aims to provide quality healthcare delivery to our children and improve the quality of life of our citizens. This shows that these two organizations' commitment to maternal and child healthcare is worthy of emulation. It is on this premise that I therefore commend and appreciate the leadership and members of these non-profit organizations for the foresight and initiative of renovating and expanding the children's ward of this hospital.
The district governor and club president, as well as the partner, share the vision behind the project and plans to ensure sustainability.
So we always monitor to be sure that the children that the ward is supposed to take care of, that they actually been taken care of. And when we donate things, we follow up to make sure that the things are actually given out freely too, the way we have given it freely, because we don't charge money for whatever things we do. So if we can embark on a 30 million naira project and give it freely, we want to also ensure that the children of this community are benefiting from it, and they are getting free services too.
It's saving the child of the world. This is children's ward, pediatric ward, as you may call it. And you save a child, you save the world. That's the way it is. So it's open not only to Gbagada community, but to the entire Lagos State community. We've done a great work here. We have the emergency session of it. We have the outpatient and we have the inpatient. We have a room for the mother and we have a room for the mental aspect of life for the mother.
Basically, it's to give back to society, to assist our fellow citizens, to support Lagos State, to do good, to help with the development of the country.
This gesture will no doubt help in the delivery of efficient healthcare for children in the state, as the club hopes for continued support and partnership from the government.
Welcome back. In this report, the continent and its development are in focus as Africa braces up for this year's Social Impact Summit. Partners are speaking with one voice on the need for more collaboration, as it is the key for reimagining progress and a sure blueprint for sustainable growth. This was the major thrust of an appreciation gathering ahead of this year's summit. Details in this report.
Good evening, everyone.
It was an evening to unwind and appreciate partners for a successful edition of last year's Africa Social Impact Summit ACES 2023 and project for the new year. The ACES is a gathering of leaders from the private and public sectors, civil society organizations and development community to find innovative, sustainable solutions to Africa's key developmental challenges.
We had over 1,500 delegates.
As guests unwind, network and catch up, they are reminded about the essence of collaboration and how far the summit has come.
The lesson from the summit for us is, while it is a great moment when we spend, a couple of days together, in between summits, we've not done enough work to ensure that the conversation continues.
This year's summit has been tagged Reimagining Progress, a new blueprint for sustainable growth in Africa. Olakbeju Ibekwe is of the Sterling One Foundation. She is of the opinion that silo execution is not sustainable. Beju emphasizes the need for all hands to be on deck in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030.
Africa Social Impact Summit is not just an event, it is an execution platform where we have a collaborative framework on how we go forward together, the projects we will execute together, the initiatives we will prioritize together. So it is definitely not just an event, it's a convening to birth new ideas and to inspire new projects and to scale existing fantastic projects.
As we ask what areas of collaboration is to be expected this year, the partners speak enthusiastically about how to drive impact investment in Africa, economically, environmentally, and beyond.
A challenge for everybody in the world who signed up to and committed to the Sustainable Development Goals. And like tonight's event, when we're talking about connecting and partnering, no one country can really make that shift that needs to be made. It's a collective, it's a partnership, it's a coming together. If we're really going to make a difference to the future for our next generation, to their life chances across those sustainable development goals.
We're doing quite a bit, it's what we can do. But of course, naturally, we're supposed to be able to do more. But resources are limited. But we're still happy to do the little that we can in supporting the Nigerian government, the Nigerian creative ecosystem, and we will continue to be here.
Focused a lot on how we can draw down resources.
And also conversations this year will also be tailored on how you can deliver functional programs and projects that addresses the impact of climate change, a circular economy, and all the different policies that can help to accelerate climate impact solutions.
In addition to developing new frameworks for sustainable development, ACES provide a platform for impact investors to make investment in existing African solutions tackling issues on climate change, circular economy, education, health, wash, renewable energy, and agriculture.
Are we all together?
Plus TV will keep you abreast as we keep our eyes on the summit coming up in July. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the arena, which was launched in Lagos, will stand a catalyst to every event in Nigeria and Africa. The governor dropped these hints at the unveiling of Africa's first purpose-built entertainment arena. Plus TV's Paul George was there to bring us all of the exciting moments.
Over the years, Nigerian music has placed the country in the world map by breaking through barriers and entertaining the world. The outlook of the industry is about to change with another innovation. This project is part of a larger effort to develop Nigeria's infrastructure and create jobs. Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is here for the unveiling. The governor, who identifies with the project, is excited as he says it will fill a major gap in Nigeria's entertainment industry. He promises government support for the project.
It's not just the arena, it's the Lagos arena. Africa is ready. We're ready not just by mouth, we're ready in terms of the commerce and the business model that comes with it to create an environment, and a structure that will truly work for all of us. I want to assure you, Chairman, that Lagos State will not just talk the talk, will give you all the support that you require in terms of monitoring, in terms of ensuring that everything that you wish for, we will make sure that it happens timely, without any bureaucracy, understanding that we need to commission this place December 2025.
For the organizers, it has been a long time coming, citing the lack of an entertainment arena in Nigeria. Despite the country's growing youth population and thriving entertainment industry, the chairman and initiator of the project, Tayo Amushon, decided to embark on this journey to bring the arena to life. He speaks about his doggedness, which has brought this project this far. One of the investors praised the concept.
Anything you have in Nigeria, there will be challenges. There's challenges. This is us, but we're resilient people. Everybody, you are resilient. Every Nigerian will overcome. But thanks to the Lagos State government, the government of Lagos State, to the NSIA, to the federal, everybody. But it's our people. It's us. We're resilient. But maybe that's how we always have to fight. But it's okay. And when we fight, we'll achieve.
Challenges are many. Of course, there's the conceptualization, there's the development, there is the funding, there is the utilization, there is the marketing, there is the actual execution, so the design work. All of those things comprise the challenges of any typical transformative piece of infrastructure. But I'm proud to say a combination of all the stakeholders, the state government, the Oba, his royal father, the financing partners, in particular the NSIA, the institution that I represent, all together have come to actually surmount these very difficult challenges.
This innovation will create 1,500 direct and indirect jobs, attract investment and exciting opportunities for local businesses. Meanwhile, popular Nigerian music entertainer David Adeleke, widely known as Davido, also shares an insight into the impact of the arena in bringing world-class performances to fans at home.
We need something that matches our respect that we're getting worldwide now. Every December, people come in for shows. I need them to feel the same way that if they're in State Farm, if they're in O2, if they come to Lagos, It's the same exact feeling. We just give them that same experience. We don't care if I'm making money from.
This will no doubt provide a platform for Nigerian and international artists to perform for large audiences, as well as boost the country's music, sports and entertainment industries. Paul George, Plus TV News.
Right about the time for Nigeria to have its own arena for hosting entertainment and sports events. This truly is a trailblazer. And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
Share it to everyone.
This Ramadan on Plus TV. Join us for Salam Plus.
Share it to everyone.
Featuring Tea Talk at Sahur, anchored by 3 lively, passionate and energetic young ladies. They cover all topics relevant to today's Muslim Ummah.
How then would you advise our sisters out there in ensuring that they keep their homes safe?
If you are not healthy mentally, physically, your marriage will not work. Only a thriving woman will catch her husband's fancy.
There's more coming your way this Ramadan on Salam Plus, on Plus TV.
And makes you smile, share it to everyone.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show airing on Plus TV Africa every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us on Business Insights as we focus on side hustling in the wake of the nation's crippling insurance. A side job ideally is a way to earn extra income, particularly with Nigeria's current weak economics indicators showing a high inflation rate, a high unemployment rate, and a high poverty rate. The outbreak of the coronavirus in 2020 brought to the fore the need for individuals to diversify their sources of income to hedge against adversity that could occur if they get laid off from work. Having another source of income is a commendable financial decision, but it is an arduous step to take, especially when you are combining it with your main job. However, merging both is not rocket science, as all it requires is good planning and time management. On the show this morning, we'll be focusing on how to manage your side hustles with your full-time job so that none of them actually suffers. We'll take a quick break and we'll return in a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back. First off, manufacturing has always been a critical driver of any economic development and is crucial for sustainable growth and job creation. It also has the potential to transform the nation's economy, diversify revenue sources, and reduce dependence on oil. Now, those were the words of the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment at this year's edition of the Nigerian Manufacturing and Equipment Exposition and the Nigeria Raw Materials Exposition, NIMRA Expo. Details now.
The annual Nigerian Manufacturing and Equipment Expo jointly organized the Nigerian Raw Materials Exposition of the Raw Materials Research and Development Council affords stakeholders an opportunity to examine the state of the manufacturing sector and deliberate on the roadmap for development through the Manufacturers Partnership for African Development and Masterclass sessions. The Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is well represented here. It assures that its policy initiatives will continue to center on creating an enabling environment, incentivizing production activities, and promoting the use of made-in-Nigeria products to boost the competitiveness of our manufacturers.
Fertilizer production, in summary, luckily for us, the federal government has banned the importation of fertilizer. So the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria can do as much as possible to ensure that we produce enough fertilizer in Nigeria locally. There are 4 major types of fertilizers being produced in Nigeria. The urea fertilizer, single superphosphate fertilizer, triple superphosphate fertilizer, DAP, diammonia phosphate fertilizer, and the NPK fertilizer. Organic fertilizer is not banned, but I believe with the support of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria and with our raw material resources, we have the capacity to produce most of the organic fertilizer needs of Nigeria. If we can get the correct investors to invest in these areas, believe me, in the very few years to come, we can ban the importation of organic fertilizer also in Nigeria.
In his welcome address, the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Otumba Francis Meshioye, says the annual event provides a common ground for large manufacturing organizations and SMEs to explore new production processes that will increase their production output.
The theme of the 2023 Expo is Future Manufacturing, building a sustainable roadmap to the industrialization of Nigeria. The theme is informed by the unprecedented rate in which our world is changing in terms of innovation and technologies, shifting consumer expectations, as well as increasing social awareness of gender equity and restoration of previously marginalized communities. If manufacturers can efficiently balance a combination of efficient economies of production and supply chains, strong and reputable products, loyal customers, and established logistic network, as well as reliable online business elements, they'll be well positioned in the future to compete favorably in the industrial marketplace.
Participants at the event emphasized the importance of incorporating technology to produce locally made goods, support sustainable development, and reduce reliance on developed nations.
The resultant high cost of power generation not only inflates operational costs, but also diminishes the competitiveness of locally manufactured products in both domestic and export markets. So at Shell Nigeria Gas, we are committed to bridging the energy gap and contributing to the Decade of Gas ambition by providing manufacturing companies and industrial customers with clean, reliable, low-cost alternative to liquid fuels.
As you know, in recent years, the bilateral economic and trade relationship between China and Nigeria has become increasingly close. In terms of trade, China is Nigeria's largest global trade partner, while Nigeria is China's second largest trade partner in Africa. In China-Nigeria Manufacturing Corporation, China can leverage its strengths in capital, technology, and talent, while Nigeria can give full play to its advantages in market and labor.
Mann says both exhibitions have continued to serve a great purpose in improving the status of the nation's manufacturing sector, particularly with the representation of the entire manufacturing value chain at the expo floor since inception in 2016. The theme for this year is Future Manufacturing, Building a Sustainable Roadmap to the Industrialization of Nigeria. Emmanuel Olubobokun, Plus TV News.
With the economic downturn in Nigeria, practically everybody needs an extra source of income to survive. Though this is true, being prudent while at it is very crucial to eschew losing your main job over your side hustle. No matter how much money your side hustle gives you, you must prioritize your full job when you are at work. It is vital to give your main job utmost focus. I'll introduce my guest in a moment after this quick break. Stay with me. All right, welcome back to Business Insight in Plus TV Africa as we look at side hustles in the wake of the biting inflationary pressure in the country. My guest, Mark Idiahe, is an inspirational leadership coach, brand and communication strategist. His career vision is to be involved in assessing the need for, acquiring and implementing revolutionary strategies and systems for top-notch performance in Organization Future Leadership Magazine. Many thanks for joining me on Business Insights, Mark.
Thank you so very much. Glad to be here.
Yes, it is indeed our pleasure. Let's talk about side hustles. You know, in the wake of the biting inflation that everyone can actually relate to, most people are looking at having one or two other jobs, attached, to their normal source of livelihood. How do you really react to this new development because of the way things are going on right now in the country?
All right. Once again, thank you for having me. Now, first of all, we must admit that this is an unusual time and people are barely surviving. So I tend to live with just one source of income is a strategy for financial crisis. And I'm not going to be apologetic when I reference the first man here. I mean, if I go a bit spiritual, the first man God created, he put him in a place called Eden and he gave him 4 streams. Think about it. If God in his wisdom and his multifaceted dimension in nature will create a man and put him in a perfect, what I would love to call a perfect utopia, where everything was well garnished, embellished, and everything working perfectly. And he thought that it was critical that that man had 4 streams of income. Why in the world would anybody in his right senses think that he can strive in an economy as complex as Nigeria's economy with 1 streams of income? Now, the question I've often asked people around that are on 9 to 5, you call them 9 to 5ers. How in the world are you coping with this incessant increase in price of commodity, household items, when your salary is not increased correspondingly I mean, you go to market today, for instance, and you see an item that has doubled in price. You were in the market 2 weeks ago. Now you're in the market, back to the market, and they tell you that the price has doubled. And the way they can rationalize that is to tell you, hey, are you not in this country? Are you not following the trend with the currency and with the fluctuation in exchange rate and all of that? So why should anyone? I understand in your intro you said something that we should not, in a bid to have side hustle, then play down the significance of having the main hustle. Yeah, there has to be that moderation. There has to be that balance. Your main hustle is good. You have to have that going. But you have to be strategic and very pragmatic by devising strategy to have other streams of income. Otherwise, you're going to choke in this economy.
All right, still speaking of streams of income, most people have actually moved towards the line of entrepreneurship. They are using their skills or most of the things they have passion for to monetize them, to be actually getting something, in return from that. I know people who ordinarily love cooking, and because of the way the economy is really biting, they have even started one sort of food business, even online. But some people would tell you that they don't really think they have such skills, or they have enough skills that could be upskilled to channeled into getting more money for them. Do you really have to be so talented to have a side hustle per se, or maybe to be an entrepreneur on your own?
No, not exactly, my brother. What they need is to think, and think outside of the box. When a man is hungry enough, he will devise a meal. Hunger does two things to a man. Number one, hunger can incapacitate a man. And when that happens, he lost the ability to think. And when you can't think, you'll be stagnant, you'll be stranded. Then on the flip side, hunger can become a recipe for success because it drives you from a comfort zone. And comfort zone in the first place is an illusion. It's not real. Comfort zone, I liken it to a rocking chair. The thing I hate about rocking chair is that you can be in one position, exerting energy, swinging back and front, and you never cover any distance.
All right, Mark, are you still there with us?
Can be enough. And you don't necessarily have to have this ingenious idea. In this time and age, you don't have to be so gifted with the ability to conceive grand idea for you to be able to be successful. There are clues here and there. For instance, I resigned from, I'm not in any way trying to undermine people that do 9 to 5, but I resigned from that about 7 years ago because I wanted to be able to be in a place and make a whole lot of things happen online, leveraging on the online. There are many things that anyone can do in this age and time without having to move around. And by the way, if you're going to be successful financially, mind you, it's not going to be by hard work, so to speak, in this contest. It's not going to be by how much hustling you have done. I know we call it side hustle, but you can be in one spot and you leverage on online platform. I have a friend who is into graphics, for instance, and his clients are US-based clients and from United Kingdom, from different parts of the world. And I asked him a couple of days ago, why don't you love to take clients from Nigeria? Why don't you prosper for Nigeria clients? And he said, sir, with all that is happening with the currency, I'm in a vantage position if I have clients that are US-based or Canadian or in UK, for instance, because they get to pay me in their currency. And by the time I convert that, that's a whole lot of money. Just to reference the point, just to put it in proper perspective, I was reading one commentary by an economist a few hours ago. And he said that this devaluation of Naira is intentional by the government so as to encourage exportation and discourage importation. Now, I don't intend to laugh, but it's interesting. It's an interesting conundrum here because you are saying that for us to be able to encourage and get people to export things or merchandise and co, there is need for the value to be devalued. That sounds good. Logically, economically sounds good. But the last time I checked, All the economists can't even seem to find their way out of this conundrum we find ourselves right now, because their computation, their projection, and their analysis and they are not working. This is my point. As long as that economic policy does not affect the life of the common man when it comes to household goods, then we are in trouble. Because what you have on the street, the restlessness, the crime rates, and this depression and all of these things happening is as a result of common man, as it were, not able to eke out a living, not able to fend for themselves. So any smart governments or policy makers have to be determined in ensuring that whatever policies that they come up with has to positively affect the common man. But the positive side of that is truly with the way currency is going right now, anybody who can be in a position to export would definitely be in a vantage position. So we are not just looking at the Nigerian economy, how you can survive within this sphere, but how about you developing skill or going for information and knowledge, asking yourself, what can I do right now from where I am to put me in a financial, in a positive position financially to be able to be able to strive.
All right, fine. You know, some people would actually say that they really don't have enough time, that they work Monday to Friday, they work 9 to 5. But how can you really manage the 24 hours that we have in a day and still try to, you know, get a side hustle? Or maybe put differently, how can you manage your first job and a second job without having either of them suffer?
Awesome. Now, if I were to flip this camera, you realize that I'm actually working from the house right now. We did nights. Okay. You see, time is the most valuable resource we both have. Both the janitor and the CEO in the Fortune 500 have one thing, one equilibrium. I love to call it equilibrium. Is a unifier. Time. What you do and how you manage your time will determine where you'll be in the nearest, let's say 5 years from now, invariably.
All right, Mark, do we still have you there? It is really very... Okay, go ahead.
You can't keep complaining that you don't have time. How many hours in the day are you sleeping? Because...
All right, we seem to be having a connection issue there. Or it's Mark. Mark, can you hear us? Yeah, but just before we lost Mark there, we've been talking about how you can actually, you know, manage your time, be very efficient about it, because some people might even expect us to have like 36 hours in the day just to do all they need to do at the time. But you have to be a very effective or efficient time manager if you really want to plan your finances, your resources, and of course all of the other side hustles or second jobs that you might have in mind. Do we still have Mark there? Mark, go ahead. We lost you at some point. Yeah, continue, please.
Okay, good. So it all comes to this. How are you able to manage your time? For you to be successful, you have to be a good manager of your time. We all have 24 hours in the day. Like I hinted earlier, I'm working from the house right now. I don't have to get to the road, drive from one end of the street or from one place to the other if I can do what I can do now. Look at what technology have afforded us. On a way back, I will have to be in your office, in your studio right now for us to have this conversation. But you are on one end and I'm on the other side, and we are having this conversation and we are having the best of our time. Why? Because we are maximizing the moment and the opportunity that technology throws at us. So if you don't have time, if I was a 9 to 5, what I would is to set our time. When did I get to the house from work? See, all the many things. I don't watch TV. I don't have no business with TV and all the frivolous things that do. Anything that will not translate and have a positive impact in my bottom line and develop me and position me to be more efficient, I have no business with that. Most people that now what they devote a large chunk of their time to, aside the work. Your life is not all about the work. What do you do with the other extra time that you have?
Okay.
That is what is important.
All right, okay, Mark, let's leave side hustles for one moment and let's see if we can bring leadership into all of this, because you will agree with me that some of the issues that we have in the country is related to the choices of leadership and some of the policies that we have. And I know on Friday you are celebrating excellence in leadership. Can you tell us more about that?
Okay, we've been on this for the past 7 years, and yours sincerely is the convener of Future Leadership Conference and Award, because leadership is critical. Africa is, over the years, have been defined as a dark continent. To me, that's a wrong way to describe a continent that is so full of potential and have a lot going on. This year, for instance, we are having the 8th edition on the 24th of this month, and the theme is very, very critical. The Renaissance, repositioning Africa for global relevance. And here we're going to be having a robust conversation on the Africa continent, the leadership of Africa, because we can no longer leave politics to politicians. We no longer need more politicians in leadership. Instead, we need more leadership in politics. Now, if you get that, the problem with Africa will be solved, because we are tired of having this situation where we have people coming to leadership, they clamor to be in leadership. We vote for them, they campaign, and they will tell you they would rather die if they don't get into politics. Then you give them the opportunities only for things. It's almost as if things get worse when they come into power. So what exactly is the reason for that? The reason for that is the lack of transformational leadership. And may I tell you this, it will take transform people to transform the society. The transformation that we seek in the nation, in the continent, in the office, in whichever demography, in whichever place, has to come from people, has to be people inspired, because the highest form of leadership is inspiration. Being able to inspire people to be the best version of themselves, being able to bring up changes, and this change comes from people. It doesn't come from machine. It's not from AI. AI doesn't regulate the systems and bring policy, come up with policies that can help to run the administration and the governance. No, it's going to take people. It's going to take ideology. It's going to take philosophy. So this is why we are having this conversation on the 24th, and we have people coming in from different places, different the continent in Africa. We have Dr. Sami, who will be flying in from Malawi.
All right.
We have
All right, so if we have to start going into details, that will be actually doing a proper marketing. But then we look forward to, seeing more improved leadership in not just Nigeria, but in Africa. And of course, and Trust Plus TV will be there to cover and make sure that this talk of qualitative and exceptional leadership can actually be imbibed in society in Nigeria. Mark Idahi is a leadership coach and consultant, convener Future Leadership Conference and Award, which holds by the weekend. Many thanks for being a part of the show for this morning. And as we go on the show, we must say a very big thank you to all of our viewers who have sat back to watch, and we do appreciate you. My name is Justin Akadonye. Business Insight returns to your screen same time next time. Bye for now.
Share it to everyone.
This Ramadan on Plus TV, join us for Salam Plus.
Share it to everyone.
Featuring Tea Talk at Sahur, anchored by 3 lively, passionate and energetic young ladies. They cover all topics relevant to today's Muslim Ummah.
How then would you advise our sisters out there in ensuring that they keep their homes safe?
If you are not healthy mentally, physically, your marriage will not work. Only a thriving woman who catches her husband's fancy.
There's more coming your way this Ramadan on Salam Plus, on Plus TV.
And makes you smile. Share it to everyone.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
As a young person growing up, I have had to sell akamu on my head. On a tray. You go like in the morning, like very early in the morning before I go to school. Buy akamu, That's why you should never underrate anyone. No matter the situation, you see them or you find them. When I go to UK and had to play at the Royal Festival Hall with Miriam Makeba, then, oh my God, I'm like, that akamu selling girl that was selling akamu. So be inspired. Be inspired. Follow your dream. Follow your heart. Sit back and say, what is my passion in life? What can I do to better the world? And before you know it, you're already making an impact.
When I came to Lagos here after school, I remembered I entered what is called 911. 911 is a kind of lorry found then that they will load Gary, load in at the back. Then in between the driver and the load, we have what is called second class. And that is where I sat. And could you believe that by the time I got to Ido and I came down, my box, my shoe, because it took us 3 days from Bender, from Midwest to Lagos, all my loads were loaded. You see, when you pass through such, and when you become somebody, you look back and you look at what people are going through. It makes you to help others.
When I decided to be an apprentice photographer, we were living in Ebute and I would trek, from Ebute into Willoughby, from Willoughby into cross the Leventis into Ido Road, past Ido railway station, go across the Kata Bridge, and then into Agbogbon, into Broad Street. And I trekked that for 1 whole year. And then finally when I got to London, I had to be a cleaner, every morning. Get out of the house by 4:30 to clean till 9 a.m. and then rush off to school. So I've done quite a lot of things like that, and I still continue to do that. And so for me, it is part of one's development. And I didn't see that I was suffering. Occasionally, you want to stop. You have cried many times. I've failed many times, but I've just got up. I get up again. A lot of people, I enjoy goodwill of some people who pull me up again and help me on my feet, and then I go on.
I finished that film and I became very famous. As young as I was, I didn't even know what it was. Everybody would just be calling me over. I'm like, what's wrong? What's going on? When the film was all over the place, so I couldn't go to the market. And I used to go to the market a lot, to go and buy all these second-hand, all the second-hand outfits. And then there was one day I went to the market with a couple of my friends, and I just realized that I just couldn't buy these things anymore because they would tease me. The people in the market, the traders will always tease me and said, so you see, they come buy Pendam Boutique, So that made me realize that, so if I become a star, there are a lot of things I won't be able to do, or what? So I went back and I said to myself, is this how I'm going to live my life? I won't be who I want to be. I won't be myself. And I said, no, I won't let that catch up with me. Just be who you are, no matter your craft, no matter how high you think you've become. Still be that same person that the girl next door, still the girl or the boy next door that people can always relate to.
But worry for that. All rodents and reptiles who they disturb the die.
I'm a graduate of Political Science Social Studies from Adini Rogosaya College of Education. I graduated in the year 2020.
See, as of now, I'm looking for other jobs that I can match together to
meet up with responsibility.
One time I remember trekking from Oriental Hotel to Eco Hotel, dropping my CVs at every place, dropping my CVs at different restaurants, different bars, different hotels, just hoping for something.
Pius is a graduate of computer science, but he drives an Uber for a living in the city of Lagos. Although underemployed, Pius is considered a tad lucky because 41% of the labor population with bachelor's degrees are without employment.
I got several jobs. When I go for the interview, I'll pass it. They'll say I'm too young, they want an older chef. And then so things like that were very, very frustrating. They almost pushed me off the edge. I was almost at the break of going to call my friends and be like, okay, let me learn this Yahoo thing. But I just decided to keep pushing. Then I heard about this Uber thing. I got my first car. I was driving for somebody. I was supposed to be paying the person $25,000 a week. But sometimes when I walk, the car was having so much issues. If I make maybe 20, 30K in a day, the car, I'll end up spending like 27,000, 25,000 on fuel. So I couldn't keep up. I had to go for another car to another car before I finally found this one. And this one I'm driving to own the car and I'm almost done with it.
Presently, 1 out of every 3 Nigerians that are able to work are unemployed, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. 23.2 million Nigerians are out of work. That is almost the entire population of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia combined. While Nigeria's youth population has increased much in the last 1.5 decades, the available economic opportunities are shrinking. Nigeria is facing an increasing youth bulge with over 123 million young citizens, but there are just not enough jobs for these youths.
From 2015 to date, I found myself jobless. Now presently I'm managing a job, electrical job, which I invested my money and went to go and acquire some skills, which is providing money for me now.
Instead of me searching for a job, my father just advised me, instead of you working somewhere, killing yourself, you know what the country is now, just go into this. And I thought of it, I started making research, then I started doing my father's business. And that was how I started selling ads. I sell ads here and there.
Up to date, if I see a job, I will work, but if the pay is meaningful, because now they can't give me a job that will be earning like 45,000 or 50,000, because now through my electrical job I'm doing now, I earn more than the salary I think they will offer me now.
The dire unemployment situation, which some believe is more severe than reported, has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to shutdown of businesses. The adverse effects of this rising unemployment rate in Nigeria are becoming enormous and far-reaching.
Where there is unemployment, there is psychological desperation in itself, the sense of not having something to do. Then you also have the cogent economic consequence of not having money to spend because you're not working. This economic consequence then falls into a sociological consequence, which is a criminal side, because if people cannot fend for themselves, they either beg or steal or engage in any kind of disruptive criminal act. For this reason, for these 3 reasons of psychology, sociology, and economic reasons, it is very important that we take the issue of unemployment very seriously.
When you are not able to meet your basic needs, when you that were able to put food on your table, you're now struggling, you that you were able to give somebody 5,000 naira, you're the one that is now begging 5,000 naira, it affects your sense of worth.
The unemployment problem is compounded for those living with disabilities who have to deal with extra hurdles, people like Christiana, who is a visually impaired business owner and tutor in Lagos.
We have this misconception that when there is no sight, there is nothing you can do. But in my own case, it's not like that. But one of the problems that we have is like people never had that trust with people living that disability that they can deliver it. And at the same time, people look down on us, low esteem, and there is discrimination and stigmatization that you cannot deliver.
The problem of exclusion is also gendered, as the numbers show. While the rate of unemployment is high, women are the worst hit. In stock terms, there are 30% more unemployed women than men. Women face barriers that men don't have to deal with.
So the woman who's at home and who's caring for the children or who's the natural carer, would we say that that person is employed or not? I would dare say that they are employed. Now, we may have as high as, 10%. Like I said, I think it's more. We may have a lot more women not employed in the formal structure as we know it, either within the corporate world or perhaps down the line of entrepreneurship. And there are very many different reasons and factors for that. But the starting point usually has to do with, the girl-child education, as we know, based on our culture and based on the long-standing statistics that we have that show that the girl child is not as educated. We don't take the same opportunities for the girl child as we've taken for the boy child due to cultural nuances. Traditionally, we believe that we should, educate the boys and not the girls. So let's go further up the pipeline. You do have girls who on graduation start and compete as well as the boys in terms of their careers, in terms of paid employment, and we're seeing a lot more of them now in terms of entrepreneurship. However, what tends to happen over time is, again, they tend to drop out when it's time perhaps to have a family. So it's really down sometimes to the choices that are made. And what we must do to try and balance things out is make sure that the choices that are open to women are actually more. So what are those things making them drop out? What are, for example, the reasons why midway through your career, you have to make a choice to say, I need to focus on my home? What then can employers do to ensure that these women are given the opportunities? How can we expand the choices such that I can manage my home, manage my career, still look after my children? And sometimes it's very simple things like, do we have the facility for childcare?
Unemployment in Nigeria is not just about availability of jobs, but also about the education system producing the right type of manpower in the right quality and quantity to industrialize the country. State actors and stakeholders say many Nigerian youths are not employable because their skills are largely divorced from labor requirements.
I think, in my view, reviving our technical and vocational education and training systems, it's not optional. As a matter of fact, it's where we must go, pari passu, our other academic institutions like universities and co, such that you'll find that we have a lot more focus around disciplines, around trades, around disciplines, around specializations. We're in I'm in a room now, I'm in your station, where journalism is a profession, right? But then there are also certain skill sets, whether it's graphics, whether it's creatives, that work very well with your industry. Now, not all of the skill sets that you need in this radio house require a university degree. So a lot of them can be honed, right from even as maybe senior secondary or even post-secondary through different diploma programs and things like that. Now, that's what we must do in terms of skilling process, so that you have what you call a multiple pathway to your aspiration in life.
Vocational training is the key, is the answer. Germany, all industrialized nations, they all depend on these skills training. They have a robust, developed infrastructure for skills training. And so we cannot, no economy, no country can really move forward without having a developed structure, a developed ecosystem, a developed environment to train people, to send people for internship, or to train people, intern people, and eventually create employment for people. Because eventually it is those people who are trained, it is those people who have gone through internship, it is those people who have become employable who eventually becomes employers themselves.
But where are these vocational schools? There are just about 123 government-approved vocational schools across Nigeria. Aside this, there is also a certain stereotype that discourages students from enrolling in such schools.
The reason why some people don't like vocational work, depending on the area of specialization, you have to, when you want to work, you have to change your wares, and some don't like dirty work. Like me, I'm a plumber. People don't really know. Once I'm done in site and going home, people don't really believe that I'm a plumber, because maybe my stature or the way I look, so people don't really believe unless they see me while working on site.
So unfortunately, the number of people who are applying, to learn skill and all of that is still very low in number. And I actually understand why it is low in number. When you operate in an environment that glorifies certificate over skill, when you operate in an environment where the skilled workers are not properly paid, when you operate in that environment where there is no glory in having skilled work, of course, the youth will not be interested in that. But when you operate in a society that celebrates certification without adequate work, and that do not pay people living wages for their skills, then of course there's going to be very low interest in that particular field of work.
In the absence of white-collar jobs, many youths have turned to the informal sector, earning a living with small businesses and creating employment also. Presently, these small businesses account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment in the country. Despite the significant contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian economy, the sector is still struggling with growth.
For me, there are three things. The first one is infrastructure. Power, for example, access to markets. When you are an SME or a member of the informal sector, if you are producing something in small quantities, after you've paid your rent, you've bought your raw materials, you have your equipment, you of course have to supplement power, because we don't have stable power in the country. So I think that's one of the major issues. Another issue is double tax or multiple taxation. A lot of businesses, there's no clarity on who they should be paying what taxes to. So for example, I once worked with one of the mobility startups in Lagos in the bike hailing space. And whilst we were, trying to speak with the LIRS, for example, about personal income tax or some basic tax from the drivers, we were obviously also having to deal with the unions, with their daily levies and all of that. So therefore, things like that will stifle businesses and informal sector players.
Although the informal sector may be having an influx of educated youth as players, there is also the snag of these graduates being majorly unequipped for entrepreneurship.
The world is moving from theoretical based learning to case-based learning, where you sit and you study case studies, you study practical lessons about scenarios, right, for business. I think it was Obasanjo, regime that tried to introduce entrepreneurship studies as one of the general GES courses or general studies courses. And, you look at the syllabus of that course, it's the same theoretical stuff, right? So there is nothing that prepares them properly for the challenges, for the realities, for the type of dynamics that they will be facing if they go out into the business world, right? If you look at the Igbo apprenticeship culture, it's an amazing learning point, because everything does not have to be. All your learning, your education doesn't have to come from the classroom, right? It does not always have to come from the classroom. So I think if government was serious enough, right, I would expect that the SMEDAN, for example, should have put in some type of structural support for the Igbo apprenticeship model, so that we can replicate those models across various societies.
The government acknowledges there is a bulging youth population with overwhelming unemployment figures. They, however, also insist they are addressing the problem.
The government has been consciously and in a deliberate manner trying to address the issue of the youth bulge. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about what are the needs of the variegated strata of the youth population. First, education is key, because education is power. Education is the greatest weapon against poverty. So the government has committed so much into education. There's emphasis on technical and vocational education, on the skills that you have. That's one. Two, as regards to the new technology, the digital economy, the ICT as it is, we've seen that our youth are IT savvy, we've seen that our youth have innovative minds. And my ministry, which is the Ministry of Youth, for instance, just during the COVID era, that's my first year in office, we were able to train close to 100,000 people on digital skills, which is still ongoing. We have quite a number of other skills. But the emphasis all around has been that the need to upskill our youth is a central agenda, but also to match the skills with the jobs available. There's been a mismatch in the past. But under this government, we've seen a deliberate effort to make sure that the upskilling of our youth, where that the skills they acquire matches the jobs available in the market, so that you just don't train them and throw them back into the job market. I know that you must have read it. In 5.5 years, this government has created 45 youth-focused programs. Some of them are empowerment programs. Some of them are entrepreneurship training. Some of them are technology training. And these programs are domiciled in various ministries.
Nigeria has not lacked special intervention programs. There are many of them. Yet, there are many unemployed youths, as these intervention programs have failed in dropping the increasing unemployment rates. Critics argue that these programs are unimpressive.
For the intervention, or rather the interventions of the government, I'm going to score them high on intention, and I'm going to score them low on performance or on result. High on intention because the act of rolling out a lot of intervention schemes, like the NPower, You Win, and the various ones, including trader money, all to activate employment, shows that there are people thinking, there are people of good intention out there. But the method to which they've approached it and the results they're getting makes me score them low on it, because in 2021, it is not the role of government to be creating jobs for people or to be doling out money for individuals to grow their businesses. What the government needs to do are three, really, is to overall create an environment that allows employment to be created. Who create employment is businesses. So the government needs to create an environment that allows business to thrive and create employment, and thus doing, fight unemployment.
Government will tell you, BOI, CBN, all of these guys, they'll tell you that we are providing interventions for MSMEs. So we have this 10 billion, we have this 100 billion for MSMEs. And then they will give you the guidelines. And then in the guidelines, you will see that they need you to be registered with CAC, they need you to have a bank account, They need you to have a business plan. They need you to have financial statements. Look, that already by design excludes majority of those in the MSME space.
To bridge its unemployment gap, experts say Nigeria will have to create 5 million jobs annually for the next 10 years. Is the Nigerian government ready to tackle this problem?
You know, that question is a question for Minister of Labour. It's a question for me, Minister of Youth Development. It's a question for the Minister of Finance. It's a question for the NBS, you know. But I only wear one cap. And my desire is that the youth unemployment will drop. What am I doing